Yeah, basket. Mm-mm. Get this show started, man. Again, I had to get a quick refresh. Had a little headache, but I'm prepared now. What's up, Fluffy?
How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. Let's see something real quick. Everybody keep tapping, get these shares going. Just starting to live up. See if we can have an actual conversation. Let's see. Mm, I gotta download that last one yesterday. All right. Sheesh. All right, where we at? Had to download. So, Fluffy, what you got, man? What you got on your mind?
Well, I was looking at your prompt, and it says, "What are they saying that's so dangerous? What makes a message true or not true? And is protecting others' feelings always a safe thing to do? And can you really love if you don't like interracial dating slash marriage?" Um, I'm not sure about all the other stuff. I'll try to take it one I guess question at a time on the prompt.
Mm-hmm.
What are they saying that's so dangerous? First, I think number one, I don't condone anyone losing their life, but I can say that two things to be true at one time. You can say things that can make certain things happen to you, like I believe Charlie Kirk did. And I think that what they say is they create narratives about certain people that and they have millions and millions of followers, and those people take that stuff without even trying to like research it on their own or to see if it's really true, or even if they've had their own experiences. If you're in the United States and today you've experienced being around a lot of races, even if you're from the smallest towns, you've at least been amongst other people than white people or just black people or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So you can use your own experiences to just say, some of the things that I believe Charlie Kirk, specifically Charlie, say that are not true, like as it relates to like black people and the pilot thing. Uh, they don't have brain, or he would be worried if he would be worried if the pilot, if it was a black pilot, he would be worried if um he would be worried if he saw a black pilot, if he was just hired for his complexion, or if he truly had credentials. First of all, you have to make sense of things. Have to make sense. Why would a person be flying a plane if they couldn't fly the plane? So, and I'm sorry if I'm sound like I'm rambling. I don't mean to. But I just say all that to say I think that those are the kind of harmful things as relates to your question, like why it's harmful or why it's
Mm.
dangerous. Because you have it,
Did you
like a
look at the
lot of
full
stuff.
did you look at the full context of what he meant by why he said what he said? Because he got
Well,
addressed by that twice.
yeah, I did, and the reason I
What did he
looked is
say?
because I looked on his YouTube page. It's called the full um interview, or I guess that's what it's called. Interview is on his YouTube page. It's called DEI is a Sin. That's what the whole video is.
Mm-hmm.
And when I was listening to it, I found just a lot of issues with a lot of stuff he was saying. And see, he wasn't, it's not like he was saying it and it was his punchline, and then he tried to like debunk it or make sense of it. No, he was explaining why he felt that way, which is still, whether he explains why he feels that way, he feels that way. That's the whole point
Yeah.
to me. is that he
You
feels that
ain't,
way,
yeah,
which
you
to
ain't
me is not true.
Yeah, I'm about to say to you, right? I'm about to say, but when I listened to it, I understood it though. He's just saying that if you're, and he broke that down like the next sentence is like if you're going to hire somebody, because he just saying he want to hire people that's at the top, not just because of, not be just because of the color of their skin or just because they a woman or something like that. He just want to make sure that he get the highest choice, and that can come with any skin, right? It don't matter. He was based off of that because we know that a majority of the time the DEI will hire people that they feel maybe treated unfair or whatever. And I heard they also said they gave a little leeway, on maybe you get a couple of qualifications before you could actually do it. So it wasn't really top people they was always hiring, if you notice.
Well, I I I asked my daughter because my daughter's a nurse and she worked at the hospital local here and she's a nurse manager. She's in telemetry and I asked her about what like DEI because I my husband's military and my husband and I have friends of all races because number one we are been military and we moved around about 1,000 times I say and so um if if you're saying DEI means somehow
Yeah,
you
he was
lower
explaining.
standards,
Yeah, he was explaining how
if
that
you
happened.
lower yeah, but and that's what I'm trying to say to you. If you're suggesting the same as Carly Church that I mean Kurt Church, I'm saying Church Kurt. If you're suggesting that a person has to lower the standards because you hire someone of color, that's not how DEI works from what I've read and then what I've also asked my daughter because like I say, she's a nurse manager,
Well, you
she
believe
hires
he
nurses.
made it up? You believe he just made it up
I
for no
believe he
reason?
has the wrong I believe he has the wrong definition and that's also what goes around
You
like I
don't
was
think he
saying
do his
about
research on what he look up? I mean, what he talk
I don't
about?
think
What he talking about?
he couldn't have done it not on DEI because you can
Gotcha.
simply Google the definition of it and it's
Gotcha.
not talking about it lower standards for people of color.
Yeah, he had. Yeah, he explained it, but yeah, he explained the rest. You got to probably look at
But
that video again. He had kind of broke it down why it was like that.
no, I don't
But
have to
it's up
look
to you
at
to
it
believe it
again
or not.
because
That's all.
I don't have to look at it again. I'm gonna tell you
Okay, that's
why
cool. Yeah,
because
we'll get off of it. It's cool. We
I got
realize we don't
eyes
split the
and
plan. I
I
got
got
you.
eyes and ears. I got eyes and ears too, and I looked up the
Got you.
definition. I've talked to my daughter
Yeah,
about it, and I'm going off my own experiences.
yeah, I can tell.
When did DEI require somebody to lower the qualifications? So my daughter explained it to me, and she was like, "Well, when she hires nurses on her floor, she can't hire somebody because they're black she can't hire somebody that's black that don't have the same qualifications that she would have for someone who's white. It's yes
Then why
against the
have
law. You
DEI
can't
if they
do
just
that.
going off a skill? Why have DEI then if they
Well,
going off
do you
skill?
know? Well, you should know more than me why you have
Not
DEI.
me. No, that's a reason. I know it's a reason for everything though. I don't know why,
Well,
but
you know DEI, and me, and I feel
why they
like
just can't hire people off their skill?
I think you're just pulling my leg here, but
No, I'm
I'm
just
gonna
asking you
tell
a
you.
question. It's just to think, man.
Yeah,
Sometimes it
but I
takes
think
us
you're
to think.
pulling my leg as far as you not knowing why we have DEI.
No,
I
I
think you're
don't. I'm
pulling my
not into that
leg.
political stuff. I just really not. I'm not. I'm not. I don't be all invested to that stuff
Well,
for real.
I'll tell you
I
why
just saying I
they
know it's a
have
reason. That's all I'm
DEI
saying.
because they know that because they know that there was problems with people of color getting hired
Okay.
and the working field wasn't fair, so they made it to where companies had to be fair. That's why they have
Yeah, so they
DEI.
needed to create that. Okay, I got you though. Instead of all right, cool. So let me get Sean in. Oh, Sean, all right, there
Okay.
you go.
Yeah,
I'm proud of this. I'm proud of this man. There you go.
proud of who?
And I said I ain't even had to call on you. It was already ready. There you go.
Yeah, I want. Well, I'm curious. Okay, I'm all about just being fair. I don't know what the guy preached or whatever. I didn't really know too much about him, right? But I would like to. I think I understand if I watch the whole video. The context of it makes a big difference, right? But it seems as if everybody could watch the same stuff and still come up with their own perspective, which makes me like, damn, how does the world works? Like, okay, so let's just say that if you want to go off a percentage, then by you want to put a certain group of people in off a percentage, then that means that you will have to naturally lower the standards, right? In a sense, you would, right? It's been
Mm.
times where I was the first black person they hired in the warehouse in 26 years, and even I had to ask them, like, "Man, did y'all hire me because y'all had to?" And she was like, "The boss even said, well, we had to because not me, but they had to hire anybody of minority because it wasn't looking right, and a lot of people saying it was issues, so that's why they hired me, even though I had the qualifications for it." They really just hired me because I interviewed for that job 5 different times, and they only hired me on the fifth time. Why? Because they was forced and pressured to hire me. So even I know that, right? So I feel like if even by him saying that, I guess I would ask the question of what is the difference from even when we make it as black people, right? We always say either they sold their soul or they part of the Illuminati or they had to kiss the white T man. How come we always discredit ourselves when we make it, but then when somebody else want to discredit us, it's okay, like it's racism? I don't. You have to help me understand it a little bit.
Well, it sounds like it's a lot of self hate, and you just said yourself you have the qualifications, so it did like so they didn't lower any qualifications for you to have the job.
Yep, yep.
So I'm
Hold on.
just trying to make what you said make
Hold on.
sense.
I'm cool with that part. I'm talking about the part of when we make it ourselves, right?
Oh,
And
I don't know about that. I'm just listening to the one part you said about you was trying to make a point about DEI hires, and you was trying to say that the job hired you because you were black and hadn't hired anyone black in 26 years,
yes,
and then you said that they were forced to hire you, yet you had the qualifications. So I just want people to understand that DEI is diversity, equity, and inclusion. That does not require you to lower a standard for anyone to get a job.
hold on,
Yeah,
hold
and
on. You
I'll say
missing?
my thing is too, like, too, even about your second statement, like, I get where you're going because people do that. One, I don't ever agree with that, and secondly, I think though that's mostly like higher up, like, like millionaires and billionaires, not, if you get a job as a pilot or what I'm saying, or something like that. But I also would say too, like, we got to understand that, you know, literally the whole country. The reason why, like she said, the reason why they got DEI is because they weren't hiring people of color and this and different creeds and sexes and all that stuff, because a lot of these companies was owned by white T people and all of that, and they've have proven, like, companies have been sued over and over again for discrimination, from when it was illegal for us to even get jobs all the way up until the early 2000s before they really implemented this stuff. So when you are excluding people like that from the workforce because you're trying to hire YT people and discriminating against other people, are you not doing the same thing that they're claiming DEI does? Because they're only hiring a certain amount of people in a certain race of people, and they're discriminating against other people, which
Mm.
means your workforce is not going to be good because you're not hiring the qualified people. You're only
Mm.
hiring the people that you want to hire.
That's true.
So
Yep.
now they're opening it up to everybody, and I can see the part where maybe there are times that they do have to do that, but it's because they were doing that already in a different way. And honestly, I think that's worse than DEI.
That's true, and that's the point of it. Is because see, it makes people that have it a little easier. It's like a smorgasbord for them. They don't have to even have all the qualifications. But if you open it up, it makes people who typically would have it easier. They got to work a little bit, and they don't like that.
And my thing is, like guy said, oh, you got to hire based on merit. We've never hired based on merit. That's the reason why we got DEI. If we hired based on merit, like we were supposed to in the beginning, we would not have DEI.
Can I ask a question?
Mm.
So the experience I gave was a job I had a couple of years ago, right? But the job I have now, how do you explain this? And I know people are gonna say it depends on uh that's a minority group, right? And that's okay. I was interviewed by two old white guys before they retired, right? They was a manager and the plant manager of the company. It was three other white men that were in front of me that interviewed for it. They hired me. How can you explain that, right? Because all odds were stacked against me and they still hired me. How would you explain that?
Well, Sean, here's my thing. One, I'm not the type of person that says one everybody is this racist discrimination. It was a higher enough percentage of companies that were doing that where it made a difference. One, you might actually be more qualified than them. Two, they might not be racist or discriminatory. I'm not the type to say, oh, every company is like this. But there was a good percentage of companies that were getting sued. There was evidence of them discriminating. But you might actually just be more qualified than them. That might just be the you know what I'm saying thing. So it's there's so many factors that I can't say exactly what it is that got you above them. It could be DEI. It could be that you was qualified. I can't necessarily say.
That's a
I'm not arguing that DEI is perfect and DEI might not have some flaws into where you might pick people, but it's based off of a system that was already doing that to the 10th degree. They were doing that on the opposite end on the 10th degree. So now we got to have DEI.
So okay, that's a fair point, but I'm gonna go off to what you said and then a comment, right? Where this is why I say that sometimes even for us, it still get looked at as a bad thing, right? Because someone said they had to fill a quota, right? They already had enough. They already had like the half of the place was predominantly black and Hispanics. It was really no white people in there, right? So they didn't have to fill anything. So I agree with you that I had the qualifications over those white men, right? But in the same sense, someone could still think that someone had to fill a quota all because the stuff exists itself. That whatever the DUI, whatever, is just an extension of affirmative action. That's all it is. It's an extension of it. And we all know with affirmative action comes in place where you could have a certain Asian person have an SAT score and a black person have an SAT score, but the black person has a couple hundred points less than that, then that black person would be accepted into that university over that Asian kid. I wouldn't think that'd be fair.
Mm,
I wouldn't think that'd
That's
be fair.
that's not quite how affirmative action works.
mm.
And the next thing is, Sean, is this. The next thing is you don't think that. See, here's where people are losing me when it comes to DEI. You're saying that the white guys hired you, the company was predominantly Asian, Hispanic and black, and that they still hired you, they had enough or whatever. See, they have to feel the same amount as they do for white as black. See, white people are included in that too, and that's where people have to put their thinking caps on. See, say you have, just like you said, you got Hispanics and blacks, they got to have a certain amount of whites. They have to have a certain amount of blacks. They have to have a certain amount too. It doesn't exclude whites. And that's why I say, when that's why, as it relates to the prompt, what are they saying so dangerous? If you don't have all the facts, how do you spew all that to people and create such a situation to where you got people enraged and you're not even giving the right information?
Okay, so
Nobody, not one race of person can be excluded, and they have to have a diverse workforce. So that doesn't mean that your diverse workforce is only minorities. That includes Caucasians. Because
okay.
as you should know, Caucasian women like myself were the biggest recipients of DEI benefits.
So okay, here's why I probably have to just go on mute for a second, right? Is because when we have these type of conversations, I could tell who's open minded to having a conversation and someone who just closed minded as hell, right? So where Zay gave me a fair assessment, even though it was against mine, he gave a both side like perspective of both sides. Everything before I came up here and since I've been up here, you just been one sided to where you're not even open to the idea of anything out possible outside of your own mindset. So me and Zay disagree. He gave me pushback, but he gave a fair pushback. He's like he can understand both sides. You just been on one side to where you just closed minded, so it's no point even having and you laughing. I think that's kind of crazy at the same
Yeah,
point,
I
but
am laughing. It's funny that you're saying it the way you're saying it, but you are who you are. You are, whatever.
Yeah, I about to say I don't think she agreed with one thing up here. She didn't see nothing. She kept pushing whatever she been pushing this whole entire
Well,
time.
it's
I was
not
trying to
my
hope, but
opinion.
yeah, you keep
Well, it's
saying
not
that though,
my
but
opinion. It's
but
just
some
what
stuff
it
you just
is.
because you might say because you believe that's what it is though. That's why
No, it's
you
not what
you
I believe. It's
somehow
what the
you know
facts are.
everything that's up here and have not been wrong about one thing yet. And then you say, "Well, my
Well,
daughter
you
said
didn't
this and
hear
all
me
this stuff."
say
Your
that.
daughter could be wrong too. You know what I'm saying? I don't know where y'all come from, a family of right or something like that. But like you didn't
Well,
even try to see.
she's a
You have
hiring
not seen, like
manager.
I said, it's a bias that's coming from your angle. That's why you only listen to your daughter and not nobody else. If your daughter was to say the exact same thing we said, then you'd be laughing again after that. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day,
Well, I'm
yes,
laughing
you
because
got your mind made up, right? Because you not used to getting even talked to like this because you used to being right all the time. That's the thing. I could
Oh
tell you. I
yeah.
could tell it could, and that's a nervous laugh too. That's another thing because like you could
Well, I'm
tell
not
that
nervous about anything. We're not
you have
taking the
never got
test.
challenged. You never got challenged before, and that's why you're
Well, what's
reacting
your
this way
challenge here?
because it's making
Well,
you
what's
look
your
at something with the
challenge?
because it's something that's opposition of you rather than somebody saying yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am.
Well,
You
I
just
wouldn't
show
think
true.
any of this is in opposition to me
Yeah,
because number
you
one,
have. Look at
here's
that.
the
You even
thing: you're
defending this
fighting
now. You know
against
what I'm saying?
yourself. Well,
Oh
you're
my
fighting
gosh.
against yourself as it relates when you're talking to me. I'm
All
pushing
right.
for you. And the
I
next
got you. I
thing
got you.
is these
You're
aren't my
right.
personal.
All right.
You're
Let
Wait a
me,
minute.
right.
These
okay.
aren't my
Let me just say
personal
this.
feelings.
Hold on.
I just happen to know what DEI is.
Okay.
And I said my daughter because, like I say, she's a hiring manager for a major hospital. She's a nurse and she's a nurse manager. So they hire all day long for people for nurses. And so I went
Yes.
to someone that actually hires and understands how the hiring works for in my life. I don't, yeah, and I'm not saying you or the other
Right.
fellows up here don't know,
I,
but
I hire people also.
I never said you didn't. I'm
I
just
know. I
talking
know.
from
I
where
know.
I get my information from,
Yeah,
and
we
that's
could
all I
tell,
was
right?
saying.
It's other information that's out here besides you and
Well,
your
I
little
didn't say it
circle.
wasn't.
Yeah,
I,
that's why
that's
sometimes
what a
that's why
conversation is,
sometimes
though.
right. Yeah, a conversation is okay. Where did you get this from? Why did you get it? And all that stuff. Not just saying,
Well, yeah,
well,
that's
that's
why I
not
tell
true.
you where I got my
Not
information from.
oh my gosh, you can't even. Boy, that's how you communicate though. But whatever. I'm just saying the thing is that yes, you got to see why did people come up to what they come to instead of saying, well, it goes against what somebody told me, so I got to go with their word. You know what I'm saying? It's this
Well,
how
no,
that's how
not just
communicate.
what someone told me, but you can literally Google what DEI is, and honey, it does
That's
not
you can look
say
what it is,
that you don't.
you could pay attention
Go
to how
ahead.
it's used also.
Well, I'm not saying that you
They
can, and
said feminist.
I'm not telling either one of you
Man, you
all
just defensive this whole entire time.
Hey,
well,
hold on. Let me just hold
I
on.
don't think
Let me
I'm
ask a question. Hold
defensive.
on.
I just think that
You
I
got a
believe
counter for
in.
everything.
Hold
Boy,
on.
that's
Let me ask a
Well,
crazy.
question.
am
Hold
I
on.
not supposed to have a counter
Hold
for
on,
it?
Fluffy. Fluffy. Let me
Boy,
ask you a
yeah,
question. Hold on, Kelly.
Boy,
Let me
I
ask you a
didn't
question.
call anyone a boy.
Fluffy,
I said for
can I ask
it.
you a question? I'm not up here defending no goddamn Charlie Kirk. Let's make sure I say that right.
I'm
I'm
not
here to.
either.
Okay, I know, but I'm here to have the
obviously.
conversation. I'm here to have the conversation. That's all I want is to have a conversation, right? So I would ask you this question: do you think the NBA need to be investigated for having 75% of black players? Do you think they need to have a quota to have a certain group of YT men in the NBA? Yes or no?
No, I don't.
Why not? If it's not, if it's
Because
75%,
they
I gotta
displayed
finish.
because
You gotta let
oh,
me
I'm
finish.
sorry.
Yeah. If
She
it's
be
75, yeah, if it's 75% black people in the NBA, wouldn't you say that it's unbalanced, or do you think that the NBA is fair that black people are just more talented? Which one?
I wouldn't say that it's unbalanced at all because I think they're hiring who they need to hire to do the jobs. And I also see other races of people there. So I would say that they have a very diverse workforce.
At
so.
75%?
So you don't believe
I
other
mean,
races was around before the DEI came? It
my
was just
thing
one
is
race.
I'll say about
Well,
this though.
he asked me, he said, do I think the NBA, because it's 75% black, but like if you go to a lot of these places, it's like 75% white and you have a few sprinkles of black people. So it's about the same for in my eyes. I mean, I can only tell you how it looks to me. It looks just about the same as when you go to Walmart or when you go to the hospital or when you go to anywhere. You might have more of certain people, but as long as you but you see other people working there too. So that's the point in
That
my
was a good
opinion
question,
of
Sean. That
diverse.
was a good question,
I
Sean.
don't think
So
it.
I
But
think
the
it's
wait,
diverse to
but
me. I
I
mean,
would say that
is it
I would
not
say
diverse
the
to y'all?
I would
because
say
it
the thing
showed.
is, though the DI is based off the fact that there was proven discrimination beforehand. You know what I'm saying? Like there's people that's been
Yes.
sued. There's a bunch of cases open on all of these companies that are discriminating against other people. That's why. If it was just they were hiring because again, YT people are the majority. So yeah, even in DEI case, it's not like you got to have 50% white, 50% black.
And
There's not as
that's
many
the
black people, so you only have to have like it's not it may be like 25%,
and
but
that's the problem with breaking it down that way. Like DEI could mean 1,000 things. So for instance, the Army had a program where they went to HBCUs and they specifically recruited engineering students from HBCUs as well as other places. But they were like, you know what? I actually think that these A&T colleges which are technical colleges and do produce engineers, that's untapped potential for the United States military that we haven't explored before. It was a DEI program that ended under the Trump administration. And there was a lot of outcry from military personnel being like, dude, it's the only reason I got in is because they came to the school and recruited me. My numbers were just as good as everybody else's, but the recruitment was off. That's prioritizing recruitment. That's considered DEI. There's no quota. It's just prioritizing recruitment and going to a certain place. And the fact that that's getting lumped in with the quota, which could be a different argument, is why this argument isn't a good faith argument.
Thank
You
you.
can break down specific policies,
They're
but
shaking
just
the
saying
jar.
DEI generally
They're
can include
shaking the
thousands of
jar.
different policies.
And then
Be
going
prepared
back to the
because
basketball thing, I
people
did want
people
to.
are mad for no reason. Like
I
Yeah, but going
think
to the basketball thing, I don't think there was like the again, it's not discrimination. It's like literally, it was actually illegal for black people to play basketball for a long time. So it's not discriminating. Like they're not discriminating against white people, because black people just started getting in here about 50 years ago, no, 60 years ago.
And I do think
Well,
it's
Yeah,
have you
ironic that
heard
you mentioned
anybody
basketball.
hold on,
complain
hold on,
about
wait,
it
hold
though?
on. I don't want to mute nobody. I want to respond to him. Okay, but Zay, I think that proves the bigger point, right? That once they opened it up, that's what I'm saying. I agree with you on that, right? But once they opened it up, right? At one point you couldn't play in it, and we was a minority group. Now, all of these years later, we are 75% of the NBA. So,
That's because,
hold on. So,
but hold
are we?
on, sir. I think there's
I'm a moderator. I
disagreement
think
here.
I'm gonna have to mute you, man. God damn.
yeah. Let him land his point because I want to hear his question.
Yeah. So, if that's the case, if we could say that the NBA is fair, right, without the DEI, whatever the case may be, they fair across the board with that, right? Are we saying it's fair because we are predominantly leading that?
No,
Or
I'm not saying. What I'm saying is there's not. Again, there are proven, but there's been a certain number of cases and all these things about the discrimination in the workforce against minorities and other people. If they can show that in the NBA, then you can have an argument. But again, that's up to that. I'm not saying that necessarily,
we have to
but
stop arguing with each other.
I don't think this is an argument. I think this
anybody
is
argument, man? What the
discussion.
hell?
we just having a
No,
conversation.
Sean, I think it's an interesting question.
It-
I think it's
it's
more interesting that in the not even the 50s, like you've seen Glory Road, that was in the 60s.
Yeah.
Riley played on a segregated basketball team that refused to recruit black people.
Mm-hmm.
maybe not right here in this particular instance.
Okay,
But
well, the reason why I
that's
bring it up
all
is
that's
that
going on. It's
the
a fight
difference,
against.
there's a big difference here. The reason why I bring that up is that it's still racism that's driving people to draft black players. They see a black person and a white person at the same height and have the same metrics, and they assume the black person is more athletic. I'm talking to somebody who recruited for sports, as somebody who recruited for sports, who played sports in high school, college, semi-pro. That's how it works. Shoot, they'll put you in a position that you don't play because they assume you're fast. And
No, that's not how that works in college. You're lying.
It is absolutely
No,
how it
that's
works in
not.
college.
What the
What'd you
hell?
play in
Come on,
college?
You said what?
What'd you play in college?
I didn't play sports in college, but
You
it,
recruit
See,
anybody
you
in
can't
college?
speak on that, bro. I played in college. He's
I
talking.
played in college and I
okay.
recruited in college.
Hold on. You were talking
played
about.
in
You were
and
talking
I
Mr.
about.
Zoe is back. What's
You
about to be
talked about.
interesting?
Yeah, you're talking about sports in general,
Candace
right?
Owens,
Obviously,
nigga.
football, basketball, none of these things are just played at the collegiate
I'm
level.
talking about college and pro
I-
because that's what we were talking about.
No, you were actually talking about professional sports. So you actually
Yeah, I
wasn't
know,
talking
and I'm
about
talking
college.
about college and pro.
No, you changed it to college. I know you haven't played professionally, right?
I play semi-pro. I didn't play professional.
Okay, right.
But
So
why are
the
you
point-
guys?
The
Why?
point
Here's
is,
my
though,
thing with. Well, I'm
the
sorry.
point is, it would be ridiculous for me to say that you can't talk about it because you didn't play professionally. That's just kind of like
it's not that you can't talk about
That's
it.
a deflection. That's a deflection.
It's not.
Right?
That's not what I
Instead of
said.
Just dealing with what
That's
we're
not what I
talking
said.
about. You said, well, you can't talk about it.
I didn't say that.
I'm talking about
Somebody
Zay.
else said it.
Yeah, I'm talking about Zay.
Okay.
You're responding. I don't know why.
Yeah,
That's
But
because
is
you're
that a-
addressing
but
my
is it a-
point.
But are
Yeah,
y'all
I
finding
said
a
that, yeah.
problem as
Yeah,
relates
but
to the
the point-
percentage in the
the point-
NBA? Is it a problem that it's majority black?
No, ma'am. No, I don't think
Okay.
it's a problem at all.
I'm just trying to understand. Why would you go against yourself?
And I think that to even compare something like the NBA or even the NFL to
One of it was majority white.
The NBA or the NFL?
Well, as long as it was
Yeah.
diverse. I
These
mean,
things were
here's my
majority white
thing.
at one point in
If
time.
it's like I said,
What do you
you
mean? What
go
if
to
it was
some
majority
places
white?
and it is majority white that's working, but you have some black people. By definition, they are meeting the
And there's
expectation
still
of a
sport leagues
diverse
that are
work
majority white,
environment.
anyways. You lacrosse is majority white. Like I don't
But do you
tennis.
know why you don't hear about that even being a problem? Because white people are benefiting from it. They're not upset. I mean, that's why I'm asking y'all, what are you going against yourself for? What is it? What's
Fluffy,
the
you have to
point?
kind of listen to
Hold
the
on, but you
They
conversation.
hold on,
they
hold on,
they been off
You're
the
not listening
DEI
to the
too.
hold on.
conversation.
But you
Oh,
proving a
okay.
point, right? You proving a point. Like if you asking us, because fairness shouldn't be based upon color, but what you trying to tell us that we should base fairness and not going against something all because it benefits us, right? And that's the same thing we talking about. YT people should
Well,
stop.
no, you
Wait,
know,
wait, you
me and
gotta let me
you. Oh, go
fluffy.
ahead. I'm
Let
sorry.
me finish. So what you're saying is that we shouldn't go against it because we benefit from it because we're black. Right and wrong doesn't have a color, right? So I could ask you that same question. Why would YT people go against something that benefits them? The same way
Well,
you telling
they
us why would
typically don't.
man, you know. So why would you want us to do it?
Well, that's why I'm asking you, why are you doing it?
Nobody is doing it. You have to listen to
Nobody.
Oh,
the
okay.
conversation, Fluffy.
Well,
You
maybe I
just kind
heard
of
you wrong because I'm
yeah,
at
just
because you
listen
That
a
you
little
you
you've
bit.
been
brought
I
up
doing
don't.
the
that all day
NBA.
though. Been
Well, I'm
doing that all
saying you
day.
brought up Sean, you brought up NBA to me because I'm telling you that DEI doesn't quite work the way you guys are saying it works, and that is it doesn't require anyone to lower any standards for someone to get hired. And I also mentioned the fact that the same way DEI works for minorities is the same way it works for Caucasians. As long as there's a certain amount of Caucasians, it doesn't matter if it's predominantly black. You've met that. You've
So
met your standard.
so
So
my
that's
point
what I'm
was
trying
if
to
I were to
say.
break it up. Hold on. My point was because I think somebody said it earlier. At one point we couldn't be in the NBA, right? Now at this point we're 75% of that. So I would say if people would say, you know what, we got to meet a quota. Do you think the talent in the NBA would change? Yes or no?
And if what?
If the NBA say, you know what, we got to meet a quota of certain European or Caucasian players, we have to, right? Do you think the talent in the NBA would change? Yes or no?
No, because they're already doing that.
What?
Because DEI doesn't exclude Caucasians, and
Let's
that's
hold on.
why.
Now
So
I
that's
gotta.
how me and you got here in
But
the
he's
first.
talking about the
I don't think
NBA
you're. I don't
I'm
think
specifically.
talking
you're.
about the NBA.
I
She ain't
know what
listening.
you're
She ain't
talking
listening.
about, but you and I got to the NBA. You got to the NBA
The
because you
talent
were
will
trying.
change, ma'am.
But
That's
wait a
for a
minute.
fact.
Let me answer
It's
you.
not though. It's
It's not
opening
going to
up more than
change
now.
because they are already doing by definition what DEI does,
They're
and
doing
that
it.
is pull in the best people. And all you're doing is just making it diverse by having other people, but you're just flipping it around where it's predominantly black, where it's not predominantly white as it typically is. That's it.
Now,
They are you're pulling your best people.
And I actually think that your argument for the NBA is backwards
no,
because
because I
Yes,
will
it
say
is
this
backwards.
is the
He
here's,
most.
doesn't
here's why.
understand.
They have
Sean
the
does
most
not
European basketball
understand what
players they ever
They're
DEI
had. Now,
is.
expanding and prioritizing Europe. There are European basketball players that they're going after that were never gone after before. One of the best players in the NBA is white
Why are y'all
because they
talking about?
prioritize recruiting
Why are
in
y'all talking
other
about a
continents.
minority group? That's
Sean, you don't have a
Whites are
clear
a minority
understanding
group,
of what
absolutely, and
DEI
hold
part of the
on.
reason
is.
that's the
Definitely
case is because
disagree that
not
you're
as
speaking on
many
a
white players
minority group
prioritize
of
basketball and play
Caucasian
multiple
players.
sports.
Hold on. Why speak on a certain exceptions of white players when it's 75% black?
no, Sean, but no, that's what I'm saying. No, so what we getting at is at one point, like right now, it's opening up to where there's more. Like this is the most European players there have ever been, and it's only going to continue to grow. It's actually starting to reach that point. Like now, it's not a law
Yeah.
like a
And
DEI
you
law
and you know
right
something,
now,
you've noticed that,
but
like you said, you've noticed the change in the play
yeah, the play
in
is
the
a lot different.
NBA.
It's a lot more slow pace now, slow
Yep.
pace now because you got more
Everybody's
like
shooting
Luca. You
now.
got Luka
Three
Doncic.
pointers.
You
No
got
defense.
even
I refuse to
The Greek
accept that.
freak
Play defense.
Giannis.
Agreed.
He's from Europe too, even though he's black. But it's just there's a
No
lot more
defense.
European players.
And
And
The
they
also,
play
point
no
is
defense.
that this is what they want is they want to be able to take us back to a time where minorities are not going to have the same equability in employment as they
I
didn't
agree with
have
that.
Me
I
before.
too.
agree with
About
that.
And so,
design
and I'm gonna
and
tell
shit.
I
y'all
agree
why
with
I
that.
feel a way about that is because I
So
have mixed
what?
race grandsons,
I'm
and
trying to see
I'm
like
honest with you about
is
that.
my let me see. Dang, my junk don't even show that my stuff glowing. But I was about to say. So you saying the same exact people that gave us this fairness is trying to take away the fairness?
I do. I feel like by
That
a
don't
lot
make
of
no
things
sense.
that's I feel like a lot of things that's happening are direct because here's the thing. Do you really believe in the world that we're in today? And I'm saying this from some personal experiences that I have that I know just personally. But do you really think that the world we're in today is set up to, without force of any kind, be fair and equable to an African American? Be honest with yourself.
They've been doing it. Why you think we
No,
at where we at?
there's been
Y'all
some
still stuck
reckoning.
in back in the days or something like
There's
that. Like
been
why
No,
would
no,
they?
I
no.
don't know
What
why
she's
you're
saying,
I don't
what
think
she's
you're
saying,
hearing
she's
me.
So,
telling you about history. She's
I don't
telling you. I
think
don't
you're
know
you're
how
right.
hearing
old
That's
you
me.
guys are.
history. That's
Hold
history,
on.
right? We're talking about
Listen.
presently now.
No,
Presently
no,
Yeah,
no.
now.
but that's what
But
I'm
it
trying to
all
say.
goes back for history,
Do
guys.
you really
Okay,
think that
right. We
even
are
in
at where we
today
at
we're
because it have
set
to be
up
good.
to?
Hold on, real quick. Let me finish real quick. The point is that it don't make no sense of what you're saying because why would we fight for this stuff? Then it had to be some fair people to even give us these rights. Now you're saying that these same type of people about to be like, nah, I wanna go back and let them be slaves again. Whatever you know what I'm saying? That
Well,
don't make no sense. I don't know.
But
Y'all realize that
please
it
let
gotta
me
be some good.
answer.
It
wait,
has
wait.
to
Let
be.
me say something, Fluffy.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Okay.
Because I was gonna say that one, it's not office and stuff change, so it's not always the same people. Secondly, most of the stuff that we've gotten to us, not necessarily given to us. They approved it, but we fought civil rights, everything that we've gotten, even all of this stuff, we fought for it and kind of forced them to pass these things. Yes, they did have to pass it, but you had to put the fire under their butt to get it right. So I'm not gonna be as simple as say, hey, they gave us these things, why would they take it back? They were kind of, they were their hands were kind of almost tied because of the publicity of how things were being treated, other countries weighing in, their public image, all of those things made them do these things. So it's not beyond me to say that they would try to take it back. Like I don't think that's too outlandish to think.
Hey, hold on. Let me ask Chris quick. Hold on. Fluffy,
Not
you say
only
you
that,
are.
we feed their economies.
Hold on, Fluffy. Did you say you YT? Is that what you said earlier?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so my question. Okay,
What the?
so hold on, wait. So hold on. So what is the difference from like if this is what's crazy to me about black people, right? Is you could get up here, and I ain't trying to be no switch of the rule or never, right? But like the same thing with Charlie Kirk shit, right? You could get up here and you could talk about black issues, and when black people agree with you, you get no pushback at all. But if you were to get up here and speak on the opposite side than us, then you would be a target. So I'm curious on what is different from you and Charlie Kirk? Because I could say the same shit that what you preaching is some very harmful rhetoric trying to keep us down.
Mm,
So you
mm.
think what I've said up here has been harmful rhetoric?
I didn't say that, ma'am. You keep
A
twisting
lot
my
of a
words.
lot of y'all
I
do
didn't
that.
say
So
that at all. I
So
did
I
not
don't
say that.
understand what your point is. Have I said anything that's harmful
I
to
made
any?
my point. I said I could feel like what you're
You
saying is harmful and trying to keep black people down. I didn't say
how?
you,
In what way?
ma'am, damn.
No, you said that. I'm asking you in what way? What
Because
have
your
I?
talking points is, I feel like you're trying to keep us down, and it serves you. So
How?
I can feel. I just told you. Every time
No,
you
you
come
didn't
up,
tell me.
you got a hard
oh
time
my
listening, man.
gosh,
Like you ask me
damn.
for an answer, and then when I start to respond, you cut me off.
Well, then
At
let me
least,
You're
be
hey, at least
clear.
we ain't know that it ain't only black women that's like that. It ain't. She just can't keep her mouth shut for two
hold on,
Well,
seconds.
hold on.
let
You
me be
tripping out here?
clear.
Hold on.
What have I said that could make you feel that way?
Because I told you earlier, right, where you are closed minded, right? When I said it was me, you, and Zay up here, Zay disagreed with me, but he had an open mindedness to it. Like he gave me a fair assessment where I felt like every time before I got up here, you was going at Kev, it was always the victimhood mentality. And then as I've been up here talking to you, you still have not deviated from that at all. And then you to be a YT woman up here saying this type of stuff is very alarming to me. And I'm surprised it's not to other people because you was up here talking the other side, then they would be on your ass. But they're not on your ass because you're agreeing with them.
So you think, okay, so let me make sure I got what you said right. You saying because I am not going to agree with you about what DEI is, then I am on the wrong side of right because you don't understand what DEI is. And let me be clear to the panel what I said. I said DEI does not require you to lower the standards for anybody.
It
It
makes
does
sense
not.
now. I didn't even know you was YT all
Can
that
I
time.
finish?
That's
But
probably
can
why
I
you don't
finish
feel
what
that
I
way. You don't
said?
want to
Because
expose
I'm
your
trying to
peoples.
understand. Okay, but can I finish? I said DEI does not require you to lower the standards. You both, the host and Sean, were both dead set on the fact that you have to lower the standards. That's what you said. So y'all
That's
don't
what
like the
was
fact that I
proven.
know
He
what
already
DEI
proved it
means and you
already. You
don't.
keep no.
And the,
You and your daughter know. You only got your information from your
no,
daughter.
you asked me where
We
I
got
got
other
my
people that
information.
invest, right? But we, like I said, that's all
But
you've been
you
talking
asked
about
me
is your
where I
little
got my
circle.
information from,
Right,
and I
you and
told
your
you, and I
daughter, and
said,
then we got a person that's like Charlie Kirk that actually investigated and look at many of the way
but
these
Charlie
things have
Kirk
been
was
used.
wrong, sir.
Oh my
Damn,
God.
my
Hey, Kev, man,
gosh,
you can't talk to a white liberalist. This is what Malcolm X told us to stay
It's,
away
it's it's a
from.
real difference on how
Malcolm
they
X
both
Well,
told
said
us
let,
to
it.
let
stay
me
away
well
from white
let
liberals
me
like
put it
this, fam.
clear.
No,
Let
To
me
be
put
let
it
honest,
me
how they
put it.
clear.
both
I'm
how
a
they both
moderator.
said
I'll
between
make it
her
clear
and Charlie
for you.
Kirk, it's very different.
I'm a moderator. I'll make it clear. Okay. Let me explain something. That this is the problem that we have. See, it's the Malcolm X told us to stay away from people like this. That thinks
Like
that we're
what?
talking about like black white liberals. He told us to stay away from people like this because we know
Like
that
me?
DEI. Be quiet. Because we know that DEI had lowered the standards for people to be, of color to get jobs. They didn't even have to be
Wow.
qualified. They didn't even have to be qualified to even get it. That's
That's
what
not.
DEI. I said hush.
No, don't talk to me
I
that way. You
said
don't
I
have
said
to.
hush.
You
Please be
being
quiet.
ignorant.
all you gotta
No, I'm
do is
not.
mute your dang on mic,
All you got
dog.
to
What the
do is
I
hell?
mute up. You
will,
keep
but
you
don't talk to me
interrupting.
like that.
Well, then I wouldn't have to if you just be quiet. Hush.
That's all disrespectful. That's why people get mad.
Dang. I know, but you better be happy I didn't drop you. So my thing is this: we're black people like us are tired of looking for these people that think that we always have to play the victim to something. No, we have all of these opportunities to get up to go make something out of ourselves and do what we need to do and go handle our business. Now, when we talk about our community need to do, oh, it's okay. But when somebody outside of our community say it, it's a disrespectful and it's racist and all this stuff like that. No, we as the community know what's going on. We know what we need to do. I don't care who says it. The truth is the truth. It don't matter what color person is coming from. The truth is the truth. I don't take it like that no more because Kev, I don't even take. I never did take it like that. We as a community talk about this all the time. But when somebody outside of our community talk about it and say the truths that we're saying, they're racist for it.
Right.
They hate
So
for it.
why do they
No,
need to
that's
speak
Charlie.
on
not
it?
that
Why
way.
do they
That's
need to
not
speak
even
on
how
it in
that
the
works.
first
What
place? If
have
we
I
Yeah,
always
said
Charlie
we
that's
Kirk.
always
Call him
disrespectful?
Fluffy,
That's what I'm
please. Oh
trying
my
to
God. Can you?
understand.
hold on,
Listen,
Fluffy.
I'm
Hold
I'm
on,
just
Fluffy.
trying to get this
If
out
we
though. That's
always
What
saying
have
it to
I
each
said
Wait,
that's
wait. Let
disrespectful?
Cloud let Cloud Zero Zote speak. They ain't really
yeah,
get to say much yet.
yeah, if we always saying it to each other, what makes you think we need a Charlie Kirk to come around and say it to us too?
Are y'all
That's that's
calling me a Charlie
Can
Kirk?
y'all
that's the
please drop
Oh
I
him?
ain't
my.
talking to
Man.
you at
that's
all.
yeah,
She is
yeah.
dog.
All you
So
need
we
to do,
don't
ma'am,
need
Fluffy,
Charlie
mute up
Kirk,
before I
and
drop you, please. I'm gonna
yeah,
say
we
it
don't.
respectfully.
Charlie Kirk wasn't a my bad. Charlie Kirk wasn't a fair person. He only talked about what our people doing instead of his people.
That's
We
a
can make
lie, bro. You're lying, bro.
when did he talk
You're
about?
lying. Let me tell
Okay,
you why
when
you're
has he?
lying.
No. Hold on. When has
I'm
he
gonna
talked
Matter of
I'm
about
gonna
fact,
tell
go
you why
ahead,
you're
go ahead,
lying.
go
sexual
ahead.
assault?
No, let him get it out, and then
Yeah.
then we can prove
Okay,
to
then I'll
him
tell
that he
him why he
lying.
lying. Bet.
Yeah.
No
So
problem.
when has he talked about sexual assault? Well,
Don't ask a
Uh-oh.
question if we're
No.
not ready for that right now. So just go
well,
ahead
why?
and explain the reason why, so we can do this on open panel.
Yeah.
Cause it's like
So
three other
when
people
has he
that have
talked
not
about
talked at all.
sexual assault?
Why is
So
you
go
asking
ahead.
Yeah.
questions?
All right,
Say the
Kev.
reason why he
He
lying.
just
Say
said
the reason why he
he
lying.
just said what he just said, bro. That's why I'm asking the
Yeah,
question.
we gonna do that on open panel because there's literally three other people that haven't spoke up here at all. So we can't do a back and forth at the moment. So I'm gonna give you 1 minute to explain your piece of what you feel about this guy.
Yeah.
We gotta let High Agenda go, Old Majesty, and TC up here now. So
Yo, yo.
Say
Yeah,
how
we
you
know
feel. Just
what
get
he
it off your
represents.
chest.
We know what most of his followers represent. They white nationalists,
No, you don't.
conservatives,
Stop making assumptions.
conservatives, and then they only want to. Why do you want to keep interrupting, bro? You like Fluffy right now. So they,
Don't
they
mention
like
my
that.
name.
Well, I'm just saying,
All right, y'all. I gotta
they
give
want
her
they
another one
represent
minute.
white nationalism.
Please don't
Most,
interrupt. I got 1 minute. I'm gonna give you another 1 minute, man. Go ahead, brother.
yeah, most of the Charlie Kirk followers talk all that shit, hide behind God, but praise to white Jesus. And so a lot of this stuff don't make sense. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he came with good intentions. I don't think he came. He talked a lot about it. Yeah, he said fathers in the home, but those like resolutions that he came up with was kind of bullshit. It was kind of like a backhand. You know what I'm saying? Because it's also environment. He never spoke on environmental, how the things got the way it was, and things like that. So he, like I said, he wasn't a fair person. He was kind of asshole, and nobody liked him when he was alive. So just because he unalive don't mean he get a fake praise. Nobody praised him when he was here. Um, yeah, and the DEI shit was bullshit. Black people always been overly qualified. Y'all see how hard your mothers work versus any other lady and all kind of things. So I think that's bullshit.
Got you. All right. So, Old Majesty, what you got for me? Old Majesty, you on tick? Oh, there you go. You there, Old Majesty?
Oh, you can't. I'm sorry. I was still on mute.
Oh,
Um,
yeah, yeah. There you go. You
I,
got a
I, I
minute.
just,
We gonna give everybody take on this. All right. Good.
I just want to understand why we're putting out so much time and energy on that one. You know, when we got so many of these people that are being hung on trees and stuff. I don't get it. You know,
Yeah, I
why
think
aren't
you
we
stick
talking
around long
about?
enough, you'll figure it out.
What do you? Okay.
Yeah. So, you got any statements or how you feel about this person or whatever? What brought you up here? Anything?
No, he doesn't matter to me. You know, because our people matter to me.
Mm-hmm. I feel you. Hey, man, I feel you on that. I think everybody matter to me, especially if they're a Christian. But hey, that's a whole other thing. All right.
No, I'm talking about when someone is against my folk, I'm not for them.
Got you. You feel like he against you. I feel like he for us. So all right, I got you. All right, so let's I can give you your minute up. All right. Highlander, what you got for me? Uh high end?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, my name is Chris. You can just call me Chris.
Chris, all right. What you got for me? You
Well,
got a minute.
okay. Yeah, he was he was great at speaking, with people. I mean, I want to say he was a great speaker. It was something, I was never good at whenever I was younger. So I can tell you that I learned a lot from hearing Charlie speak. And he was able to twist a lot of shit. And that's the truth. Whenever it comes to DEI, though, he was more for the corporations. Because if I'm a corporation, if I have a huge business, I'm going to say that DEI is racist. Why am I going to say that it's racist? Because, I benefit from that. Because it includes better pay for men and women. And it's not even about being, person of color or not. Because 50% of the people that actually benefited from DEI were white. And some people actually they had degrees, so therefore they were in a better spot. But now a lot of people they wanted it removed. So now I guess we're gonna find out, who actually benefits. If we benefit the more, or if they benefit the most. So it's gonna be interesting.
All right, time is up. Appreciate you. Then the last person, TC. And at the TC, we hope we can talk in order because I know y'all got disagreements and stuff. We can start this open panel. But TC, what you got for me? And like everybody got their point of views, y'all can write it down or whatever y'all want to address. And right at the TC, open panel. So go ahead, TC. You got a minute.
All right, look, I don't know. I ain't the most familiar all the way with the DEI, but I did want to comment on the fact that, like, in our culture, a lot of times they do give us power, but we don't really have the power. They give us the power and put us in positions to be able to do certain things, but we still monitored by them as the overhead, if you understand what I'm saying. You know, so a lot of times we in these positions, even you might look at some of the stars and stuff like that and be like, oh, they was up here and all of that. They still under a head though. You know what I'm saying? We can't even come together as a community, even in a panel or whatever, sometimes even come together. So we don't even have the power within ourselves. You feel me?
I agree.
And that was it for real.
All right, y'all. Open panel.
Yeah.
I just want to say, I
You
think
know it
Oh
came
my
up
Wolfgang was
God.
rude.
Man, look, I don't even care
I
what
think he
nobody
was
talk
rude.
about, though. Here it is. I don't care what you think. Let me tell you what the truth is. The
No, the
truth is
truth
not
is
nice.
you were
The truth is
rude and
only
you didn't
rude.
even
The
know.
truth is only rude to those who don't want to accept it. The truth is only terrible to people who don't want to deal with it. And the truth is only horrible when people don't want to face it. The truth is
Okay.
this. The truth is that we as a black community have opportunities to make our community better, but some of us just choose not to do it. We already know that bottom line is this, that there we can just because a person of a different color was saying things that we say about our community all the time does not make them racist, because if that's the truth, then that makes us racist too. That
Oh,
makes
so
us
you are
racist
for
against our
Charlie
own.
Kirk. Is that what you're trying to
No,
say?
I'm
Yeah.
for the truth. I'm not for Charlie. I'm for the truth. And the bottom line is this. And I want to just point out that Clouds was a lie. Just a lie talking about, you think Charlie Kirk never got up there and just only addressed the black people and black things that happen in black communities. Stop with the lies. This is what I'm saying. Because he said something about black people, you want to choose to be the victim and want to act like that's all the
Are
only
you his
people you can
attorney?
talk. Let me finish saying what I'm saying.
He's rude, man.
Y'all making it seem like he's the only, like black people was the only people that he spoke to.
Well, I'm gonna say this in response to
Well,
you,
no. Bottom line, did he only
Wolfgang.
speak to black people and only address black problems?
I'm gonna say this for you, Wolfgang,
Did he only address black people?
It
Did
was
he
can
only
only
I
one
can I
person that
speak? Can
said
I
that.
speak?
Just ask the person
Let
that
me
said
answer the
So
that.
question? And my
I'm gonna say
question is this:
I'm
Hey,
gonna
Kev,
say
Kev, I'm
this.
gonna be real with this though.
Okay.
To everybody on the panel, did Charlie Kirk only speak and address black people and black
No,
problems?
no, he didn't.
Nah.
Can we move
So
on?
how
No.
could he be? So did he address other races of people?
Mainly.
Yeah.
I don't know about other
But not at
races,
He,
but
you a
one
lot.
time.
How you got? He addressed whites. He addressed blacks. He
Well,
addressed
he
well,
Hispanics.
addressed
He
No,
everyone
here's
on
addressed.
the
the
He
what
thing.
I'm
addressed
panel.
saying,
everybody.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna say
when I'm
this to
saying
you,
other
So how
Wolfgang.
could he
races,
be
I'm gonna say
racist
this to
towards
you,
us when you?
Wolfgang.
No, man.
He
No,
did
you're
not.
asking
I'm not
questions you
He
even.
don't
did
want to
Look,
not
answer
here's
because
the
that's what
address.
problem.
you're asking.
The
He did
problem
not.
is. The
He did
problem
not
is.
What's wrong
address
with him?
other
I
races of
watched his
people.
videos. The problem is that
He
black
did not
people always
address
want to be.
other
All right,
races of
whatever.
people
You
in the
So
same
Malcolm X
what
told
way
has
us
he
not to
he
said
trust
about
people
addressed
what
like
has he
black
this. So
said
I
people.
about
don't
No,
white
listen
he
to
men
him.
did
in
not.
America?
And if you
Problem
say
here that
that,
Kev is
you're
just very
wrong for
this.
saying that.
No,
What
You're
you're
wrong
did he
for
wrong
say
for
saying
about
thinking
that.
what
that
did he
he
You
say
think
only.
that
about
he
white people in
Go
America?
ahead, y'all got it. Cause y'all
No, what
acting
did he
like
say?
this man only
you
spoke to
think
black
Okay, what did
people.
he say
He
about white
did.
people in
other
Hey,
America?
people
Went.
the
wait,
same
He
like,
went.
way.
cause he was
He went
responding to Cloud.
to
He was.
different college campuses and spoke with every race of people. And y'all want to sit up in here act like he only addressed black people. No, he did not. He
Yeah. I
addressed
Well,
mean,
so what?
everybody in all communities and everything. But y'all want to play victim
So
and
what?
act like he was
What
just
is the
speaking
big
to
deal?
us.
Hey,
The
but
did
big
y'all
deal
know?
is
Anyways,
that
Hey, did y'all
because
know that he?
y'all
What are you
Did
getting
y'all
up
asking?
know
here
he?
lying, acting like you a victim or something,
But
like he
can
only
anyone else
addressed
have a
us in
chance
our
to speak
communities.
over you,
my
Hey,
thing
Wolfgang?
is
look,
so
Come on,
my
man.
thing
look.
Cut
is
it
Here
out,
go
so
man.
another one. Let me
Y'all
say this
go
real
do something
quick.
with yourself.
wait,
Let me say
but
this real quick. He even talked about pancakes versus waffles. Like y'all didn't even catch. Did y'all ever see that debate?
I
nah,
No.
never
did.
seen
He
that.
talked about
You know
sports team.
what? Y'all confuse
He
me.
talked
Y'all
about
got
look,
me
he
confused.
yeah, of course, because when you don't do your research, it's like you and your daughter only do, right? That
Sugar,
that
I
is
got a
more
son
things.
that
It's
don't do
more
nothing but
cool.
listen
Cool.
research
to
My
about what?
When
I
has he
got a
Research
talked
about
about
son
about
that
what?
don't do
about
nothing
this
but
guy
listen to
that
when
you're
has he
Charlie.
about
talked about white
Research
men in
about what,
let me
America?
Jay?
say it real quick. This about the guy that y'all have that y'all that's got y'all in y'all feelings right now. That's y'all do the
So
research
When
on
has
that.
he talked
Like
about
the
white
No,
same
people in
way
no,
America?
this
no, no,
look
you
the
no. So
same
two
I
are
way
will.
very
this
hostile.
oh
You're
my
just too
gosh.
hostile. You're too
Yeah, okay
hostile,
then
and you need
why
to
you
stop that.
in here then? If you too hostile, why you in here? You got
So
the option to leave. All right,
like I
so the
Okay,
thing,
said,
so can you repeat to me what he said about white
I don't
people in
even know you
America?
a white girl talking about our issues. I don't know why you in here. I don't
So
even be
here's the
like
thing.
that, but
I
dang.
never heard him necessarily talk about white people, but he
I'm a
talks about
white
Yes, he
liberals.
did,
He
fam.
woman
talks
Oh,
about
see,
that
that's
said,
So let
hey,
me
hey,
see.
hello.
Kev, there
When
it
he
did he
talks
is.
talk
about
about white
You
people
hear
in
it?
Hispanics.
America?
You hear it?
He
There
does
it
talk
is.
about
You
he
hear
You
it,
does
said
Kev?
talk
I'm
about
you said I'm a white
When?
Nobody,
What
woman,
did he
I
say?
will
but
say
I'm a
that.
white
nobody, they
woman that
only
have
go,
black
hey,
children.
Kev, they only go and look for the stuff that he says about black
That
people
hurt him,
What
right?
instead
did
of
he
That's
say
all
looking
they
for the
about
do.
stuff
white people?
of what
But
he
check
said
this out.
about
What does he say
everybody
about white
else.
people in
But
America?
that,
He
here's what I
said
say
things
though.
Said
about,
about
well, look, he said things about Caucasian people,
what has he
Mexican
said about them?
people,
No,
other
no, no.
people
What
from
has he
other
said
countries.
about white
All
people
you
of
have to
What did
America?
he
do is
say
go
that's
watch
so
the
White
offensive to
people,
videos,
not
black?
man. Uh,
Israelis and all that shit. What has he
He's been
said
So
about
speaking
then
people
about,
y'all
of
have
he's been
America?
never
speaking
truly
about
listened to Charlie Kirk
everybody.
is what I'm pulling.
Bro,
That's what
what
I'm
has he
pulling.
said about white
Okay,
people
all
in
right then.
America? Can somebody
So all
answer
right
that?
then. So what? Martin Luther King wasn't racist when he said
So,
things about white people.
hey, host, you hear me?
Okay, well,
Can
Someone
you
that's
answer that?
so
being actively oppressed.
What's that?
That's we're not gonna
What
compare them
happened?
to
Can
Charlie
you answer
So
that?
now,
What
now
has
why
he said
not?
about like white people
Because
Why
in
again, he
not?
was
America?
being actively
Hey,
oppressed.
look, I'm gonna
No,
do
I'm just
something.
That's
saying
all.
why not?
I'm gonna do
This is
something that
crazy.
y'all having a hard time doing. You said what is he said about white people? So that's what we're gonna look it up the same way y'all looked up all the stuff he said about black people only. Let's go see. We're gonna look
In
up what has he
America.
said about white people.
In
Without
America.
talking
Go
without
ahead,
talking
Kev.
about their sexuality, without talking about
No, no,
anything that
no,
ain't got
no, no.
nothing to do
We
with white
not
people.
gonna
Yeah,
exclude. No,
Boy,
you
no.
he
ain't got
added
time.
more and more
Hold
stuff
on,
to
hold
what
on,
he
hold
was
on.
That's
saying.
the
Let
That
me
was
say
so
this.
problem.
Let me
simple.
No,
just say
no,
this.
we ain't finna
Let
exclude
me just say
nothing. We
this.
gonna
Let me
talk
just say
about
this.
everything.
Let me
That's the
just say this.
problem.
So
No, we
more
not
white.
a.
Hey, hold on, hold on. Let
Hold
me just.
on,
How's
fam.
the
No,
weather in
what we not.
Texas?
Hey,
Hey,
Kev,
hey.
what
How's
we
Let
the
me
not
just
weather
gonna
say
in
this.
do,
Texas?
Let me
man.
just say this.
I bet you I
I
do
want to
better
know
out here
how the
though.
weather is in
It's
the
more
weather
Texas.
is
white
Bet you I
great
people
in
do
in
it like
Texas.
America,
this
right?
though.
It's more white people in America. So whatever they do it at, whatever race that they do it at, is going to be very, So if they assaulting people at like 69%, and their population is that huge, um, he made it very clear we're violent. Why am I keep being in mute?
What happened? What's going on?
Somebody keep muting me. I think it's Wolf Gang, bro. Like, what are you doing?
What happened? Is anybody? Is he talking or something? He must be muted trying to talk and think he talking. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, yeah, my bad. Let me, my bad.
Oh, he was
What
talking
we're
on
not
him.
gonna do? Yeah, Kev. But I just want to say what we're not gonna do is we're not gonna say let's look up and exclude stuff. No, we're gonna include everything. We're gonna just like you want to pick everything about what he said about black people. We're gonna pick everything that he says about
Yeah, that's what I'm
everybody.
telling you
You're
to
not gonna.
do.
No,
What
you
the
talking about
fuck?
some, but excluding this. No, we're not gonna exclude nothing.
So
We're
can
gonna
I?
look up everything that he
No,
said about
Okay,
everybody.
Wolfgang, you keep repeating
So
yourself
why
like
did
three
hey look?
damn,
times.
Why
bro.
didn't
I don't
he
know
He's
why you keep
make a?
doing that.
Why didn't he support a program that was helping out white tea people? He had a whole black. What's
What
called
Who?
program
black.
was that?
Who?
It's
What
Blexit,
called
Who
Black
are you
program?
Leaders.
talking
It's
about?
called because he had a
Blexit.
program for black
We're
people
talking
because
about
he realized
Blexit.
Who?
the issue. He
Who
realized the
had a
issue.
program?
Your
Curly Kurt.
Majesty,
It's
Well,
called
well,
please,
Black.
tell us
please.
the name of
It's
that
Can
called.
y'all?
program.
Oh my
Can I
He's
God.
say
trying.
it if
He
y'all can
trying to.
shut
He's
the?
trying to tell
Oh boy,
you.
I was about to mess up.
Y'all
Oh
need to
gosh, but
drop them.
if
God damn.
if y'all just stay quiet for a minute, you can hear what I'm saying. Like y'all just so triggered. I don't get what's going on. Everybody else up here is having a civil, regular conversation. Y'all get triggered at every last little thing. Is y'all trying to have a conversation or not? Because I'm not y'all therapist. If y'all got other issues y'all got to deal with, y'all can go somewhere else. I'm just having a conversation. What the hell? That's all crazy. All I'm saying is that yes, he has a. It's
He keep
called
muting me.
B. It's called BL. It's called BL. Black Lives. I'm gonna look it up though. It's
Blexit.
called
You're
Black.
talking about Blexit.
I just want to
That's what it's
see him
called.
point out the
Yeah, it's called
statistics, how he
Blexit. You
point them
talking
out
about
with
the
black
organ, the
people. The
political
Black,
same way.
organization?
yeah, the leadership thing that he in, yes, and I guess he helping to. I gotta do more research on that part, but
The
basically,
same way.
go
The
ahead.
same way you point out everybody's statistics, bro. I want to see him pointing out white males sexually assaulting people in America. I want to see. I want to
I'm
see.
pretty sure he might
That's
have
a
talked
huge
about that.
statistic. That's a huge statistic.
So
That's worse than a violent. That's
can I
worse than a
say what I
violent
was
shit.
going to
You know what
say?
And
I'm saying?
Blexit was Candace
So I
Owens'
want to hear
company.
him
No,
stress
Blexit was
how
under Turning Point USA. It was a part of the
This
unmoral
satellite
and
was
network.
Candace
un-American that
Owens.
is. You know what I'm
Oh
saying?
my God, it
Y'all
was
know he
both of
got
them.
over
You just look it up. It was both of them.
over
I
hundreds and
did.
hundreds of. Y'all know he got hundreds of
What's
videos.
wrong with
Y'all
this
really
lady?
think he was just talking about black people all the time? Out of them hundreds of
Majority,
videos,
more than white males
majority. Well,
that talk to
how do you
people.
know that if y'all didn't watch him like that?
I
I
did watch
watched
them.
him,
I
and I
watched a
got a
lot of them.
son that listens to him
Look, but check
constantly.
this out.
It
Before everybody just started finding out about Kirk. I seen him Parker debate people on TikTok like Parker. I've been seeing I know where he comes from, bro. More than probably a lot of y'all on this panel. So I'm just saying, I know he can't fool me with the shit that y'all saying right now.
So y'all don't think Charlie
So
Kirk was at all a racist?
yes, he
He
was
wasn't
No,
racist.
racist. No.
He was
I think he was a
absolutely
Christian
racist.
more than anything. He was a
I
Christian.
Well,
don't
I'm
know.
gonna
He
tell
could
you
be.
from
I don't
another
know the
white
man
So
person
personally. I
talking
can't
about
say yes
another
or no.
white
so because
person.
he
But
was a
He
Christian
was
doesn't mean he
truly a
wasn't racist.
yeah,
racist.
that
No,
don't
Yes,
mean
he
he
you're
wasn't
was.
No,
racist.
racist.
he actually was a
You're
person
racist.
that lived up.
I
He
don't know
lived
what
up.
he lived. You don't know what these people are doing
Yeah, we
behind
don't.
closed
Yes,
We
doors.
I
don't.
In
do
my
If he
because
opinion,
yeah,
was
he's
because
or
I.
if he
racist.
wasn't,
This is what I
what is it
this is
gonna
what I
do
do
for
know.
you?
You're
How do
Hold
you
on,
know?
racist.
But you don't have
on
evidence
that.
that he a
Oh,
racist though.
oh
So
no,
that's
I
your
do
All
have
I
belief
evidence
and
know
for
my
is
that.
Okay,
belief.
if he
I
was or
do
if
have.
he wasn't, what is
Oh
it
man,
gonna
Cause
do for
that's
our
can you
community?
drop her,
he
What
still
is
please?
it
gonna
gonna
have
nobody
do for
nobody
you?
talking about that because like
Um,
just like a lot of y'all don't be in my room when I am doing something or talking about something specified because y'all like drama and everything else. Don't come with that. What is he doing? This is a reason why this dude is up here. Like it's either it's gonna separate these victim mentality people or these people that
victim
claim that they
mentality.
Christians or these fake preachers and all that stuff. Yes, and I'm gonna keep on doing this topic until we got I
So,
can separate all these people because
say the word, Kev.
I don't
Well,
see none of y'all in
even
this room when I'm holding men accountable and women accountable or when I'm talking about
No, brother.
let's look at our internal
Accountable
issues.
to
Y'all
what?
don't be y'all accountable to what the hell? What? Oh my gosh!
it's not us, it's
You got a
you.
husband? You got a? I don't know what's going
Oh
on,
my
bro. What
God.
the
All
hell?
right.
I
Hold
think
on.
we all need to be held accountable to something.
Can
That
we
was a crazy
Well,
thing,
may I
can
but
we
say
focus
I guess
something,
on
that I expect that
please?
from women anyways. They don't think they need
But
to be
can
accountable
can
for
I
anything.
can I say something,
no, I
please?
was saying something.
Well,
Please.
can I
Good.
finish?
No, you
So,
was oh
You've
my
been talking
God.
most of the day,
No.
boy.
well,
How
can
about
I
you sit
finish
back
what
and
I was
listen?
saying?
How about you sit back and learn something from some of these black people? You feel me?
Well,
Let's
no,
go ahead
can
and
I
sit back
finish
and
what I was
relax.
saying?
No,
You
you done
you
finished
said
Oh
enough.
Jesus.
You
you
finished
said
enough.
that
You got.
you said that I'm just a white woman here.
Yeah, you
Well,
are, aren't you?
the hell? You the one said it. The
And
hell?
I'm gonna say this to you: I have black children.
You
Oh
That's
have
not what you
children.
my!
want.
He
Excuse me,
he is
sir,
Hey,
the
how
but
do
I
we
host.
know
don't
you're
want my
not
He
racist?
children.
said mute up, bro. He said
I
mute
don't
up,
want my
bro. Okay.
children.
Oh God.
How
He
do?
said mute up.
I
Can I
don't want my
He
children
said
going
mute
into
up.
a
Can you
world
please mute up so he can
where
finish
they have to
talking,
live
please?
with Charlie Kirk.
Can you
I don't want.
please can you please stay muted until till the host finish talking,
There you
please?
go. She up out of there. If baby took her
I'm
out, my
not.
baby done took her out. It's over now. All
Hey,
right, so
Kev, I'm sorry, Kev, man, but
go
this
ahead.
is
Go
the
ahead.
thing that we be talking about, man. You see how the problem that we can't even come together as a community when we tell people to go actually do research, but they only look for things that benefits their narrative. If you want
Mm-hmm.
to get the truth and the understanding of everything, you have to look for everything. Just don't go look for something because you believe in, oh, I believe erase, so you're gonna look for racist things. No, look for the whole entire thing. Look for everything. The problem is in our community is that number one, nobody wants to listen. Number two, don't nobody want to do their research. And number three, they always want to play the victim. Why do you always want to play the victim when you know you don't have when you got opportunities that when you can better
Oh my
yourself and we
god,
can better
bro.
ourselves as a community?
I'm just saying, bro. You act like he was like had everybody
Made
Uh,
out
uh,
of
figured out
gold or
at
Once
something.
first.
again, you see what I'm saying?
Like he gonna
He
answer
wasn't.
some
He wasn't.
prayers.
He
But listen, I'm
wasn't.
not
Like
gonna
he
lie.
gonna
This
fix
Tyler,
is
right?
this is
everything.
The
we're
way
not
he.
Is
talking
he
The
your
like
way he.
God?
see
What is
the problem that y'all have is that I'm not talking like he was some type of spiritual savior over the whole
So we
entire
didn't need
world.
to hear him say shit. He was just fucking being an antagonist, bro. He was just fucking picking
Being an
at shit,
antagonist,
bro.
right?
Bro, if you look,
An antagonist about what
why don't
though?
nobody know him for speaking on white males that's touching kids and shit like that? Why
Because
don't we know
oh,
him for that?
that's a
Can
lie,
you
bro.
can
Because
you
I
point?
watched the videos where he condemned that and said that they should be buried under the jail. I watched that
Yeah,
video
yeah,
where
but
he
did he
said
stress
that.
it? But did he
Did
stress it?
you
Mm.
know?
Was he
Did you
violent?
watch
Hey,
that
hold on,
video
hold on.
though?
But did he stress it? Did
Nope.
he
No. The
stress it?
question is, did
Okay,
you watch
okay,
that video
okay.
though?
I
Did
admit
you watch that
I
video
haven't.
when he
I
said
haven't.
that?
But let me say
All
this.
right,
Let
then.
me say
So
this.
how you
And
gonna
Well,
say?
he
I
about
know
to
he
add
was.
No,
something
brother.
else. So
No, no, no,
Cloud,
no, 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 no.
Hold
If
up,
you
hold up, hold
never
up.
watched it, how you gonna say he never said
Wait,
nothing
let me
about
say
it?
no. Let me
Because I
say that
know
though,
he
because
only spoke
that's
on it.
not fair what he's
Because
doing
I
though.
know he
He
only
gonna
spoke on it
ask
for
you,
2
look,
seconds.
Cloud, give it no, because you got your answer already, and you still gonna you about
Go
to
ahead, go
ask
ahead,
him for some
go ahead,
more. So it's like,
go ahead.
do you
I'll
got
I'll
your
give
give
it
it
to
to
mind
him.
made up about him, or you don't care, or you just trying to push your
I
narrative
ain't gonna
because
lie,
he
you are
just
kind
gave
of
you.
no,
moving
because
the goalposts.
Yeah, because he was about to ask another question when he told you, and he
I
told you
know what
exactly
he
what Charlie Kirk said
represents,
about that
bro.
type of person you asked about, right?
I
I
know what
told
he
you.
represents. But I'm gonna go look up that video for sure, and I'm gonna go see
Maybe
Right.
it.
So
I'm gonna look
the,
it up
the
right now.
thing that's clouds. That's what I'm saying, though, brother. The thing is that you're only looking up stuff what he's saying about just our community. No, bro, he's saying things about every
Cause
community and how it's destructive to everybody.
he
But
speak on
no,
it
but
the
because
So
most.
hold
what?
on,
He
listen
speak
to what
on
I'm
it the
saying.
most. The way
Listen
he
to what
stress
I'm
it,
saying.
the way
No,
he
no,
stress
no.
about our community, he needs to stress the same way.
He
I
but
never
does.
mentioned
That's
it.
what
let
I'm
me and
saying.
But if
He
he
let me
right,
does.
he
let,
right.
let me say this real quick again too though. The thing is you gotta realize how algorithms works and how to even be popular works nowadays. You ever notice when you go against the grain or if you talk about the issues that we already talk about, because you already know we the main people that put our own selves out and then get mad because somebody else call out our own stuff because we know that majority of the time even this dang on woman and men war it's black people. We the main ones. You don't see white people. They talking about hey these no good Pookie and Ray Rays and all this no good men. We let's divest. You don't see them doing the same thing that we doing. So it's obvious it's we're the more popular or the ones that stand out louder than anybody else. So he's going to talk about what's standing out. That's just what that is. The same way that Kevin Samuels, before he start when he was talking about men and holding them accountable, that's so boring. That's boring, right? But he still did it. But as soon as he talked about women, next minute he's popular.
I'm gonna
Everybody
go
know
watch
him.
an
I can't
8
believe he
minute
said
video.
that. And but the thing is, they're gonna push. All they gonna do is cut certain videos. They're gonna push it out so they can tie to y'all emotions, just like that's and that's how the
Hey,
algorithm
Lab.
works.
Hey,
And
Lab.
y'all gonna keep posting it. Y'all gonna keep resharing it. And like, look at this person what he said because we're addicted to drama. We're addicted to things that goes against what
Okay. Hey, look.
what we believe in.
I'm gonna go watch
So
it.
that's
Right,
how
and
that
we were
works.
So I just said
and we
I'm
were
gonna go
having
watch
a
it. I'm gonna go
productive.
watch
I ain't
it.
gonna
I'm
lie.
gonna go
Before
watch it
everybody
real
came
quick.
up here, we was having a productive
Yeah.
conversation
Hey,
about
I'm
it.
gonna go
Now,
watch it
just
real
kind
quick,
of
and I'm gonna come back up here. Could you invite
no,
me back
cool.
when I
But the thing
come back
is, again, but
and
look,
watch this
now
8
we
minute
focusing
video?
on we if we can actually focus on the actual points, like we were talking about DI before everybody got up here. Like
Hmm.
again, what I was saying about the whole conversation is like I get what people are saying about DI, but like I was mentioning before, DI was based off of the discrimination, the cases that people were getting, that these companies were getting sued off of for discriminating against against minorities and other working class people. Which in the same case, they're doing what the same thing that they're claiming DEI is doing. That's what they were doing because they were denying people access to to work. That's why they were getting sued. That's why all these cases came about. So that's how they were able to get DEI. I don't think DEI is perfect, and yes, there might be holes in it, but we've never been a country based off of hiring off of merit because we were a country that was hiring based off of discrimination before. So why does everybody care so much about merit now when they didn't care? This is we're not talking about the 50s. We're talking about early 2000s, 80s, 90s, early 2000s, where they had a bunch of discrimination cases and all of this stuff. They didn't care about that then, but all of a sudden now that black people and other minorities are getting a chance to get in the workforce more, now it's all about, oh, we need to hire off of merit. We've never hired off of merit.
I'm gonna have to disagree.
Hi, everybody.
I have to
What's up,
disagree with
baby?
that. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, my
The
love.
missus is
Hey,
speaking.
Wolfgang, just 1 second, because there are two people I've absolutely not heard from, and I don't really know their stance. And I'm trying to kind of have a balanced panel of where, of opposing points. And so I don't know if TC got to speak and PK.
You get PK in. TC did spoke, but he can go again though. But
Yeah.
go PK haven't said anything. And then
Okay.
Oh,
motivation haven't said nothing. So
Okay.
PK
And
motivation, and then TC can re-say what he said though.
Okay. And if you guys do get dropped, don't take any offense to it. I'm just trying to keep the panel balanced. Okay.
That's cool. You can drop me for real. I can jump off.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't even know your stance.
All right, that's cool. I'll run it back in a second.
Okay. Go
I'll
ahead.
go after him. I had kind of dozed off, to be honest, for a second.
What the heck?
Oh,
You came in the box the doors off?
right. That's why, yeah, that's why I wanted to kind of make sure that the people that were in here were actually going to
Balance.
participate
No, I
and keep
did.
a balanced
I'm sorry
conversation.
about that.
So, yeah, and it's kind of difficult to jump in. You get what I'm saying? Some
Yeah,
people, they're not very good at jumping in. So,
true.
um, so go ahead, P. Kiffle.
Um, yeah, I was just yeah, I'll be honest with me. If y'all want to drop me, I was sitting here listening, and I just dozed off for a second. So, what were we specifically speaking on? What part?
So You could just talk about your perspective of how you just feel about. You could say either the two, Candace Owens or Kirk, because both of them up here.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I I disagree with the things that Candace Owens be saying, and I think with Charlie Kirk, he said a lot of provocative things, and you know, I know he said things like, that like black people better off in the 1950, and people always go, well, you got to put it in context, read everything he said. There's nothing he can say
I
that can
agree.
make me that in the 1950 that black people were better off, So it's just some certain things like that, and I'll say this and then land my plane. If he was so concerned, which I don't believe most people think that he was so concerned with black people, why didn't he go to HBCUs since he had so much to say about us? And other than that, I don't condone what happened to him. It's sad. So I'm not one of those type of people who think that in any bad way. But I don't think I'm surprised that people are surprised that not everybody's all, shedding tears that it happened. And I don't condone it anyway, but I don't land my plane there.
All right, for sure. Who was next? Was it motivation? Motivation? I think yeah, motivation. Then TC, and then we can get hundreds in.
Hey, 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 what's going on, brother Kev? For
What's up, man? You all right?
yeah, I'm good, man. First
Mm-hmm.
of all, respect to the host, to everyone on the panel. And my premise is, man, first of all, and I will always state that is not the way to deal with a difference of perspective is taking someone's life. So I will never support that ever.
Mm-hmm.
End of the day, this again, I didn't hear specifics on and we talk about that later, or the specific conversation made when he targeted the white community. I will simply say this: when I find a person, I can simply just pick one side, but they can't balancedly talk about the other side. I'm not talking about the LGBTQ plus community. I understand the reason why, and I don't necessarily disagree with certain perspectives of what he was saying from a Christian perspective and from the Bible, standing on the Bible and it alone, and what the Bible stands for, and the things we're supposed to stand on from biblical standards. I'm simply gonna say this: he was simply speaking on one side. He wasn't really talking about, he never really had hard conversations talking about the white community. I will always say this: when we have these conversations, we have to consider context. Context is always important, and I don't have a problem. And have listened to full videos of context of his conversations. But we also look at our communities. And this is not making an excuse. I've never made an excuse for the destructive behavior that we do within our own communities to destroy them. I will never make excuses for that. That's not okay. But we also have to context, understand where it started, where it is now, and then what we have to do to now take accountability and say, all right, cool. What do we do? How do we do better? All right, who do we exclude from our communities that just are down there to destroy it and tear it down? And who do we bring in our communities that's actually going to be beneficial and build our communities up? I think, but the thing is, solutions. When you have people that can talk about problems, not necessarily talk about solutions, that's always going to be a problem for me. It's always going to be a problem because it's easy to always point out they're horrible because of this. Look at them. They're animals. Look at what they're doing. Look at these animals. Look what they're doing. Look at these animals. Look at what they're doing. We know that. We know that already. Okay, great. So what is the other side of that? So what's the solutions? How do we figure it? How do we solve the problem? We know what the problem is, but now we have to solve the problem. We could talk about problems all day, but talking about problems never makes the community better. I think we can all at least be honest about that. Candace Owens, Candace Owens, straight up. This is Candace Owens thing. She couldn't make money on the other side doing what she does. Period, point blank. This is her paycheck. And Candace Owens, she specifically, and not, I don't disagree with some of her talking points, but can we agree the reasoning behind why someone does something? The scripture specifically talks about in giving is not the gift itself; it's your reasoning behind the gift in which you're giving. So
All
if
right.
there's negative
Motivation.
intent behind
But
giving a gift,
let's not make it about color,
Hold up,
please.
Mina. Hold up,
Hold
Mina.
on
Yeah.
one second.
Hold up.
Motivation, if you could please land.
Yeah. Yeah, because your
Go
time
ahead,
up too. Yeah, I was about to
okay.
say your
So
time
I'm
is up.
simply saying this: there's the reasoning behind what's being said. Is it good intent or bad intent? Was there really a reasoning of, all right, cool, I'm doing this because I'm just out there to, because I'm pushing a message because this is how I make my money, or do I really want to create the change? I land my plane.
All right. All
Okay.
right.
I just want to
Uh,
say something just
go
real
ahead, babe.
quick. So motivation, when you said that, when he's saying, look at these animals, that is very like misleading. You get what I'm saying? That's also pushing out a narrative. And I don't think that's a good thing to do because you're speaking out against doing that. And in this moment, you're doing the same thing. So if you are going to quote what he is saying, I would suggest not adding anything to it.
Would you like
No.
me to clarify?
It doesn't
Hey,
have to be clarified. Misquoting, like
yo,
I'm not gonna accept that because it is pushing a narrative. He never spoke in that way. Like, look at these animals. So what I'm
hey,
saying is don't don't do the same thing that you are trying to accuse him of doing.
So
now
I
can I speak?
never, I
My bad,
specifically
y'all.
never said he said those words. I didn't say that.
Yes, but you understand words and you understand how you are projecting it, right? That you're describing it to look like he is looking at us like he is trying to describe us as animals in the way
Yeah.
that we behave, and that's
So
not okay. So I'm just gonna move
So
on.
can I
I'm gonna
explain
move
to?
on to the
So can I
next
explain what
person.
I saw?
Please don't just come up and start talking. There's other people who haven't spoken yet. So I think
Yeah, I've been up here.
Kev, huh?
I've been up here.
Yes, there's new people, right? So just hold on. Um I
I
think
actually want
Mina
to hear
hasn't
your.
spoken.
I
No,
actually want to
Huntress.
hear his
Huntress didn't
rebuttal
even
because,
speak
like,
yet, right?
yeah.
Huntress,
TC, Hunters, and
TC,
Mina.
Huntress, and Mina.
Yeah.
Kev,
So I
are
got
you? Kev, are you still giving times? Is it like a two
Times,
minutes?
yeah, 2 minutes, yup. Yeah.
Okay, so
remind me, hey
TC, you
host,
have two.
remind me so I can tell you what I just saw from the videos y'all told me to go look up.
I
Okay.
got you in a minute. We got to wait till open panel.
Okay,
I got
yeah,
you,
just
yup.
after. Just hold on a second.
Look,
Okay, so we got. Yeah, go ahead, TC.
I don't really like certain like topics and like things like if I ain't fully like factual or done my research, I'm not even gonna speak on. I'm one of those type of people. You know what I'm saying? So anything that I haven't done, I gotta do a little more research on it. I'm still learning about both of them. But like I did say about blacks and can go off of like what motivation said, we gotta be more solution based. That's what gotta be the main focus. A lot of times people got their different way of projecting something or saying it, and we got to sometimes not even focus on the messenger or how they projected the message, but actually what it really is. You know what I'm saying? If we got to do improvement in the community, you know what I'm saying? If they, whatever, he might have said, we this or we that, or Trump then said plenty of things that then been true that, but then also been disrespectful is, you know what I'm saying? Like very disrespectful to us as a community. You know what I'm saying? But we can't always take offense in that. We got to take accountability to whatever the bigger problem is. You know what I'm saying? So that also back what I was said originally was just that we do get put into position where we can have power, but that power is also can be taken from us because we still under them at the end of the day. And as a community, we're not even coming together, can't stay together as one to be able to create the real power that we hold. That's all the power that we hold get used to create this whole world. You know what I'm saying? We just not in a position to be able to benefit from it because mentally, we not there.
Then, as a
So
community, stop following.
yeah, that's
Mina, you about to miss your whole
that's
term, man. You act like you can't stay quiet for a
I'm
minute. Your
sorry. I'm
turn.
so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
but that's easy. That's easier said than done at the same time, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We gotta be able to influence the ones. You know what I'm saying? The minority, like them 5%ers. We gotta spread that out to 10, 20, and 50%. You know what I'm saying? We too low at it.
All right. That is your time. Thank you, TC.
Yeah.
Huntress, please don't interrupt y'all so that we can move on to an open panel. Go ahead, Huntress.
Actually, go ahead and let Zoe go because I have something I'm looking up real quick.
Okay.
Miss
Actually,
Mina.
Mina. Yeah, and then we can go back to open panel. Go ahead. Well, we'll lead with Zoe, but go ahead, Mina.
Hi, sorry. I apologize by the way for interrupting. I just like it's I hate the fact that as a community that we're followers, right? It's like whoever says what when it has to do with, by the way, color has nothing to do with what happened with what's I Charlie or whatever, Kirk guy. And by the way, if you actually listen to Candace Owens, she actually she actually always is spitting facts and no one is listening because everybody is so hell bent on color. It's always like, "Oh my god, no, as black people, we should not listen." Like, why? Listen to the words she's talking. Like, this is the thing I hate about our community. We just go off of color,
Hmm.
not facts and not hearing. We don't open our ears. You know what I mean? And there's a specific reason why Obama got appointed as a president. You know why? Because our people, like all we did was, oh, he's black, let's vote. Like it was the highest voting, if you notice, the highest voting, like when it came to black people, that was the highest. My English is very bad, by the way, I'm sorry. Is the highest, you know what I'm saying? Pretty much we're followers. That's all I have to say. We're followers.
Hmm.
We follow, follow, follow. That's it. And we follow by color. It's disgusting to me. Disgusting.
Okay.
We need to
Okay.
stop that. We need to really stop that.
All right. So Huntress are dead open panel.
Wait, can I go out the Huntress?
Well, it's open panel, but I think said Zoe's gonna start it off. But
Zoe is gonna lead off the open panel.
You said the Huntress
Yeah.
wanted to go.
yeah.
Yes. After Huntress, you're
Yes.
gonna start off the open panel, and then everybody can join in. Go ahead, Huntress.
So, you know me, guys. I always do a little bit of research when I hear people say certain things. And I just want to clarify that Charlie Kirk was right about the 1950s. Although economically we wasn't in the best position, but we were more of a community back then and we were able to get things done. I think people forget that Rosa Parks sat at the front of the bus in 1955, and that causes a change because we as a community was together. We were working together as one. Whereas now you don't even trust each other anymore. You can't even walk past each other and
Mm.
say anything good to one another. We're talking about how people are talking bad about us. We're giving them reasons to. It's like we fought for all these rights and now we're taking advantage of them and we forgot what community looks like because back in 1950, our churches were used to teach our kids trade. Our churches educate children on things that were happening out there in the real world. Yes, we had a fear of other people back then, but that fear also brought us together. We've gotten too comfortable now. That's why we have people slipping through the cracks. That's why we have children not growing up with fathers in the home because it's easier to do it, AKA alone, than it is to do it with
Mm.
anybody else. So when they're talking about these things, don't only look at the economic part of what they're saying, also look at how we were as a community. Because in 1920, we had Wall Street. 1930, they burned Wall Street down and we still was able to make waves. But are we able to do that now without going out and looting and doing all this other stuff and trying to make a big scene and then dying out afterwards? Yeah, we had a big old thing going on for when these unalivings happened, but where was the movement after? What were people doing after? Yeah, we did a whole bunch of ruckus, but then we went back to our homes and went on our daily lives. We get mad at Charlie Kirk for what he's done, but at least he went out in the community and thought he was doing what he needed to do for his community.
But what
Where
did he
is our
do? What did he do
where is
though?
our Mina? You got one more time.
Yeah.
Sorry.
One more time.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Don't say I'm sorry. You got one more time. I'm not the one, two, or three. Anyway, where is our representation in our community? And I land there.
Mm. You sure you don't want your minute back?
No, I'm good. That's all I had to
Okay.
get to.
Give
All
that
right.
young lady a clap, babe.
All right. That's what I was right. She done messed
You
my. I
know,
was already ready for it. All right. She done threw me
you
off.
know, it's cool
Yeah.
to
So
acknowledge where we
hold
at,
on,
So
but
brother.
oh,
did you not? Yeah. Go
go
ahead,
next.
sir.
Oh my bad.
Yeah, so Charlie Kirk was a lifelong racist, and he was also a pathological liar. There are many things that he said about our community that were rooted in lies. They actually weren't facts. I wanted to say this when the guy that was up here that was named Wolfgang, because he kept saying, "I deal with the truth. I deal with the truth." So, since he was so interested about the truth, I wanted to um, interrogate some of these sentiments that and ideas that Charlie Kirk shared and see how they held up to the truth. Charlie Kirk in the video, it's one video on his page where he was talking about the black pilots. In the video, he goes into a couple of different topics with the man. He's like a bald black guy that he's talking to, older man. And they ended up getting to a particular point where they were talking about DAI and as it related to like commercial representation, like commercials on TVs. And he said that black people accounted for 30%, 13% of the population, and people of color represented 40 to 50% of all like commercials on TVs. So he does things like that where he misrepresents black representation because he says people of color. Obviously, people of color is anybody that's not white. It's not just black people. So in instances like that, he was specifically being strategic and weaponizing statistics in a way where he was misrepresenting how like black outcomes and associating with DEI. There's other things that I could mention where he just lied. He said that Michelle Obama was an affirmative action admin. There's no evidence whatsoever that she was an affirmative action admin. She's never said that. He proclaims that simply because she was a black woman, that she was an affirmative action admin. So he does things like that,
Mm-hmm.
and he's been lying for a long time. And y'all just say, "Well, you just mad because it's a white man saying it." No, he's literally lying. It doesn't matter. Candace
Like,
Owens lies a lot too. So there's that.
man,
Okay, I'm
that's
so
what I'm
sorry.
saying, and that's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah,
y'all,
wait. Can you
go ahead,
clarify?
go
Because
ahead.
you said I'm just you said that in the video he said that they are 13% of the
Yeah, I
population.
can actually pull the
Hold on,
video
wait
up.
up. I know. I we played the video last night. So and you said 50% of what?
So he said that black people were 13% of the population and that people of color, right? He says 13% of the population makes up 40 to 50% of all of the commercials on TV.
Commercials? Yeah, that's
Yes,
incorrect.
I know
That's
it's incorrect.
he
And
was not. No. He didn't say anything about commercials.
okay, we're just going to play the video.
That yeah, because what they were talking about crime. Like no, go ahead. I'll pull up the video.
So, can I go now? Or
Go ahead. It's quiet.
yeah, yeah, they y'all keep saying it's because he's white, this and that and the third. My thing is where like I just looked for the videos that y'all said he speaks on white people too. He never spoke about white people sexually assaulting
Mm-hmm.
people when they fucking at a large population. He never brought that to nobody's attention. Only time he might speak on it or speak on lines of things like that
Facts. All he
is
spoke was about
when,
facts.
yeah, only time he's whatever. But always when he's like speak on the line of, along the lines of that, only thing he really spoke about, it was always defending. He never brought the statistics. He never came to debate about white males being a certain way or indulging in that activity. So y'all y'all can eat up, and then like he said
Yeah.
80% of black children are fatherless. 80% of black children aren't fatherless. But it doesn't take a fucking rocket science for y'all to see that. I don't know if
Exactly.
y'all.
Was he lying? Was he lying?
Well,
I thought he said 60%.
he said
I
80%.
thought we just got done playing the
80%.
video. That's crazy.
He said
But
he
you,
switch up.
but
Yeah,
you
he
see how
switch up his
everything is getting.
statistics. He switch up his statistics, and that's what y'all not seeing. And y'all, Zay, can
What?
you stop
Okay, it
interrupting guys
say
more?
if this is true
That's
though,
a
right?
stat.
Say if this is true though, right? What will
It's
be the purpose
100%
of him
true.
saying it? What will be the purpose
What
of
do you
him
mean?
saying it?
What do you mean the purpose? So
Well, the
you don't
purpose
want to
of him
hear it?
saying that
So you don't want to
is
hear
to
it?
make it seem like
Hold
black
on, real
fathers
quick.
aren't
Give me a
around,
second, man. I'm trying to ask him something real quick.
and we
So,
Oh,
like
sorry.
we have no structure, and like we need guidance or
you
something
don't
like
think
that.
you
I
think
don't
we
know.
got structure?
It's
Because
been
every day
altered.
on this
Yeah,
app,
yeah. It's been
every
a
day
lot
on
of
this,
things.
yeah,
It's been a
every day
lot
on
of
this
things
app.
to attack black. Hey, It's been a lot of
I
things
don't
to
think it's
attack
an
black
attack though,
struggles.
because we talk about it ourselves. On Do you go to many of
Well, I'm saying throughout history. I'm saying
Can you
panels?
throughout
answer my
history.
It's
question
black
so
people.
I'm
It's
answering?
literally black people that talk about other
Throughout
black people,
history,
what we
can we
don't,
talk
what we
about
don't
throughout
do.
history? We didn't just pop up here.
We,
So
I'm
throughout history,
right.
it has been plenty of attacks on black
Can we
family
You
dynamics
think
and
we doing
structure.
good as black people?
laugh?
Oh my God.
Can I
Hold
Yes,
say
up,
this
I
you're
real
ain't
quick?
not.
done. I don't know why y'all keep trying to throw extra stuff. I'm talking to
Hey,
Cloud right now. Do you think we're doing good as black people? Because we're not about to keep saying stuff and skipping over it. So
I
what
don't
are we
think
doing that's
our.
so successful as black people right now?
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. I don't think our faults are just purely based on us fucking just failing. I don't believe that. I believe a lot
The
of
way you
things.
talking, you make it seem like we angels and we don't have nothing to work on.
No,
No,
but
no,
Cloud,
I
but
didn't say
Cloud,
that
tell the
either. Did I
truth.
say
Tell the
that?
truth.
I
No,
didn't
we are
say that.
not doing good as
I didn't say
as
that.
black people.
And we're not doing. Yeah, thank you.
I
I
was
had a
just pressing that button too. I was just
God
pressing it.
damn. God damn. But yeah, we're not doing it. We're not doing the best. I mean, when you have
Right.
so many
So
attacks
was
on
he
your
wrong?
body,
Was he wrong? Was he wrong about the things we need to work on?
he was wrong.
Huh?
My thing is, I'm not saying that. First of all, he lied on some of the statistics. Yes, he's lying for misrepresenting us in public media like that. Yes, he is wrong. But what I'm gonna say is, because like I said, Zoe brought up a statistic. I brought up a statistic. We're not just making up this shit, bro. He's lying about certain
I don't
statistics.
get like, this don't
But
hurt
I'm
my
just saying,
head.
my thing is, if
So
you a
so
real
I
man of
think y'all
Jesus
so
and you
focused
fair,
on this nigga's pocket. You focus on him. It's like all
it's
this
none
stuff
of
he
that,
talk
bro.
about.
Nobody
Like
cares
it's
about
like
that.
y'all trying to take it. I think that black people just don't
I
like
don't like
accountability
hypocrites.
overall, anyways.
Look,
Though,
laugh. My
because we don't
thing
like
is,
Kev,
it. We don't like it with one another. We don't like it when a white T say it or if an Asian say it. We don't. We just don't like it because we
hold on,
always like
motivation.
playing
Hold on.
victim. If y'all ever
I
noticed
don't
that we
like.
are the number one victim here is probably in this world right now. We are because it's
Okay,
people
but
that
check this
probably
out.
went through. It's people that went through way worse than us and not even acting like us. It's
I
people
don't.
across the seas that lost their
Cool.
whole entire families and stuff. They come over here and make a living because they know how to get along and stuff.
Nobody
But
people
it's
went through what
us.
our people. Nobody people went through what our people
Whatever.
went through.
We keep acting like we at
So
the
so
bottom of the
Yes, it
bottom.
has.
okay, we don't. We ain't got to go back to that. We ain't got to go
Cloud,
back to that, right?
Cloud.
Oh
Before
my
you sit up here
God,
and
Jesus
see,
fucking
this is the thing I hate about people that don't look at history. You only look at your
I
history.
don't like
Hold on,
Kirk
Cloud.
because
Hold
he's a
on,
hypocrite.
Cloud. I'm not the one, two, or three.
He's a hypocrite. All right,
I'm
we
not
heard you
the
say
one,
that.
two, or
We
three.
heard
You
that
got one more
already. We
time.
already heard you say that. He's a hypocrite, like I said, bro. And fucking, he don't
No,
bring.
please listen. Yeah, you're just gonna get dropped. Like if you don't know how to conduct yourself on this panel, like there's plenty of people that want to come up and have a conversation. So if
Right.
you like give people a space to reply, okay. Go ahead, Huntress.
So, what I was going to say is if people actually sit and do actual history, not just United States history, you will understand that we are not black people were not the only ones going through what we went through. You got to look at history as itself. People have never been good to people over time. You
Mm.
have wars, you have the den and then the iodine side at the end. You have that happen in many different places. We want to sit up here and negate the fact that what happened in Germany and not compare it to what we went through. But they're still able to move on as a country. The only thing that's preventing us is this shackled mindset thinking that somebody else is holding us back. Yes, I'm not going to deny there's systematic things that happen, but that's the person sitting in power. That's the problem, not the system itself. So you got to remember, not even 60 years ago, we were going through all these problems and trying to make a way, and now we have an option to make a way, and all of us are sitting back on our
Mm.
hands and trying to blame other people. And that's where I land.
Can I play the video?
Just real quick,
okay.
the last thing that you talked about, you said that was the conversation about the pilots, right?
Yeah, it's in the same video.
Okay.
That's
So let
9
me
minutes.
play it. Let me play it
Hold on
because
one second. Let me just be clear
no,
about the
no,
video.
no. Because the thing is, obviously, you didn't actually watch these videos because literally every number you said was not correct. It didn't even
That
line
can
up.
you wait? Are we on the Rachel? Is it the same video? Because you know it's more than one video he has
Yeah, I
talking about
know.
pilot.
There's multiple
Okay,
videos,
so
and
let me tell you
none of
about
them
the.
spoke about commercials. It doesn't even
Okay,
make
so
sense.
Rachel, I can tell you exactly the timestamp, and I can actually play it so we can all hear it together. But I can tell you the timestamp on the video and the date on his page. The video is uploaded. I can give you all of that.
Yeah, I already have it pulled up. It was
No,
the
I just
the
want you
black.
to make sure we have the same video. So I'll tell you the
Yeah,
video. right? The video is the one that is. It was 3 months ago. It says, "Why would you fly with the DI pilot?" If you go to the timestamp at the 4 minutes and 22 mark and play from there on, you will hear his discussion about the commercial representation.
You're talking about he spoke to two black men. There was two
No,
black men he spoke to about DEI. One of them had a white shirt. One of them had a black shirt.
so do you see the man with the black cap on? He has like a black Florida State cap on.
Yes.
That's the one that I'm looking at. If you go to the timestamp on that video, the 4 minutes and 22 minutes, seconds, excuse me, and you play from there on, you will hear his discussion with that man about commercial representation as it relates to black people and people of color. Don't suggest I didn't watch these videos. I think that's disingenuous.
It's not disingenuous. I'm making it. I'm making sure that you're not just saying things, okay? Because there's multiple videos. So I'm going back to the video, and I've played that video multiple times. I did not hear that, but I will go back to the video.
All
Go
right,
ahead.
all right, and I can play it for us all in here too as well because I have it pulled up here, so we can just listen together.
Okay, go ahead, play it.
Okay, 1 second.
Down. Thank you. Yeah. So I'll give you another example. What percentage of TV commercials have black people versus white people? I'm not sure about that, but about white 40, people are also in commercials. About 40. Well, this is important. About 40 to 50% of all network TV commercials have a person of color right now. What percentage of America is a person of color? At least for black people, I know we're about 13%. Yeah, about so 13% of the population, nearly half of all the TV commercials.
Okay. So this is the part that I'm talking about him being disingenuous, right? People of color are not 13% of the United States population. People of color are actually about 50 to 60% of the United States population because people of color are anybody that's non-white. For him to say that 13% of the population makes up 50% of all commercials, that is quite literally a lie. He's lying on black people. This is the problem.
This is where you're being disingenuous because we all know 13% of the population is BLK.
Right.
So he was talking about BLK.
He said 13. Okay. Again, Rachel, listen to what he said. He said 13% of the population makes up 40 to 50% of TV commercials that he also said was these commercials was people of color. Why are you using a statistic that's based on all people of color representation in TV commercials and just relegating that to black people or 13% of the population?
Yeah, I think you're reaching.
When you just said that,
like you just switched it because you
okay,
were just
we're gonna
like,
listen to it
you were
again.
just like, oh, he was
We're
being
listen to it again
because it's actually 50 to 60%, in which you were literally incorrect. He was talking about black people, who do make 13% of the population.
Let's listen to it
again. But that's not what he said, though. He said he was talking about colored people.
Color,
thank you.
But isn't that?
I'm not sure about that, but white people also.
See, y'all being disingenuous.
Here it is.
That's what I'm saying. Now that's what that is disingenuous because you know.
Can we listen one more time together?
The population is black people. Like literally everybody knows.
Rachel, hold on 1 second. Let's just listen one more time. Let's listen intently.
No, we heard it. We heard. You don't have to hear it again. The thing is, this is where the disingenuous is coming from because you know that we're 13%.
Yeah, we are.
Just because he used the word colored. You're being so dang on. You're trying to be so literal.
No, because there are lots of other colors.
No, but look, what I'm saying is, if you got a critical thinking brain,
you're
right?
Trying to make us be exact.
If anybody got a critical thinking brain, you can know that he's meaning black people because it's 13% of black people that's here, but he used the word colored people instead.
You're letting him be.
He don't. Wait, oh Majesty, listen. Either way, right? We use colored in the context of black also, correct?
No, we don't call black people
hence
colored.
The NAACP, the people colored can be used in two ways. It can, okay? Depending on the context of the conversation, it can.
So he said people of color. People of color is.
Oh my God.
Exact
hold on, don't get frustrated. We're just dealing with.
You trying to say we have to be exact?
Please, oh Majesty, please.
No, this conversation is honestly like it's really like
a semantics thing.
Wait, hold on first. Hold on, Rachel. At first, you said, hold on.
To the grand scope of things. So I'm gonna move on We're gonna move on because I saw motivation wanted
Can
to
I?
say
Would you
something
allow me to
earlier.
finish what I was saying? Because you
No,
keep muting.
because no, it's fine. Motivation.
Yes. Again, I think
This
we're
is
more than
me.
capable of doing anything that at this point in our life. But Hunter's brought up a great point. 60 years, 6 decades, 6 decades. I'm 44. So that's 16 years shy of when the Civil Rights Act was passed. So before 1964, you look at the infrastructure of the country. Again, it does not excuse what we're doing now. There's absolutely things we have to do to fix our current issues. But let me say one thing: the statistics given about the percentage of absentee black fathers, that's been proven by many black podcasters that had pulled from the specific websites. There are a lot of active black fathers, but a lot of times that percentage is thrown a lot higher for the deadbeat dads out there, or the men creating babies but not being there for their kids, to project the image that there's a lot of black men not stepping up and being responsible fathers. As responsible my father myself, and seeing many other responsible men step up and handle business, there's a lot of responsible black men taking care of their responsibilities as a father in the home, being present and financially providing as well. So it's very interesting, that narrative, but we don't see this narrative if we talk about, and it's actually also been proven that black fathers actually a lot more involved with their children than white men. But we don't talk about that. And you will find most people will never talk about that. But it's very encouraging that none of you guys brought that up, though. Thank you.
Place where you can have genuine conversations. They just move on. They don't want to flesh out points. They just want to move on.
Girl, you're wrong. Set it
Stay
up.
stuck on
This is acting very
semantics, and
weird.
semantics is going to derail like the bigger conversation. So
So
let's
instead of right, because what Charlie did, right? If I was in front, if hold
no,
on, Rachel, what? Why do you keep? I don't
because
understand
there's
that.
other people on the panel,
Yeah,
and
but
like
I never got to fully finish what I was saying. You allow people
you
many
did,
different
you
times to
did,
We
speak.
talked
you
about it though. It's
you
like when
Brother,
I
finished
we
did
talked. We
now
talked.
earlier.
You're
Hold on.
wrong.
You're just
literally
trying
you
to
about to
drag
bring up
it.
right.
Hold on. So
You just stretching it because nobody agree
no,
with
it's
you. The
not.
thing is, it's okay. We got the context behind it. You don't have to play the
No,
video no
I don't.
more.
I'm
That was
not
the
going to
whole
play the
point.
video again. The
Okay,
point.
cool. So we gotta let other people talk. Cause
No, y'all can
it's you.
absolutely. But oh, brother, oh my
Right, I
God.
don't get what you're trying to push from this point. We went from one thing to the next. You said is you believe it's that. We're saying that
It's
you're
not
being
about y'all
some.
being Yeah, it's not about you being disagreeing though. I don't have a problem with having
Yeah, so
conversations
I
with
don't
people
get
that
what else you're trying
disagree.
to push. We
The
get it.
point.
We
The
already
point.
cracked that.
No, the
Cracked that and
point.
said that that's black people. We
Oh,
believe it's black people. You believe it's all colored
no,
people.
but
So
this is
cool.
it's a person of color is not about what you believe. There's a definition as relates to the census for what a person of color is. I'm not talking about your belief. I'm talking about what person of color is defined as. When he says that people of color make up 40 to 50% of all TV commercials, he is not just talking about black people. To then extrapolate that and say 13% of the population makes up 40 to 50%, that is a problem and it's a mischaracterization. And instead of y'all be genuine and call it out and says that was a misstep or was a mischaracterization, y'all would rather subvert the issue and say, well, don't talk about semantics. When he was a very semantical person, he always was very particular in his speech. Y'all are being very disingenuous right now. This is crazy.
Got you. Okay, we disagree. All right, cool. All right, so
It's some damn crazy.
Okay.
let's get
Kev,
chocolate you in. Okay, go ahead.
yeah, Kev, I just wanted to say this. You're trying to prove a point and not proving a point because you're missing what he was saying. Regardless, 13% and 40%, the whole point of those numbers, you're not looking at it from a numbers perspective. All you're trying to do is say, oh, he misspoke or he said people of color. The whole point is this: 13% of the population, and to have 40 to 50% is like quadruple, or it's triple. So it's not a point, is what he was trying to say, but you have to be able to understand on an analytical level why he made that point. But you're stuck on again about the color, not about the number, about the color. And as far as DEI is concerned, that actually benefited white women more than anybody else. So why are we even talking about that?
I think this is just a comprehension issue. We can absolutely move on. There's obviously
Yeah,
a comprehension.
you have a comprehension problem
No,
because
I
13%
don't. No,
of the yes you do. But we can't move on.
13%. My point is that his
We can move on.
statistic was wrong. POC make up 50 to 60% of the United States population. Not 13%.
No, they don't. No
Yes, they
other
do.
culture, no other
Oh, brother.
culture, no other culture though considers themselves to be people of color. They were not talking from a statistic of the labor board or wherever you quoted your
No
information
other
from.
race considers themselves people of color. What do you think
Most
Hispanic people
other
call themselves?
races. So you think other races sit around like I'm a person of color?
Yes. What the heck?
So
No, yeah, I am okay.
I'm sorry, real quick. And I was hoping that he would bring that part up because this is what people are losing their self on. Hispanics come from Spaniard, which is Spain, which is European. When they do a job application, that is considered white origin. That is not of Afro origin.
Thank you.
Hispanics are Spaniard, Spain.
Thank
Listen,
you.
the term person of color is used to
Something you
describe.
saying because
The
it's
term
black
person of color is
Hispanics.
used to
It's
describe
black
any
Hispanics.
person who is not considered
on the
white.
census
The
as
term person
white
of
That's
color
just
is
something you're
used to
saying.
origin.
That's just something you're saying because there's black Hispanics.
I'm not saying that
Something
there's
he's
It's
saying.
black
It's the
indigenous
truth.
Hispanics.
I am
You
saying
have
that the
no.
Hispanics, when they are counted on the census, Spanish, and let's just be direct,
Hispanic. They don't have
close
Spanish.
And then some of them call
Central and
themselves
South American,
Afro.
Central and South
Hold on,
American are
Vortex.
considered
Hold on, give me a
of
sec. Give me a sec.
Spaniard.
Vortex, give me a sec. The next time you guys interrupt, I'm gonna drop. You guys want to sit here and argue? You need to get your point across, Zoe, and you sat there and told Kev he needed a hush so you can get it across, and then go back and interrupt Vortex by reading something is very disrespectful. So if you're going to ask for it, at least be about it at the same time. Thank you.
I was just saying, when everybody fills out a job application, when you count what is counted on the statistics, when you count what is counted on the census, Hispanic origin or not, if you are of Hispanic origin, you are counted as European origin. Spain, Spaniard, that's European. That is not Afro-Latina, which came from the African by way of the Caribbean, South America, etc. They are not the same. They may, due to geographic reasons, tan, and now they're all called people of color because visually they are tanner than, other Europeans, but the way that they are counted in the census and the way that they are counted in the study, they are considered European. They are considered white.
You're
The
obviously
other part
not from
of that,
America, Vortex.
other part of that, by comprehension, what he was talking about, he did not misspeak. People who are in business know who spends the most money. Black people are the spending capital of this country. We spend the most money. And that is why 40%, more, almost half of the commercials pander and cater to black people because we spend the most money. He did not misspeak, but we have a comprehension problem that we don't understand the language we speak. We just want to argue. That is why when they consider, okay, if I jump off of this topic and go to another topic, we agree. We agree that they build quote unquote prisons according to the third grade reading exams. Why? Because by the age of 8, they could see whether you comprehend the language you speak or not. And if you don't comprehend that language, you're gonna have a rough life. Why are adult black men's vocabulary so poor? We don't comprehend the language that we speak. That's what this is all about. That's what this entire thing is about. Comprehension. You can't understand context. You can't take what somebody says and just break it down, understand the context, and apply it. And when it doesn't apply, let it fly. No. Everything has to be broken down to a rhyme for black people. Vote blue no matter who. No way, Jose. All of these things that they do to us. They did that to us. They dumbed us down. We said we want to compete on the same level. They said, no, we're not going to fix your education system so that you know the same thing that we do. We're going to lower the test score requirements for you. and then we're going to put you in the same classroom with somebody who had to score higher, and now we're going to make you compete head to head in a debate. So now in their vocabulary, and we can't comprehend the same vocabulary and the same language, now it makes us, well, it don't matter because you look ugly anyway. Oh, it don't matter, you skinny anyway, you stupid anyway. Oh, it don't matter, you dropped out of college. But the man could hold a conversation with hundreds of people and understand context and understand across everything, across boundary, across culture, across national origin, geographic differences. A wealth of knowledge was lost because, well, I'm not going to let no white man tell me that. But if black women wanted to talk about black men, then all of a sudden the numbers is correct for the single fatherhood rate.
Right.
Because ninjas ain't spit. So the numbers are correct then. But if a white man says it, no, that's racist. That's racist. Those numbers,
Right.
everybody knows they lie on those numbers. So please, it's just about comprehension.
All right. Let's get forefront. Get him in. I think motivation. One of the say, so I see you unmuted, and then I'm gonna get wisdom in after that. So, front, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's going
All
on,
right.
everybody?
What's up, man?
Hey, just so I can understand, am I going off on the prompt or just pretty much
You
what I've
you
been listening?
can, or whatever you heard, you can address too. So you can pick any of these up there, cause it's a prompt I've been had up here.
Yeah, so I'll go with that first one, which kind of like I would say leads into what we're talking about right now. Anyway, what makes a message true or not true? I think with this in and of itself, if there can be proof as to whether the information that they're portraying or that they're relaying to other people is false, then of course it wouldn't be true. However, what I've noticed is that based on the skin color of a person or based on the rhetoric that they assume that it comes from, in terms of whether it comes from a certain community, which is like the YT community, the BOK community, and so on and so on, certain people automatically assume or automatically label a specific message as not true, right? We tend to hear all the time, oh, that's YT rhetoric. That's YT rhetoric, meaning that, sorry about that, meaning that people who are BLK are not able to speak on certain type of things in a certain way because that's not the BLK way. But then that makes it weird because being BOK, you're not a monolith either. We all come from different facets of life. And so I don't understand why they can look at a certain situation or a certain speech pattern and say that this is not true without actually proving it to not be true. At the end of the day, it's all about the fact that someone just doesn't like the individual who's speaking, and that's why they speak the way that they speak. And it goes right into the same thing with Charlie Kirk. They don't like him as a person. So instead of listening to his message, they just say he's wrong. Simple as that.
All right. Motivation. I think you might have had something. You can go ahead, and then I'm gonna get wisdom in. Then it's gonna be back open throne.
Yes, absolutely. Now to what Vortex was speaking on. Yes, most definitely. I would start with this premise. Yes, as growing up, reading a lot of books. Yes, was always a term used. You a nerd, right? Or are you lame because you're reading books, and that's not cool. Sure, all right, whatever. But I still read books, right? I still work on my comprehension of the English language. I was still expanding my vocabulary. I read multiple different topics to have a greater understanding. So let's start with that premise. First of all, there are a lot of extremely intelligent African Americans that are on this platform, in general, in the world, in the United States. And yes, regardless of the educational system, and we know obviously by design it was created to have a lower tier, less quality educational system. So who designed that? Okay, if we could actually answer that honestly, again, cause and effect. Again, it does not. I'm not excusing or saying there's not ways around it. What I'm simply saying is this: when it talks about what he said about when black women talk about all the fatherless homes. Okay, it's It's an inaccurate statement regardless who says it. That's at the end, at the point blank, when you look at it, when you just sweep everything else away, whether a black woman is saying it or a white man is saying it or whoever, if it's an
Thank you.
inaccurate statement and the statistics aren't correct, it's an inaccurate statement and the statistics are not correct. Period. Point blank. Right there. I land my plane.
All right. Wisdom, what you got for me? Then we go back to open panel. What up, though?
What up, though?
It
Yeah,
glitching?
I think my man Vortex, he's the one. I think my man Vortex, he's the one that really nailed it to the cross for me. Listening to everybody, lots of intelligent people sharing their ideas, and I think that's dope. But Vortex, I think it's been my opinion, especially since I've come online. I didn't exist online 4 years ago like that. I mean, I had a Facebook, but I've never been an online type of person. And I wasn't scrolling or keeping up with so like that. I've always been somebody who follows my own interest, and that's led me to deep dive, time that I've devoted throughout the course of my life to understand a lot of things that have absolutely nothing to do with my life, just in terms of interest. And what I found is you end up talking to a lot of people online where they literally don't have either the emotional or intellectual capacity to engage in the conversation that they are having. And that's what it boils down to. That so emotional capacity is like my ability to deal with thoughts and ideas, even though it might be triggering to hear certain ideas, right? I'm still able to separate myself enough I can maintain an internal witness so I can critically evaluate the information that's being given to me and be able to properly synthesize coherent and logical responses. But if you can't keep your emotions separate, intellectual part of yourself to be able to evaluate what's being said to you, then frankly, you're out of your depth. You don't have the capacity to have the creation. And you have other conversations. This happens.
I think you're still glitching.
Make a point. Yeah, my bad. Make a point, and then the person not even be able to keep up with what has been said to them, and so they end up holding on to one or two words that were said and then basing their response around something that doesn't even make sense to the question that they were asked. And then if they're interrupted and somebody tries to correct their understanding, then they'll say, well, you just don't like the answer I'm giving you because, you're trying to control what I say. No, we're not having the same damn conversation. You didn't understand what I said to you, so you're not even responding to something that was spoken. You couldn't keep up with the conversation. And I'm watching this happen in real time all the time. So I think my brother Vortex is absolutely correct. It is a comprehension issue. And a lot of these conversations are in conversations that require you to have some basal knowledge that these people are just missing. And that's why you can't get it through to them. That's why you can't explain it to them. The level here for them to ever even understand it in the first damn place. And that's if they could even get the point. And that sounds terrible to me. And I like the way Brother Vortex does it, where he lays it out as a indictment against the educational system. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think it's how people are. I don't think it's a capacity issue, meaning like black people just don't have the capacity to understand, right? I'm a black man. I meet tons and tons and tons of incredibly intelligent. I've met black men that are some of the smartest people I've ever never met. They were never part of the formal education system. Dropped out of school at 3rd and 4th and 6th grade. But okay, I'll land the plane.
Hey,
the point is, is that yes, sir.
Go ahead. Finish up. You can finish up. I was about to say your time was up. Yeah, you're good.
No. That's the point. I don't think it's a capacity issue. I think it is an intelligence issue. It's intelligence and comprehension.
Right. That's true. Hey, it's getting proven every day we talk about this guy. We see it already. Some people just don't have the ability to really dive deep and look at a situation that don't without it tying it to themselves and all this stuff. And or well, they're not gonna say themselves because I think we could tie it to ourselves. But I'm just saying the emotional part or the stuff that they're not willing to heal from and stuff. I noticed that every time somebody disagrees, something that hurt their feelings, rather than understanding why their feelings are hurt. But let's go to taps real quick, and then my baby gonna start off the open panel.
Yo.
Yo, what up? You all right?
Yeah, I'm straight, Brody. Y'all hear me good? Y'all can hear me good?
Yeah, you hear you. You can hear you. Yep.
All right, bet. So yeah, y'all absolutely right. It's definitely the what makes a message true or not true is the amount of intelligence another person has. That and the amount of emotional intelligence as well, which is still a form of intelligence. But a lot of us listen from a place of trauma rather than a place of trying to hear you out. It can be because we feel inferior whenever we lose in a conversation. We are quick to put our walls up and our guards up as if we're being attacked with knowledge, as if knowledge is something that can hurt us. And in some cases, it does hurt to know the truth or to know that you were wrong. It takes a lot of pride to be swallowed, to get out of your own way to receive that knowledge. But
Have you ever
no
been
matter
swallowed?
swallowed up. Hey, bro, I can't believe that man went on that pastor's pulpit and said that shit, bro. But yeah, no, that's pretty much my take on it. Everybody else really hit it.
All right, all right. What you got, babe?
Just two things. I guess I'll start with the okay, okay, so the main thing I wanted to say, because the point has been spoken over and over again that he mostly speaks on BLK issues. And like I told y'all the other day, I spoke to Kev about this. Like, that was one of my main concerns, was that if he was speaking, it appeared that way, like he was only speaking on BLK issues. So I kind of like tried to dive deeper and look for more videos and stuff like that. So what I realized is that majority of the time when the conversation is brought up, other people bring up race, right? So there's no video where you can show me where Charlie himself brought up race if it wasn't like an event that happened where the race was already like addressed. You get what I'm saying? It was already brought up. So he himself is trying to stray away from race, like people looking at race and always thinking about race in every conversation. But whenever people bring up certain topics, they bring up, oh, what about, in the Black community, this and that, blah, blah, blah. And so also he does speak on things that do occur in the YT community. It's just that no one is bringing, like, it is assumed that it's a YT thing. So like when he brings up events that happen, like when he talks about Epstein or other people in like LGBTQ, things that may affect the YT community a lot more. No one else, like, he's just bringing up events and then speaking on it, right? So he is speaking on both YT and BLK people. It's just that when we bring up BLK whatchamacallit, issues, people are labeling it like it just is labeled that. You know what I'm saying? People are bringing it to him. So that's all I wanted to say.
You're absolutely right about that too. Like, we forget that he was a debater, and debaters often respond to people, not just like it leads with their viewpoints, boom, 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 and then everything else is in response to what another person is saying.
Um, so there are instances where he's on his show, not doing these college engagements where he mentions things about race where he's not prompted. I don't think that's an issue. just to be clear. But there are absolutely clips of him just speaking on his show by himself and touching on a topic about race. Not when he's on these college tours or anything like that, and somebody's walking up to him. I don't think that's a problem.
That's because a racial
Can I
event
finish, please?
occurred. You're right. I apologize.
Thank you. I appreciate it. But again, I don't think that's an issue. But there's definitely instances where he does that. And if he wants to talk about race, he absolutely can. But I do think that he racializes things in a way when it as it pertains to black people that he doesn't really do to other communities. And what I mean by that is that he would absolutely use terms like or phrases like black on black crime. I can't say that I've ever heard him in watching any of his content say white on white crime. He might have. Some of you may have heard it before, or you can reference it or pull it up. I'm not sure. But if you're going to talk about crime, you don't necessarily have to racialize it that way if your problem is crime. But there was a reason why he used phrases like black on black crime, and that's to really emphasize and highlight black people in relationship to criminality, as opposed to if you're just talking about crime in general, or if you're talking about other communities that commit crime. You say Hispanic on Hispanic crime, or did he say white on white crime? I'm not sure if he's ever used these types of phrases in the opposite manner. And the last thing that I would say is that whenever someone's disagreeing with Charlie Kirk based on the lies that he have perpetuated and put out into the onto social media or other types of platforms, it's not because simply because he's white, it's because he's lying. As I just pointed out earlier on, I didn't say that he was because he's a white man he was lying. I said that he had misstated and mischaracterized a particular statistic, and I therein explained how he was lying. Y'all disagreed, and we moved on. And also, yeah, that's it. I don't want to be too long. You can go ahead.
I think for me personally, though, with your argument was at the point of you're not understanding senses. Like a lot of his conversations and debates are layered. You're looking at things on a very surface level, and you're trying to make a point or an argument of something, and you're not looking at all the layers. That's what my issue is with your.
Your Wi-Fi keeps going off. Dang, your Wi-Fi kept going out. Yeah, you got that one bar, honey. Put it in the chat.
Can I jump in real quick?
Yes.
Okay, so I think a lot of the times what people miss about his platform, he came for open discussion on any topics, and his thing was prove me wrong. So he never came in saying that he knows everything, that he's correct on everything. He came with the premise of prove me wrong. So bring your facts, bring whatever you have, and prove what he's saying is incorrect. With that, people consider it racist what he said concerning the DEI pilots. I don't understand how we don't understand what he said. He said, I don't care what race my pilot was. I want the best pilot. He never followed that up by saying the best pilot is white. The best pilot is European. All he said was, I want the best pilot. Now, we understand that, and I don't get why we are trying to turn this into something that it's not, or why we're trying to make this a racial thing. Oh, he compared, this to that, and he called Ketanji P. Brown a DEI hire. Well, that is true. That it is what it is. It's simple facts, and I don't know why we can't just acknowledge. Sorry, phone ringing. I don't know why we can't just acknowledge that he didn't lie. He said a fact that could be pulled up and proven, and all someone had to do was pull up another fact that proved his fact wrong. So, I don't see how that's race baiting.
Just real quick on the term black on black crime. So I agree. I think everybody should stop using black on black crime. But I'm not sure that the term black on black crime started in the YT community. So in the 1970s, in December, the Chicago Daily defender, a columnist, So he wrote in preparation for his talk. He got caught up with a neighborhood hustler, Fast Willie, and asked him why he robbed and beat up BLK people who are brothers. Willie's response was an early indication of what we need to know about the supposed black on black crime phenomenon. I say that to say that, and even Jesse Jackson, when he started using it, when he said he also saw things playing out this way, and in the year rebuked white government officials and mainstream media for their silence and ineffectiveness in dealing with the present black on black crime crisis. So there were a lot of prominent people, a lot of people in our own community that projected, that pushed out that narrative, and then we continue to use it. It's not right to use it, but we also have to own up that we all shouldn't be saying this.
Well,
All right. And let me say this real quick. I got you. I got you.
Hold on one
Next.
second.
I
Yeah,
want to
yeah.
say this.
Go ahead, brother. I want to respond to what she said when you get a
Yep.
chance.
I might be done, but I think front and two. Okay, all right. So I was about to say, to add on my end, right? Since we did say that, because I agree though. I'm not with that black on black crime thing, right? But also because I'm not a pro blackhead, I'm not into all that stuff. I notice how it operates, and we allow so much stuff, we pander and all that other stuff. So I'm literally not pro anything, unless it's just pro God or something like that, and put God first. I'll be that though, but. Also, without that black on black crime, I'm not gonna be with the black power and black love and all this stuff and all the other stuff, like, or even black unity, right? Because I realized that, shoot, my people ain't just a skin color though. I noticed that it's a lot of people that stand on what I believe in, and they not the same skin as me. So it's not based off of black. It's off of maybe pro righteousness, if I was to be that, or pro godliness, pro forgiving, pro expanding and help, stuff like that. If I can put it in that way, that's what I'm for though. So yes, if we have the mindset of stopping things like black on black crime, especially because it's negative, right? Why not just stop separating us on everything? Because I had a topic about that, like, what the heck is black love? I'm like, why we just can't say love? What is black beauty? Why we just can't say beauty? You know what I'm saying? It's like we separating ourselves from everything else, and then want to be treated as equal, but then we put ourselves in this own. It never makes sense, and they laughing at us. I'm pretty sure they laughing at us like, what the heck? We done created this stuff, and they just gonna run with it. Just like they laughing at us probably every time we eat chitlins and stuff. You know what I'm saying? It was at first it was just it was trash and stuff they gave to us. Now we're gonna celebrate it by eating even more. Like, what the heck? All right, so let me get wisdom, man. I think he's about to go in there forefront.
Can I go out the forefront?
Go ahead, it's open panel. I gotta get wisdom though.
Yeah. So yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah. So check this out. This is where I look at it a little bit differently, I think. Okay. So the reason I had a problem with the phrase, and I've always had a problem with the phrase black on black crime, is because obviously it's tied to an entire ideology, right? About the violence in the black community. Okay. And what that says about us as people. And so it removes out of context that in all the different culture groups, everybody deletes the most of their own racial group because those are the people you're dealing with the most. So black on black crime is like 84% of black people that get unalived by another black person. But, to say that removes it from the context that, like 83% or 82% of whites are unalived by other whites. Now, I had always pushed back against the black on black crime thing because my investigation into it as a concept stopped there. But as I've gotten older, let's be honest, even though we may not like the phrasing, it is talking about something that we have a problem with in our community. We do more violence against one another than other groups are doing. Okay? We do more violence culturally inside of our culture. We do more violence inside our ethnicity against one another than other groups of people, cultures, or of people are doing. Okay? And so I may not like that term, and I may want them to find a different term for us to talk about that conversation, because black on black crime makes it seem like, um, removes it from the context of whites. But at the same time, we're 13 to 14% of the country's population, and we make up 38% of the prison population. We are doing more violence against one another. And for me to care about my people means we need to have a conversation about that, because I want us to treat each other better. And if I can't have a conversation about treating us better because of racism, so I can't talk to my own people about us treating each other better because of how other groups will feel about us if we admit there is a problem and have a conversation about it, is insane to me. That obviously is insane. That obviously doesn't make any sense. I should be able to talk to my brothers and my sisters about something we can all see that is a problem without not being able to have the conversation because of what other races are going to think that we are admitting that we have a violence problem in our community, and that is connected to our culture. That we have a culture where the music and the media and all of it that pertain to us celebrate the unaliving of black people and the conceptualization of black women, not as mothers, sisters, daughters, and wives, but as can we have smecks or not? And or as these bops with no class that they got booty twerking everywhere, or these hyper independent nut jobs that can't get along with nobody because they want to cuckold any man they're with. It's unfair that those ethnic images are the most prominent about our women, and we're promoting it, and we need to stop because it's driving more of our women into behaviors that are making them unmarriageable. It's not good for them. They can't exist within families. So that's the point that I'm making. We need to be able to, without being so caught up on words and what we can and can't talk about, that we aren't having conversations that are going to really get us to learn how to help one another and treat each other better.
All
Real
right.
quick, someone reminds me to come back to that,
So my thing is,
please.
right, with this whole thing, my thing is, when I have no problem with it being called black on black or melanin on melanin crime. All right, that's what we're talking about. That's exactly that's. If we talk about the solution to everything that we got going on in our communities, and we talking about fixing us and fixing this and fixing that, we need to fix. We need to start talking about the black crime. It is a thing, and we're so desensitized to it. Like we take black crime like a joke. It's trending on social media, and we don't really care about it. I got an ex homeboy, and I call him an ex homeboy intentionally because one day he decided to pew pew his baby mother and her unborn child along with the 2 year old in the back seat. It's still people from my hood saying free him. Like that is a fucking joke. We don't take this shit serious. But let it be somebody else that do the same thing. We'd be all in arms, all up in arms, marching down the street, ready to burn down our own neighborhood in protest as what somebody else did to us. But we saying free him, get him out of jail. He don't need to be there. He unalived a child, 2 children. We need to talk about. We need to call it what it is. It's black on black crime. No way around it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't think
yeah.
to talk
I was gonna
about.
speak on that if I can. So, and the two gentlemen before me, they pretty much like kind of said what I was referring to. It's really simple, right? Because the host mentioned, black love, and he mentioned, black unity and all these things. If we truly have a point in our country to where we feel the need to identify the blackness and what makes us so different and what makes us so special, then how is it that we're not able to come together to the point to where we can show everyone that we do have that unity, which then shows that there is no high levels of crime in our community, especially amongst ourselves. I'm a big proponent of, if you truly believe that you have less than the other side, which is as black people having less than white people or than their communities, why not come together, pool your money together, and then actually make something out of it? There's a small minority of people that are doing this, right? There was a group of about, I think, anywhere from 10 to 15 black people that bought a town in Georgia, right? They came together and they did what they had to do. We can do this, but we just don't seem to be able to do it on a larger scale. So that's why, for me, I don't think that this black on black crime thing should stop. I think it should be thrown in our faces until we actually understand that we're at a point to where things need to change. Things are not good. If we think of it this way, if we ignore the fact that we have such a high level of crime amongst ourselves in our own communities by removing that term, who's going to then understand how bad it is? How are we going to identify that it's bad? How are we going to make sure we all understand individually as a group that things are so bad that they had to create a terminology specifically for it? If it wasn't prevalent, that term would have never existed to begin with. Let's
Yeah.
start there and think about that to begin
Let
with.
me let me
Okay.
say this though. I got your motivation. I think Walken haven't said anything either though. But I actually get both points though. Then, like as I listen and stuff, because one of them could be I guess it just depends on the context of you using it, right? But I get what Taps and what Forefront is saying. It's like sometimes you can use that to bring an awareness to a situation that might, because if you notice though, it's gonna be the same type of people. It's gonna be people that's gonna be used to motivate them to help change, and one of them is just gonna use more of a reason to stay stubborn, whatever it is, right? So I can understand on the end, but then also I do understand that it brings segregation too with that mindset though. So I think it's like it kind of just it just I guess it depends on how we using it. I guess uh, but I get y'all, and I get what we was just talking about earlier though. So yeah. But before you go motivation, because I know you wanted to go, I'm gonna get Walking in because I know she ain't say nothing at all, and then you can go right after Walking.
You can let him go first if you want to.
All right, okay, go ahead, motivation.
All right, thank you, brother Kev. Okay, so I have a solution. So this is something I talked to my sister about several years ago. I think a great suggestion. This is the thing. I think us policing our own compared to someone coming in and policing us is a much better option. So I would, and just a suggestion. You get well-trained people. You have a program you set up. I apologize. I'm at a gas station. You have a program you set up for that specifically trains individuals, and you become part of a security team for that individual community. Now, what we do, these people, individuals, also will have pew-pews. They will have firearms. Now, there is the same training. It's de-escalating training, but also if you have to escalate. But we now create a security within our own. And first of all, for people say it don't work, if you don't give it a chance, if you don't find solutions, you let someone else try to find solutions for you, or you come, or the answer is to let someone come in and fix what we are supposed to fix, then you're not trying to find a solution anyway. The reality is this: if we now create that first line of defense, if we create the training and the security systems, and we put in place where we start policing our own communities, and the individuals that actually want to be detrimental and actually want to destroy our communities, and actually are the guys actually putting their hands on women and just doing crazy mess. Hey, bro, you can't be in here. You can't be in here. You have eyes everywhere. People that's part of a community that's there to benefit the community, to make it better, that's willing to work together, that's willing to communicate, that's willing to do the hard work, that's willing to be 10 toes down and willing to stand up to people that are detrimental and destructive to the community that don't want to see it become better. Now, that's just a suggestion. There's many different ways that can be approached. There's many different ways that you can possibly consider how to do that. But this is just a solution on actually moving forward, because we know it's a problem already. So we can talk about this for the next 20 minutes, how it's a problem. But when will someone actually start talking about a solution that starts correcting the problem?
So,
Okay.
just real.
Um,
Oh, dang. Go ahead, Walker.
I was next. I love what you said, and I love that I had the discernment to tell you to go first because actually I live in Detroit, and they actually have something like that. And I don't know the name of it off the top of my head. But as soon as I land, I'm gonna go find the name of it. Anyway, the guy name is Zeke that does it, and it's the bomb. They help out so many people. They walk the streets with their shirts on. They do have a few pews, although they don't necessarily like walk around with them like showing necessarily. But I know they're from Detroit, so I know they got pews. Because everybody got pews in the D. But and they do a lot of good. But one of the things that they do is that they go hard on these men that are like doing stuff to women. They go hard on people's head. They be on people's head, and they go into communities. They give stuff away. They do a bunch of awesome stuff. But also, we have a problem here in Detroit with a lot of Middle Eastern people owning like different shops and stuff like that, doing like rude stuff to BOK people here, and they go hard on people. Like if something happened, they'll come right up to that store and be like, "We shutting this down until you get this right, till you do right by us," type thing. And it's actually like you see them. They got an Instagram page and everything like that. They probably got a TikTok page too, but I just haven't found it. But they like literally go hard. So actually, it does work. I'm not saying it has eradicated all the crime here, but crime has went down here. And I think it's for a lot of reasons why it has went down here. This is a very BOK city, very, very BOK. And the BOK people here are very BOK. Like they're not like, you know what I mean? So we're not like a suburban type of BOK people. We're very, very proud to be BOK, and we're very, very
We
like,
do got a suburbs though. We do got that
we
here.
do have
There's
our
some
suburbs.
suburbs.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
why
we
they
have
go
our
to West
suburbs.
Bloomfield and areas that's like that. That's good.
Yeah, we have BOK people that's out there in the suburbs and stuff like that. I mean, you should be able to live wherever you want to live. I don't have a problem with that. But we still have a lot of BOK people in the city, and we have a lot of BOK people coming back to the city. So anyway, in any case, yes, that does work. I just want to land there for now, but because I wanted to just say what you said. Then
You
I'll
on the
come
east
back.
side or the west side?
Me, I'm on the west side.
Okay. All right.
Also, I just with that, I think that we need to change the imagery of like what it means to be a police officer, right? Because if we want more BLK people to go into the field of being a police officer, we have to actually have the incentives and the people not feeling like they are what do you call it, like being shamed to be a police officer. So yeah, I think that's a wonderful idea, but we need to push for more people to go into the field, because as of right now there's only 13% of the of the police force is BLK, self-identified BLK.
Wouldn't those be DEI police officers? But what I was gonna,
No.
it was a joke. What I was going to say is that I don't have a problem with talking about intra-community violence and harm. That's not an issue at all. And ways to mitigate that, or even just intra-community harm reduction. The problem, it becomes an issue when you pathologize the community surrounding this particular issue, and you manifest it in a way. It's a very small percentage of our community that's committing these types of acts, specifically when we're talking about violent crimes. And so when you pathologize in our community around it, that absolutely is an issue. And then also, we didn't, prior to Black people, right, having these rates of intercommunal violence, it was already pathologizing around surrounding Black criminality in general. Black people already looked at as savages, as lazy, as incompetent, and as criminals. This has been since Black people were actually emancipated. These things and these ideas have lasted around. This is how you get to institutions like or systems like what is it called?
They lying?
The chain gang, for people that were arrested for
loitering.
loitering.
That's why they
Excuse me.
created the law for loitering. After they were free.
Essentially black codes, right? For loitering, for quote unquote voting, like these types of things. So criminality has been associated with Black people, even when Black people actually weren't being violent. So we don't even even in times Black people weren't quote unquote hyper violent, or these things weren't an issue in our community in the ways that they are now materially. This is
Where
all
you hear that from?
You said, where did I hear that from?
Yeah, what you believe that? Why do you believe that BLK is associated with crime?
Well, so if you look at the literature of the time, if you look at the ways in which the laws were created,
do you believe it's a stereotype?
Well, Black codes were quite literally meant to criminalize black people.
I said, do you believe it's a stereotype?
Is it a stereotype? Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, because I was about to say that I think it's the same way we do, and that's everything. We think every Muslim or something they might be a terrorist. We think stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm not.
We think that every cop is a pig and all this other stuff. So I don't think
Well,
it's all that
that's
stuff is just it's the same exact stuff though. So we don't know.
nah.
It
It's not
don't.
the same
It's
exact
not
thing.
true. Yes, it's literally the same thing because everybody got their stereotypes. They just don't like it when
My
it's
point.
against them.
My point isn't that.
Biases.
My point isn't that people have stereotypes about people. My point is, okay, for instance, right? Stereotypes can sometimes be rooted in a generalization that can be true or that is
Right,
true. Like,
right.
for instance, right? So when people were saying black people, like when the stereotype arrived that black people liked watermelon back in the day, it was because a lot of black men were farming watermelons. That was one of the easiest or the most available crops to farm. So that's actually where that stereotype comes from. Obviously, all black people don't like watermelon, but there's a truth around it. Now, when we're talking about the stereotypes surrounding black criminality in the times that it originated, it's no truth in that.
What?
Black people
Oh
weren't,
my.
yeah, black people were not hyper criminal. Black people absolutely were not lazy. Obviously, if black people are being enslaved for labor, they weren't lazy. And then if they're doing sharecropping, they're not lazy. There was no general truths about this. These were things, pathologies that were created to codify and to rationalize what was happening to black people legally. Those are two different things. So I'm not talking about all stereotypes. I'm talking about these particular ones that I mentioned.
All right.
Period.
Let's get decon
Just real
in.
quick.
Oh, Forte, yeah, Forte, then
Yeah,
decon.
just real quick. So while we're on the subject of solutions, and I'm 100% for the solutions, I think the men need to get involved with the boys in the community. We have to get involved before the age of 7. You understand that they can pretty much determine the outcome of someone by the age of 8, which means you have to be involved. We have to get involved with making sure that the mothers of our children have an environment to nurture our children, especially our boys, before the age of 7. And at the same time, we have to be there to instill logic in our boys before the age of 7. By the age of 7, your learning parameters and your pattern of learning that is going to determine the rest of your life is set in you by the age of 7. That's been proven. That's when that next cycle starts at the age of 8, which is why they determine your outcome by the 3rd grade, by your 3rd grade test results. So your pattern of learning is according to your logic for the boys. If you don't get logic into a boy by the age of 8, when testosterone begins to be introduced, you're going to have an emotional person with a high drive of testosterone. And that's why we have a lot of the problems that we have in our community. We don't spread love. We don't share wealth of knowledge. We can't trust each other. We have all of these feelings toward each other. And yes, that is because of what another community did to us. But that doesn't mean that we don't fix it now by expressing that love to each other now. We can't keep saying that this community did this to us, but that's why we can continue doing it now. We have to change it. We have to get to the young boys and be in their lives, and then we can have the community back. Because without young boys growing up understanding love and community, we're not going to get homes back together. We're not going to get families back together.
Hey, good thing. Hey, good thing your skin out, YT. You would have been called racist for saying that. All right, but go ahead. Motivation. What you got for me?
Let me speak to that
Hey,
you said right there, because here's the thing.
I
When it
think I
comes
said.
down
I
to
think I literally said, "Go ahead, motivation." That was crazy. Wow.
all right. So again, I absolutely agree in changing the environment. One of my suggestions is again, this is all by design, not by accident. Hopefully, some people will just think about that statement and do their research. In certain communities, you will see a drink. I'm going to say the drink store with a certain type of liquid on every 3rd block, every 3rd corner. But you won't go into a YT middle class neighborhood and see anything like that ever, ever, ever. No matter what city or state you go into, it's by design. So what I'm simply suggesting, we simply go, and I understand this is business and free market. We start shutting down those drink stores. Hey, bro, we don't need you on every third corner block, bro. You can go ahead and shut up, close your doors. I don't want to give you my money anymore. I don't want my neighbors to give you their money anymore. There's better things they can do with that money, learning how to invest and put their money and position their money so it can start working for them to create wealth for themselves and future generations. So my suggestion is start targeting certain businesses that are just negative for the community overall. That means the drink stores, every third corner block, start shutting them down. Start shutting them bad boys down, start closing those doors so we stop having those type of businesses present in those communities. I land my plane.
Hey, that's funny though. That dude sound good though, but we couldn't even stay in the house during C-19. So they ain't about to do none of that stuff. But go ahead, walking.
Okay, I want to say something. The people that are saying stuff, like the people you have up there, I'm not even gonna say their names because I just don't, whatever. They're not saying these things in a way that Vortex and Motivation and Zoe was saying, or even you for that matter. They're saying it in a way to criticize, critique,
How you know that?
because I see their agenda. I see
What's their
their
agenda?
agenda. Their agenda is basically to bring us up in a conversation. And I hate to say this, but Charleston White said it right, even though I don't believe a lot of stuff he say because sometimes I think he's just playing games. But honestly, they're using us as a way to manipulate, to control, and to influence young white people, and to have and to skew. What that man did, he skewed so much data against us, and to basically influence them to see us a certain way, to deal with us a certain way, and to basically create propaganda. That's very different than what Vortex is saying. That you have to be able to understand when people are playing a game on you, and you have to
Yeah,
be
so
able to understand
why would he
the thinking
sacrifice his
behind
own
what
money?
people are
Why would
thinking.
he sacrifice his own money and build a program for black people to help them?
I don't know what that guy did. I don't think anything he
Yeah, I
did
know
was
you don't know. I know
in a
you don't
righteous
know.
way. No, I don't think anything that guy did is in a righteous way. So, if to
Why?
me,
Are you
what people
projecting or
do,
like what do you why
no,
you got so much stuff
not at
against?
all.
Why do you think
Not at
because
all.
is it because he white? Is it because he's white that you
No, 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 no,
believe
no,
that
no.
he coming off
Because
that
I feel
way?
it. Listen, you have to have discernment and you have to learn how to see the game that people are playing.
Some
Unless you have
people's
a
discernment is broke.
no, mine isn't at all. And I see exactly what that man was doing. I see exactly what Candace Owens was doing as well. And they were not doing anything good for us.
And yet they
Even if
both
they
have a
did something good
family
for
and
us,
we can't even get a piece. We can't even get a
what?
piece of a family.
Who was we? Who
Huh?
was we?
It's
Who was
all the
we?
people
Because
that's on this app crying about men ain't ish and women ain't ish. I mean, shoot, they can't
I'm
even.
not doing that.
They
I'm
not
not doing
doing
that.
nothing. That right? They're not doing anything to speak out loud. At least they speaking. Like they doing way more than what a lot of people saying.
At least they're speaking. Okay, so
What?
the
Are
bar,
you
the bar,
serious?
the
Are you
bar
really
is the
seriously
bar is
taking serious
very, very
people?
low. The bar is very low. You can tell this guy's intentions in the way that in the way that he misuses and mischaracterizes statistics. Right? I can tell that he's
Can
still.
you
I
see
can
all
tell
the
that he's.
Oh
information
my
and so
I
days.
can
much
tell that
knowledge?
he's.
That guy was perverted. He was perverted.
Hold on, I'm not going to go there.
Wow,
I don't know
It's
Yes,
about
he
that.
was.
crazy.
But
I
I
am.
will. What I will say is
that's
that.
crazy.
What I will say is
That's
that he's
perverted. That's
clearly
perverted. You look
his
up the word perverted. I'm not talking
his
about sex. I'm talking
his.
about something else.
Yeah,
What
but
he
let
was
me.
doing was a perverted thing. Okay, perverted doesn't always
Right.
mean.
Yes, I agree with you, Walking.
Yeah.
There's different
Okay.
definitions for perverted. But
Yes.
what I was going to say is that the way in which he strategically mischaracterized and misrepresented the black community and quote unquote black issues is absolutely a problem. And somebody as well read as him, I
And
would
what was the reason why he did it?
well to spread propaganda and to racialize
Propaganda of what?
I'm going to tell you to racialize racial antagonisms against black people on behalf of many young white conservatives in this country. I believe that he
What?
wanted. I believe that he wanted them to come to a certain belief that there is certain issues that are
You
going
believe or
on.
you know?
So, for instance, I can give you a point in case. So he believed in the replacement theory, the Great Replacement theory. Do you know what that is?
No.
Okay. So the Great Replacement
Can I go
theory.
next,
He
host?
spoke on it. He
No,
spoke on it.
he believed in it. I can
No,
pull
he
up his
spoke
quote.
on it and
Oh,
believed.
brother. Let me
No,
pull
he
up his quote
spoke on
again.
it and
Can I
believed
finish, Rachel?
that it wasn't a representation of what was happening today. He
Yeah,
said,
so the Great Replacement Theory origin is in white nationalism. Do you know what white nationalism is? Hello?
"Who are you
No.
asking?"
Okay.
Can you finish? Because I
So
like to challenge some of the things
Yeah,
you're saying.
appreciate it.
so
I've been
white
listening to y'all
nation
for a minute.
so white
All right,
nationalism
Deacon.
so white nationalism is essentially an ideology that believes in a white ethno national state that shows that white people are kind of like the superior like race, history, and culture within the country, and that they would like to maintain order around that. That's essentially what it is. So this idea that comes from white nationalism, it's a theory called the Great Replacement Theory, where white men have believed that they're being replaced by people of color in their quote unquote native countries, like these white countries or countries that are majority white, and so they feel like they have to protect the whiteness of the country. He
What?
believed this is the theory. You can look it up. It's called the Great
I'm
Replacement
saying
Theory.
you saying that's what he's standing for?
So
It's not
because he believes in a
Joe is
great.
completely lying. He
Oh
did
my
not say he
God.
believes in it.
Okay, so let me pull up his
Wait,
quote.
let
He
him
will
finish, please. I got some questions for him.
Oh
Please let him
Jesus.
finish. I got some questions for him.
Yeah, because it don't make sense if he's saying the next moment in one word he's saying that, and then he also saying that we're a lot of the people he was debating is so focused on race. That's the issue, and he
Okay,
also don't want race to
let me pull it
exist.
up real
Really,
quick.
he said it's a human construct. So he really tried to stay away from bringing race things, and all of a sudden,
Host,
now
you
he's trying to help one race and then down talk the other one. That don't make sense if he
Yeah,
trying to
you're
get rid of
host,
race.
they
yeah, you're in
host
real
that
time.
nitpicking because they
Can
forgot
I
I
know
can
that
the
I
nigga.
fact
I
that
know
finish?
he
he is.
is.
I'm nitpicking.
Yeah,
He
I'm gonna
is.
tell you why.
You've been doing that
okay.
all day.
He
So,
actually,
Can we
actually,
please
actually,
let Deacon go? Because
so
were you
just
he
gonna make a
actually.
point?
can I finish? Can I finish? I've been
Okay, can you
interrupted about
please
3 different
land
Go
your
people.
ahead,
point
Yeah,
finish.
I'm
so that
about to
he can
land. I
go?
would have been done already if I wasn't interrupted.
We only had a couple minutes anyways, just to
Yeah.
say the same thing you been saying.
Okay, so this is him verbatim. This is quote: "The great replacement strategy is well underway every single day. Is a strategy to replace white rural America with something different." That's his quote verbatim.
Exactly. He was replying to something in which he was explaining what they were saying about the immigration, like immigrants coming in. Like he was explaining. He didn't say, "I believe in the
Hold on,
great
Rachel, because I
replace."
got some
Go
simple
ahead,
questions that can
The
Deacon.
kill a
great
lot of this right
replacement
now.
So
theory.
slow.
The great replacement theory is
Sir,
a
you finish?
debunk.
Not, sir, you finish? I got some simple questions for you that y'all never seem to answer. Y'all want to throw around the racist word so much. When certain questions that just Charlie Kirk alone has asked, and a lot of other people, Candace Owens, myself even asked, why, if they're so racist, when they bring up the fact that our people did more with more restrictions than we're doing now with more freedoms, that can't get answered. Why, when he says so when he's speaking to young black men, he's saying how you oppressed, and you're sitting here at an Ivy League college, a top tier college. So what makes you oppressed? Why, when he says, I want the men that we got our women on these app alone complaining about how they're single mothers and we're not in the house, and he's saying, I feel with change is the black man being in the house. The black men need to get back into the house. They should have the nuclear family, and that would be better for them.
Are you
Where is
hiding?
that pitting me down at?
Yeah.
Are you
So racism isn't always so.
And we're back to racism, and none of those get answered
Wait,
as
brother, you
usual.
just asked the question. You said, "How is he racist?" You literally just asked the question.
He about to
I
answer it.
said, where is the racism in that? Where is that
Let him
pitting me
Can I?
answer.
down
Let
at?
him
Okay,
answer. Let
so
him
Go
answer.
ahead. Go ahead.
did you actually want to answer to the question, or did you just want to get what you wanted to say out? Because I won't
I
waste
just
my
said, go
breath if you
ahead,
don't want to
sir.
answer.
Go ahead.
Okay, so
Jesus,
go on
go
mute, brother.
ahead.
All right, go on mute, brother. So, right, racism doesn't always look like somebody burning crosses and pitchforks at your house. He was absolutely racist, right? Even though that he believed in a nuclear family dynamic. He was absolutely racist, even though that he believed or black people had access to Ivy League education. In fact, he actually wanted to undo things that got black people access to these Ivy League schools and institutions in general. So that in itself should tell you how he's racist. But even further on to the point of him being specifically racist, he believed things about black people that were unfounded, that were true and mischaracterizations. For instance, even when he talks about the single parenthood rate in our community, he equates that with fatherlessness frequently. In many of his talks, he talks about how black children, 70% of black children are fatherless. The problem with this is that because somebody's a single parent household does not mean that that child is fatherless. Because single parent households, the statistics that are collected on it, they don't take into account joint custody or any type of arrangements like that. So even if a child,
So we have our own
hold
women.
on,
I
brother,
gotta stop you.
hold
We
on,
have
hold
our
on.
no.
I'm
We
almost
have our
done.
own women
I'm
complaining
almost
about us
done.
not being in our
I'm
home.
almost done. I'm almost
Finish.
done.
You want to
I'm
know the
almost
answer.
done.
Go ahead.
So my
He's not
problem,
even answering the question, but go ahead.
so the racism and the racial aggression, antagonism, excuse me, comes in when he's misrepresenting things like that and saying that 70% of black kids are fatherless, which is absolutely not true. Now, is single parent households in our community a problem? Absolutely. I have no issue with him or anybody else talking about that. I would like for them to talk about it truthfully, to talk about it critically, and to not misrepresent and strategically mischaracterize black people to make them seem worse or kind of pathological in a way where we are dysfunctional, that we actually are not. That's the racist part
In
about it.
addition, talking about the hidden hand. Okay, please talk
So
about the hidden hand.
I gotta
So
call
y'all
this out.
didn't
I ain't
answer
gonna lie.
not one
I ain't gonna.
question.
Yeah, hold up,
Y'all
Decon, real
didn't
quick.
answer none of the. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hold up, real quick. I was just about to say this real quick about Zoe. What I've noticed. Um, I, I noticed something about you. It's like and what's been happening all day, right? I believe you have a lot of, and I gotta say, you got some manipulative tactics. I noticed that, because you try to articulate things a certain way, and then you would twist things. You would twist some things up a little bit, and we done called you out about 3 times already. You twisting some stuff up, and you twist it to fit your narrative to make it seem like it's true, and then people really falling for this stuff though a little bit, because it's like
It's odd how you can discern
we don't
Zoe, but you
you.
can't discern.
Hey, you probably one of the ones that fall for him too though, because he sound like he know what he talking about. But I'm saying we done debunked a few things, and then what he do is go to the next thing and ask another thing and pull something else up to not let us basically say that we caught him up. You know what I'm saying? And I noticed that's why I say I have to stay here quiet, and I noticed like how you operate. Then we saying like that is not true. You're not. We actually heard the video, or we'll play the video, and you be like, no, what they actually mean is that I'm like, no, that's very manipulative. I don't know if you I don't know. I've just got to call it out because this is what you're doing. Just because you want to be against this guy so dang on bad that you even trying to change the stuff that he actually saying just to make it fit that this little hatred you have towards him though. That junk is crazy.
Oh, okay.
But
So don't project that into me, brother. I didn't say that I hate
I
you.
got you though. You of course
No,
you're gonna give me.
hold on.
I'm the one that's
No,
projecting, but I'm a
no.
listener. I'm just a listener though. But
Why
that's
are you
cool.
running
I
past that
called you
though?
out. I'm doing what you doing then. I'm doing what you
Brother,
doing. You've been doing all
brother,
day though. So
respectfully, you don't have to call me out. You can call me in if you want to, but don't call me out. The point that I was going to make, though, is just that one, I never told you that I hated this man, so don't project that onto me. If that's how you feel, say that, but don't say that I hate him. The second thing is, brother, is that when I'm talking about these things, I'm talking about what he's saying verbatim. I'm not talking about what you might interpret it as. I'm not talking about reading in between the lines or any of these other things, because what this conversation has shown at length is that some of you have comprehension issues, or that we're just simply not at the same level of comprehension. So I'm not interested in your interpretation of what he's saying. That's why I'm taking what he's saying verbatim, and we're looking at it as it is. So when I'm saying that, oh, he is lying on black people when he says black people are 13% of the population, and but they represent 40 to 50% of all commercials on TV, which the statistic actually came from people of color and not black people. That is a problem, and that's a mischaracterization. You didn't call it out. You just said that you disagreed, and we moved on.
No, he
Listen,
said
I'm
black
a
people are
hold on. I'm
13%
just going to
before
land
he
here.
said it was people of
I am just
color.
going to land here. I am a researcher, right? I have been trained to think critically, to look at things critically, and to interrogate them. Because some of you lack those skills, that's not my responsibility. That's yours.
it's
No, no,
therapists
no.
that it's
You lack the
therapists that
skills of
use
answering a question,
it,
Zoe.
it's
Can you answer the
therapists
question?
that
Why we doing? I'm
my
sorry.
thing
Go ahead.
is
Go ahead. Go
no, I
ahead.
was about to say the school. I don't know why he try to throw that out there though. You can do whatever you study though, but some people study things for biased reasons. Some people study things for to actually something outside of themselves also. Just like I notice a lot of therapists that be on here, they can tell you everything about their mindset, and as soon as you put them in a hot fire, then they can't say nothing about themselves. So what I noticed, you just studying stuff to help whatever you're trying to promote or whatever you side with. That's all you do. So that stuff don't mean nothing to me. You can went to school for 100 things or got trained to communicate or whatever type of way though. But I'm saying some people use things to manipulate. You know what I'm saying? So I don't care how you feel about it. This is something me calling out. You don't have to agree with it, but you're the one that's just I'm just putting out in the open, and whoever else grasps what's happening, they're gonna see it. I'm not gonna say it for no reason. Because like I said, if we was having a conversation, we would hear both sides, right? We'll be like, okay, dang, I didn't know that's how it was. We just like, no, if it make me feel a certain way, then it's wrong. Just like a lot of these chicks that do that. If it don't feel good, then it's wrong. It's a lie or something like that. Everything, the truth, we already heard that for many of years, and the truth hurts. So if stuff is y'all, you have not proved that a lot of these things that Kurt been saying was not true. Like that, we're not playing a part to it. You just talking about the numbers is off. Well, it said 85%, and when the number was probably 84%. So it's like, what's the point of saying that? Because it was one number off. It's like you nitpicking it so bad that you trying to make it seem like this person, what they're saying is not true. We know it's issues that we have. We know all type of stuff. So it's like, what's the point of saying these things? But you just try to push it to make it seem like that he's lying and we don't have nothing to work on and all this other stuff. And it's like, whatever. But like I said, you can do that twisting stuff. It don't work with me because, like I said, I think deeper and I actually went and looked at the things that both of these people saying or whatever. But that's whatever. I just wanted to call that out. That's all it is. You've been doing it all day. I had enough time. Boy, I never. She ain't hear nothing. She just worried about speaking. But I gotta let Decon go real quick, and then you can go after that. So,
I just wanted to answer the question of why we doing worse now than we was doing when we had more restrictions.
We are not doing okay. Well, actually, before I say that, brother, what do you mean by doing worse? Because you have to define that.
I ain't got to define that. It's clear as what it is.
Okay, but
no semantics, no nothing.
This is not semantics. This is about being clear in what you're saying. It's not semantics.
Okay, now y'all want to be clear. Y'all want to be clear and not put semantics about how things get. I'm talking now. Y'all want to be clear and pick and choose when you want to be clear. So y'all was okay when to get your vote, they felt all they had to do was get somebody to shake their butt up to get your vote. Y'all was okay with every blatant racist comment the Democratic Party made on the other side. Y'all was okay with breaking up the nuclear homes and then pushing AB within the black communities. This is what they did to get your vote. Y'all okay with them bringing illegal immigrants over? Y'all okay? No, you say what you want to state, and I'm going to say what I want to state. Y'all was okay with them bringing in illegal immigration, and I got no problem with people that want to be that needs help. But they push them into impoverished neighborhoods that already don't have resources that we complain about. These are things that we're already complaining about. So now you're saying we're lying. So the women are lying about the men not being there to take care of their kids. We're lying about the resources we have that we being forced to share, and our schools being closed down to take care of another marginalized group. And we ain't gonna get to the whole what is a woman debate. These are things that we constantly complain about.
Oh, that's dangerous though. If you say that today.
So hold on 1 second, Deacon. I'm not okay. Let's level set. I'm not responsible for what other black people are saying. I'm only responsible for what I'm saying. In this conversation, right? I
think he was speaking in general, man. Everything ain't you, so.
He's responding to me speaking in general. He said, y'all. He's responding to my points, and then he's saying, y'all. That's why I was asking him when he said I didn't ask his question. I'm like, brother, what do you mean by we're doing worse? Because if you mean worse as in like our family or household dynamic, I would be in agreement there. But if you mean worse by like socioeconomic outcomes, I would be in disagreement.
Why?
Okay, 1 second, brother. Socioeconomically, we're doing better than we were doing in the 1950s, 40s, 30s, and whatever other time prior to the Civil Rights Act. And also literacy as well, also high school graduation and college graduation rates as well. So those material empirical outcomes,
are those numbers are those numbers even good? Because they got no child left behind. You just talk about bunch of numbers. We got no child left behind. Our kids are not doing well.
No child came behind. Excuse me. No child left behind came much later. But the point that I'm making is that after the point of the Civil Rights Act, our literacy rates, our high school graduation rates, our college graduation rates, our representation and terminal degrees in professions such as doctors, lawyers, etc., had rise exponentially. There's no comparison.
So wait, hold on, wait. So what you're saying is, I'm gonna say this one piece.
I know. Hold on 1 second. The literacy rate for America as a whole has decreased. So I don't even know where you're getting that.
Yeah, but it's not to the levels of the
Rachel, hold on. Because what he's saying is what we've been saying for the longest. We're not oppressed. We can't be doing good and oppressed at the same time.
That's
Which
not
is
true.
it?
That's not true, brother. You can have advancement.
Oh,
You can have advancement and also still be oppressed, right? So, for instance, right, at one point in time, black people were oppressed by the system of chattel slavery. They were emancipated. That didn't mean that they were not oppressed no longer because they were emancipated. Prior going into the Civil Rights Act, right? So obviously, up until that point, there was state-sanctioned violence and laws on the books against black people from the whole period of emancipation up until the Civil Rights Act. Even after the Civil Rights Act, you still have things like black men, right, making up a 7 or 6% of the United States population and over 60% of all exonerations in this country. That obviously alludes to a particular system of policing that is disproportionately targeting and criminalizing innocent black men. That's an issue, and that's a form of oppression, brother. So there are things in which are oppressive systems that operate and that are interacting with black people. While that's also black people can still be advancing at the same time. Both of these things can be true. I don't know why you think oppression means that you can't, or populations or demographics are not advancing.
All
I'll
right,
just
so let's
respond
get.
directly.
Oh, go ahead, Vortex. Yeah, I'm about to say somebody else go.
Again,
So
he nailed it again. I didn't even think he was gonna nail this one, but he nailed it.
Well,
this
we
is
know you
just
got a
one of the points
bias
that
though,
you.
so that's you're not proving nothing. Go ahead, Vortex.
So
He
one
didn't
of the
nail it,
points
but
that
go
you
ahead.
brought up. One of the points that you brought up, you said that he was wrong in suggesting about single fathers, the single fatherhood rates, whatever. And your point was that he's not accounting, the split parenthood. Here's the issue with that. Whether it's a single mother, single father, whether they're doing joint custody, etc., as you mentioned, the fact of the matter is the system, and we know who set it up, the system was set up so that the parents cannot raise their own children. If you are in that split parenting situation, the parent has to go to work to be able to afford to live, which means they have to give the child to the system one way or the other. Even preschool, you got to give it to a daycare. You have to give your child to the system to raise. In a two-parent household, one of the parents can be home with the children, even if that means the parents flipping and doing shift work. One works while one's at work, and then they flip flop and go. While one is at home and they flip flop, and the other one comes home with the children while the other one works. That is the whole point of what he said. And the fact of the matter is, you know this to be the fact, but you want to choose the manipulative side of saying, well, no, he's wrong because he doesn't account for split parents, so the child still has access to both parents. You may have access on every other weekend to your father, but that is not the same outcome as having a father live at home with you, to where you can be raised by your mother while your father provides for his family, and then your father come home and reinforce and instill what was taught. You know that's not the same outcome.
Yeah, I didn't say that that was, brother, and I think that you again misunderstood what I said. My issue with what he was talking about was that he was equating um, that because somebody was in a single parent household that they were fatherless. That was my problem. Not to say that single parent households are not an issue. I understand that single parent households are an issue, especially single parent households that are reduced to working class, that are in a working class status. This isn't really the same issue if this person, like upper class single parent households, they don't really bear the same outcomes as working class single parent households. So if you have a single parent that's a doctor per se, right? That child will be more successful than even a person that have two working class parents and they're coming from a two parent household. I don't know if y'all know that. So the issue really is the socioeconomic status of the household more so than it is the arrangement of the household. When you're talking about the outcomes of the child as it relates to whether or not that child will be involved in crime, whether or not that child will graduate, going to college, etc. These are the empirical metrics that I'm talking about specifically. But I do think that single parent households are an issue. I don't equate them to fatherlessness, though, to name that issue and to talk about it.
Okay, so here's where the point that you just made, in a lot of cases, is wrong. Just because one of the the single parent, is socioeconomically better off, the child who is not raised with both parents in those instances, they get into different types of problems, but they still have issues and they still have problems. The smug abuse, that is prevalent in that community, the amount of them, yes, they have the money to afford the quote unquote lawyers so that they get rehab instead of sent to juvie. But the smug abuse industry, the rehab industry for those kids, they are still having problems. So it's not just because, oh, well, mommy was a lawyer, so, we didn't have issues. Mommy was never there. So those children are still being raised by the system, and they have a whole nother set of problems, which leads to the mental health issues that we have existing in this country on a whole. So it doesn't matter your socioeconomic status. If you don't have both parents physically present, and this having both parents physically present is not isolated to the YT community. Other communities and people of color, as we like that term now, their communities keep parents together. A lot of the actual African Americans, those who immigrate from Africa and are first, maybe second generation American, a lot of them keep their families together. Yes, a lot of times they have a father that has to travel back and forth to their country of origin for economic purposes, but they keep their families together. Their dad and their mom is still married. So their outcomes in life, a lot of the black doctors and degrees that you're talking about now are from those African American homes, Caribbean American homes,
Oh,
where
Lord,
their
here we
father
go
or
with this.
mother is still married. 20, 30 years, 40,
If y'all
50
want to
years,
compare us to
still
Africans,
married.
I'm out of here.
I mean, facts don't care about your feelings.
So, brother, in almost every reputable source that you would look at, SES, socioeconomic status of the household, is the number one indicator of the outcomes of the child, not not a two-parent household. Two-parent household is, I believe, it's the number two indicator, but that's because they are controlling for two-parent households in which two parents are working, which increases the socioeconomic status of the household. I would hope that you know that in most families or households in America, that there's not a stay-at-home parent or a parent that doesn't work and just raises a child. So, so
Zoe,
the problem is consistently, right? Even when you're looking at family households of the same type, where you look at two-parent households where there's a higher socioeconomic status in one in comparison to one, there's a working class socioeconomic status. The one with the socioeconomic status that is lower will, by proportion, or by, excuse me, by likelihood, always be more likely to be have adverse experiences with their child. The child is going to be more likely to be involved in crime. The child is going to be more likely to not graduate. The child is going to be less likely to go to college. This is a consistent thing across the issue of socioeconomic status. When you compare single parent households, one with the upper class, one with the lower or working class, the same thing is reflected. Even when you compare a two-parent household to a one-parent household, one upper class, the two-parent households, working class parents, but the upper class parents' socioeconomic status is still higher. That higher socioeconomic status yields better outcomes for the child. And I'm not saying that there aren't issues with only having one parent in the household. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that resources, capital, wealth, etc., gives you gives children a cushion that being in a working class environment, family, and community does not, and it impacts the child's
That's
outcome.
simply not true, sir. It's actually the opposite. That's not true.
Okay.
so hold on 1 second. So Zoe, so let's accept your premise in totality. All right. So we don't need moms and we don't need dads because it just matters how much money they make. So how much money do you need to make for a father to not be necessary? What do you think the number is?
You said what? What was your question, brother? I
What's
was
the
reading something. I'm
number?
sorry.
What's the number that a family needs to, that a house needs to be bringing in to replace the father?
To
Let's just
replace the
grant your
father.
argument.
So that's not my argument, though.
No,
I'll answer your.
I know it's not your argument, but
Okay.
if we take your worldview, so
Mhm.
boom, you're right. All right, it only cares about money, and that's it.
No,
The
that's
more
not what
money,
That's not what I'm. Don't
no,
reduce
no,
what
no,
I'm
no, no.
saying to
That's the
that.
measurement. That's the measurement that you've been giving us has not been. Hold on, let me. Then you can correct my understanding because
Yes.
I've been listening to you, And what I'm hearing is socioeconomic status.
Yeah, so allow me to correct you because
Economic status. So what are the aspects that make up the term socioeconomic status that you were referring to other than money? I'm
so
listening.
socioeconomic status isn't just about money, it's about the education level of the parent as well. It could be about the community that the parent lives in and also the money that the background the person comes from. So like whether you come from a generationally educated background, if you yourself have a bachelor's or terminal degrees, those types of things are included in socioeconomic status, not just your money. Just also to the point, I wasn't saying that this is a replacement for a father or for another parent figure.
Then what's
That's
the
not what I
point?
was
What is
saying.
the point of the
My
argument?
point, my point was is that the number one indicator, right, across studies that they're looking at when they're talking about outcomes of a child, they are looking at the socioeconomic status. They also consider, again, I'm not saying that they don't consider a two-parent household, a single family household. Even when you look at the crime statistics, right? They say, oh, this percentage amount of criminals, the overwhelming majority comes from a single parent household. They also say that those overwhelming majority of criminals come from a low socioeconomic background as well. And there's a reason why they put that in there. So that's my only point, brother.
I
That
understood. I understood that,
okay, so
but
so
that's
don't
not.
don't ask me questions on faulty premises because I think
No,
that's a
it's not.
bad faith.
It's not a false premise because the response that you gave, access to the right neighborhoods, access to.
Schools,
I'm sorry. Say again.
neighborhoods, schools.
Yep, neighborhoods, schools. I live in a really nice school district. Taxes in the area I live to buy a house here, or at least for a house my size, are about $8,500. So, how do you solve naming a whole bunch of things that are the fruits of money, and then not saying that it's about how much money you made? I'm unpack that for me. Go ahead.
So for instance, right, like, and this is something that a lot of conservatives are for school choice. People understand that by expanding the opportunity for children to go to better schools that are better funded, that those children would fare better in those environments where the schools are better funded, even if them themselves don't have the money. Does that make sense? So if you expand access to opportunity, with students that traditionally wouldn't have those opportunities otherwise, this gives them a better likelihood of beating out certain statistics or likelihood that would be
All right. So
waged against
I
them.
understand the
So,
point you're making. I'm going to respond to you. So check this out. Here's the problem that you got. For somebody who's lived in the suburbs as an adult, I was raised in the hood and living in the suburbs. I've done coaching. I've done mentorship. I've, been active in the schools because I got kids, so all the stuff that comes along with that from, wrestling and basketball camps and all of that good stuff. Okay. And let me tell you something. The home environment that child is growing up in, okay, is going to be the primary indicator of what they do with whatever opportunity you put in front of them. Now, I'm not saying that nobody nobody gets out of it if you put the right opportunity in front of them, but I am telling you that when you have a messed up home environment, which is normally the case for why you don't have a mom and dad at home, is because you were created by two people who don't get along, who don't love each other, who don't like each other. And because both of them are your parents, then the rancor and hatred and chaos that comes out of being raised in the blast radius of a relationship like that shreds your opportunity. No matter if we ship you off to Harvard, there's plenty of folks that get in there for reasons other than academic and they don't do well. And the principal reason why is what we keep pointing at. And when you come back with the data you come back with talking about socioeconomic, of course, if my parents went to Yale and I'm raised in a neighborhood where all the houses are $700,000+, I'm gonna have better educational opportunities and fare better in life. That's common damn sense. People aren't demystified by that. We're talking about what is happening in the home is crazy because people are coming up with alternative lifestyles and is creating chaotic environments for the spiritual and mental and psychological development of children. And so I'm watching people online every day that look like that may have perfectly rational or may have perfectly normal jobs, be able to maintain a house payment and all of that stuff. And they in their backyard hopping around like a puppy with a leash around their neck because they damn nuts, because they're being raised in situations that aren't making for stable human beings. And life is more about how much money you make while you're here. Do you understand what my concern is and how I see this issue?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, brother.
Yeah.
I don't have any disagreements. Again, I want to reiterate, this is the third time that I'm saying this. I'm not saying that single parent households is not a problem. That's not what I'm saying.
All right.
Because
Let's get got three new people up here. Was it Magna first or Faith?
Oh, I think it was Faith.
Faith, okay, Faith and Magna, and then Myra in, so we can just get some stuff mixed in. And until then, I'm gonna put
It's
y'all to work.
Amira.
Mary, yeah, my bad. All right, till then, keep tapping, get the shares going, get these lights, get some more perspectives in here. Hopefully, we can get some people that ain't far left or far right. You know what I'm saying? We're trying to get some people to bring and realize that it's different perspectives and see if we can at least come to some sort of understanding of how this world work in general, right? Because it's just, I think this is bigger than what people think it is. Everybody keep asking the question, what is up here and all that stuff, but I think that this can happen to any one of us. Especially, what I take out of this is that context matter. You know, a lot of times we keep going off a couple things, and then we don't dive deeper why we say it or what things are said or whatever. And then why I talk about this, because everybody keep asking me why. It's because I'm a speaker just like him. You know, I've been doing this for a long time, and I can get done the same way. As soon as you have one day, you might say something that might not sound appealing to the ear. They're going to try to twist it up and make it up, just like we've been going on all day. People like twisting things up and make it fit their narrative or whatever bias they have against certain talking points, you know. So this is how this is, though. So get, did y'all get the shares going? Did y'all get the whatever? But if y'all enjoying the conversation, also go ahead and tip out, gift out your people that you mess with it, you know, the talking point. It might motivate them to feel like they're really doing some stuff, you know what I'm saying? But all right, y'all. Faith, go ahead.
Hey y'all. Um, okay. So I want to first start by saying I am not against conservatism and I'm not against critiques when it comes to the BLK community. But I am against anti-Black rhetoric. So with Candace and Kirk, I feel like although there might have been like a couple of good points that they had a lot of whitey supremacist anti-Black rhetoric going on. And that's why I feel like their rhetoric is dangerous.
Hey, before you go too far, because I want to make sure everybody understands. So what do you what is that? Like, what's YT talking points, YT rhetoric, and all that stuff? You know, because it seemed like YT owns some stuff. So tell us that so we know or we can be aware of it. What do that mean?
So him saying like the civil rights movement was a mistake. That for example, him saying his lack of empathy. I won't say that's really anti-Black, but I think it was just. I feel like honestly, he manifested his death. Your tongue is very powerful, and he kind of manifested his situation.
All right.
Oh,
And
okay. According to that, then that mean a lot. All of us done for then, because I'm pretty sure our mouth done led us to some situation we was in. So if you say our mouth lead us to unalive, and then I think that's almost everybody that's in this room, because I'm pretty sure before a lot of us changed, we was saying some reckless stuff or whatever, or you know, towards one another too. So according to that,
I
it seemed like
mean,
we just saying that people kind of
I'm very
deserve.
selective about what I say because I know that.
All right. So Faith, let me ask you this question. Do you know what he was talking about when he was saying that empathy is made up? Do you know the point he was making when that sentence came out?
No, he was just saying how he doesn't believe in empathy and it was a made up term and a new age term.
Okay, so you don't know what he was actually talking about. That's not what he was talking about.
Okay, so what was he talking about? Wisdom.
Okay, so hold on, check this out. I don't want to put me in opposition to you because I'm not against you. Okay, I don't agree with what you're saying, but I'm not against you, and I have every intention on treating you with respect while I'm talking to you right now. Okay.
Okay.
But I'm pointing out to you, and because we were just talking about how context matters. And, it's the opinion of me and Kevin and a lot of folks that we're being manipulated through the internet. And that one of the easiest levers to manipulate Black people is to tell you that somebody is racist. And because you can clip and snip anything that anybody says, if the person doesn't look for the context of it, then you could use that as a basis to call them racist. Now, with the empathy thing, he said empathy he's like, it's a made up term, this, that, and the other. But then he goes on to explain that empathy is being weaponized by our government. Okay. The messaging that they are giving us about empathy is to accept things on the basis of how it makes other people feel, not whether or not it's right or wrong or good or true or any of that. Just how does it make people feel? You need to be empathetic. And he said for him, he prefers sympathy and compassion. So giving an explanation like that, making a point like that, you can agree, if it was your worldview, that the government's trying to get people to approve things based on how it makes them feel and not if it's right or wrong. If that was your worldview, okay? And so you say, I don't like this word empathy because of how it's shown up in the mainstream conversation. I like sympathy and compassion. That doesn't make somebody deserving of being unalived. And I'm sure because you're a rational
Who said
person.
that? I never said that.
Okay, fair. Let's use what you did say. That doesn't make you manifest your own unaliving. Okay? That is just something that your understanding was out of context. You didn't know you didn't know the point he was making. And so the argument we're making is that a lot of folks, they don't care about looking for the context, and they hear something and it's triggering and then they go with it. And people are being manipulated if they don't have a capacity to look at the long form content or make sure they find the context of what's being said. And if that's not their practice about how they take in information, because social media is entertainment, people just flick, and they're developing an opinion without checking into things. So they think Charlie Kirk was against empathy, against human care between human beings. And that couldn't be further from the truth. And in the same way, there's a lot of folks that think he was a racist. And they've developed that opinion because it has been developed for them. It is put into the algorithm. You have people snipping and clipping and taking things out of context so they can make it look like you're saying something you're not. And they're propagating those videos amongst one another and pushing this narrative that he was a racist. But if you actually look at his ideas, it may not be something every Black person is going to agree with, but they definitely weren't, I hate Black people, because that's what racism is about.
So
I hate them and I want them to do worse, and I don't want them to survive in life, and I want to work to try to create disadvantages for them because it's so important to me to make sure I'm harming Black people. The idea the idea that there is a meaningful percentage that every person that disagrees with you falls into that bucket is something that is being used to control us as a people. We're
that
being
is the
manipulated.
definition of racism, brother.
Yeah, we're getting manipulated. We're being manipulated.
Making up your own definitions. That's manipulative, if you ask me.
I understand, but we're being manipulated. That's the
Yeah.
point I'm making.
Yeah, but you should use the applied definition of racism. The applied definition of racism actually has nothing to do with hate.
Okay, understood. I'm just talking about what we're talking about when we say racist. What we're talking about, hold on one second. Zoe, what we're talking about when we say racist, what this young lady was talking about when she said racist, Miss Faith, she was saying he hates Black people. So if you want, you can, hold on one second. You can give me the Webster's definition, but I'm just talking to her in terms that she'll understand because I'm explaining something. Did you understood what I explained before you expound on the definition, the Webster's definition of racism?
Yeah, I understood what you said, but I think
Okay,
that
cool. Well, go ahead and give us the Webster's definition. It's not gonna change the point that I made.
Well,
but go ahead and give us the Webster's definition.
You shouldn't assume what she means when she says that he's racist. You should just ask her, because when you make these assumptions, you
It was
obviously
actually obvious what she meant
hold
by it.
hold hold
So
no
he
no
could
no
assume
no
whatever he
hold on
wanted to
hold on
assume. It
hold
was
on one
obvious.
second.
And she didn't say that she
Hold
didn't
on
say that. So why are you
hold
speaking
on
up to say that that's
one
not what
second.
she meant? If
Well,
she didn't say that. But
brother,
you can assume that's not what she
brother,
meant though.
brother, brother. No, I
He
didn't
Well,
can't
say.
assume what she meant, but you
real quick.
could.
I missed
I
out,
didn't say
y'all. I
that's
was taking
not
this
what she
order.
meant. I
All
said
right,
I'm
this.
taking.
hold on one
Let
second.
me,
Okay, because Zoe be doing this. All right, it's
yeah, because I
deflecting
don't know how
from
I keep going back to
actual.
Zoe all the time. He the
Yeah,
main
it
one.
keeps deflecting from the point that Wisdom made about the misunderstanding, out of context understanding of what Charlie was saying on empathy.
Right.
Correct?
That-
Yeah. So
right.
let's
I was about
just
to say
stick to
that
the
too. That's
points
what I
that
wanted
were
to.
made, please. Yeah.
Yeah, I think thanks, babe. I was about to say, yeah, that's what I wanted to stop before, because yeah, everything was on point. I just wanted to see did Faith get it before we drag it a little bit though. Like, do you get it now? What he meant by that? Faith, you got to probably mute it, unmute. I don't hear nothing.
I said anti-black rhetoric. I never said he was racist.
No, I'm not saying that part. I'm saying, do you, because you used you used one of those things, and he kind of broke it down what he meant because it seemed like you didn't know what he meant by that because you only took the first
When he
part of it.
spoke on the empathy part, yeah, I can, yeah,
Yeah, so you
okay.
get it now. That's what I'm saying. Do you get it now? Why he said that?
But I still think he was spreading anti-black
I
rhetoric.
know, but nobody asked that part. Nobody asked that part. I'm just saying the fact that you used that and we just debunked that. It's like you're gonna try to stick. It's like, or did you even care that he even said that at all? Now that we debunked that part, did it spark your interest to look deeper into other things you feel that certain way towards?
I mean, that's why I was just went on Teacup so I can go back.
Yeah, that's all I say. That's all it was. I mean, it's okay
Right.
for us to. I don't know why we having a hard time.
I
It's
have
like
no like I said, I
nobody
have
says it's
no
okay to be wrong.
problem when it comes to, I have no problem being wrong. I
Yeah, that's
will
what I say.
go
That's all I'm
fact
saying.
check.
Yeah, I never
I
said.
will go fact check.
Yeah, I never said it did. I just wanted to make sure you
Like,
get it at one point at a time because I know a lot of
I know
times.
what I did see, so I'm gonna go check again to make sure it was what I did see.
He actually said it in the whole full video. That's the reason why I said the whole room right now is to prove that context matter. Because a lot of us, that's one of our biggest issues today. We only go with a few words, right? That gets to our feelings, and we don't know why they say it. We don't understand why they say it, and that's our biggest issue, especially us as black people. It's been like that for a while though, but I think that's for everybody, anyways. But because I'm black, I'm going to talk to black people, so we have to realize their importance, and hopefully this will have a change of heart, not a change of heart, but a change of mindset of how we try to address certain things, because a lot of things are said for a reason. It's not just said to just be said. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I'm getting to about that. So, did the other two go yet? Magna and Maya?
All right. I just wanted to say, I think that we got some trouble because we're screwed. If you look at the way that these people interpret things and the way that they understand language and people's intention, right? And the fact that I guarantee you, a lot of these people's feed on TikTok is filled with 10-second clips of a person saying two words and then the video cutting. And they're forming whole narratives and whole belief systems off of these things. They're watching videos of people that don't prove anything to them, that just talk throughout it, tell their opinion throughout it, right? That's the problem. People are so used to listening to people who they like, they're not intelligent enough to actually research to make sure that what the people are saying is actually correct. And as a society, we got too many of us doing that, literally, right? So for only one or two, three people on the panel to have went and looked at the actual videos and actually it's full quality, right? That's troublesome. Y'all sitting up here saying this man deserved to be unalived, and you didn't even watch his videos or even care to research.
Nobody
I'm just
even said
saying,
that.
man. Well, why you talk? Why you coming off mute then? I didn't
Because
say you
nobody
said
said
that.
that.
I didn't speak on you
You
at
didn't
all. All I'm
speak.
saying is,
He said on the panel. Nobody on the panel said that at all.
look, she
Just
said that the
assuming
words he
shit.
said led to his demise,
Well,
right?
I think
I said I think he
like
manifested
yeah.
his
I'm about to
demise.
say
Yes.
Yes.
it's been people. It's been people that said that. If the shoe don't fit, then why attack it? It's been people that said it. So if you know you didn't say that, then why say that? It's been people that flat out been saying that. Y'all not the
But
only
nobody on this
ones. And
panel
we're not
said
talking
that.
about just a panel either. It's not just a
He just
panel.
said on this panel.
Oh, he said on the panel.
No,
Yes.
she said that he manifested his own unalignment with his words.
No,
That's
you
saying he
said
deserved it.
you
If you
said
tell
no.
me,
I
if you
what?
tell me, ma'am,
I
if
never said
listen,
he deserved it, and that's not
no,
what that
you told,
alludes to.
ma'am, if you tell me that a person manifests their own unalignment with their words, you're saying they deserved it. I don't know if you have
That is
common
that's
sense,
the
but
No,
that's what you
same
that
thing.
is
said.
Look,
not what that
that is
means.
no,
Yes, it
literally.
is.
Faith, you
No,
gotta
it
think
that
about that. That literally is what that is. Like when we
no,
say
it
I
doesn't.
manifest this guy in my life, or I manifest this marriage. I manifest that. That's the. In
I
other words,
never said
that mean
no.
deserve. That mean
Deserving.
diverse.
No, does not
That's that.
mean
That's the
that.
exact same
No,
thing. We
no,
can't.
it doesn't.
You just put it in a cute way. That's all it is. Nobody
No,
up here is like not. No, I don't think not many people are stupid like that for real. Really, that's what that means. Like if you
no,
say
it
you
doesn't.
manifest something, that means you said that you either earned it or deserve it. That's what that means.
No, that's not what that means.
Hey,
At all.
All
hold on,
right.
At all.
I think
Kev,
we should.
This
Kev,
is sick.
hold on. Here's the best way to handle it. Faith,
Okay, is it my turn yet?
yeah, in a
No, it
moment,
still was my
Amanda.
turn. I still
Yeah,
ain't finished. I was cut
Faith,
off
He
because
still ain't
she
finished. He
was
still
hit
didn't
dog
finish.
hollering.
yeah, real
Because he
quick.
keeps on wanting to
Faith,
put
do you
words in
believe
my
he
mouth that I
deserved
never
it?
said.
Faith,
So
do you
I'm gonna
believe he
correct
did?
it
Well,
every
Let's
let's
just
time.
just
stick
put
with
it up.
manifest. Just say manifest then. So
Yeah,
it should.
no,
So
no. Hey, Kev, just she just got to stand on it. Do you think he deserved to be unalive?
No, and I never
Okay.
said that.
All right, cool.
So
Now we accept that. We accept that you don't feel that way, and that's not what you were saying, and he shouldn't have been alive for what he said. Do you think he manifested his own unalivement because of his words?
yes.
Okay. And do you think that if you manifest something using your words and using your power that you deserve it?
I'm just I I won't say that he deserved it. I feel like when you
You already
speak on
said he
other
don't deserve it.
people,
No, you
I
already said he don't deserve it, and I accept that.
when you speak in a way where you feel like something can't happen to you, but you're like putting it on other people, sometimes it can manifest in your own life.
All right, so check
Does
this
that make
out.
sense?
No, I
It
understood what
does
you
make
said because
sense.
we
They
both
just
speak
disagree.
English. No, I understand what you said because we both speak English. But I'm
Okay.
surprised to hold on. But I'm surprised to hear you think the world operates that way. That's all. Because I don't
What do
think the
you
world
mean?
actually operates that way. But I understood what you just described. I'm
I'm
surprised that you
surprised.
think that though. But let's go ahead back to Mac numbers. Go ahead and finish, Mac.
In my opinion, she said he deserved it. That's the message you're conveying to people, right? And that's the message that a whole lot of black people are conveying, that he deserved it. We're only 13% of the nation, and y'all are priming up for a war that you cannot win. A lot of y'all are idiots. You do not study. You don't know anything about these elections. You don't study any of these laws or regulations. You're just following people who you believe in because you think they're intelligent. But the reality is they study words. They don't study knowledge or cause of these things. And y'all are hypnotized. Literally, they can show you a 2-second video and you believe it. They got you on the internet saying people deserve to be unalive. They got y'all not believing in God. Y'all need to take a deep dive. I'm not talking to you. Y'all need to take a deep dive and pay attention to the people you believe in and pay attention to what real fairness is, right? So no one deserves to be unalive just because they said something that is unpleasing to you, right? We all come on the internet and say things that people don't agree with every day on a consistent basis, right? And a lot of y'all make me not even want to speak on these apps no more because y'all wish people are unalived based on their opinion. When you can easily
Y'all
debate
don't
them,
even got
you can
this much
easily
smoke for
you can easily pull up something
school
and
shootings.
debunk what
Y'all
they're
don't even
saying.
got this
But
much.
it proves that y'all don't have
Care
a
about the
need for,
kids.
y'all don't have a desire for knowledge. Y'all don't study nothing. Y'all on social media all day looking at garbage and BS. Y'all don't know anything about these current events, but you're steady opening your mouth and getting people to follow you when you don't know what you're talking about. Let the professionals handle these issues.
You said a whole bunch of nothing.
Oh, hey, hold on,
Okay,
Kev. Hold on, Kev. Hold on, Kev.
okay, is
Hold
it
on,
my
Kev.
turn yet?
Look, look,
Can
look,
I please?
y'all. You cannot interrupt when it's the person's turn. Like if you get muted and you keep unmuting, I'm just gonna drop you. Like that's just it.
I get so many right, and they don't realize there's so many people that's waiting to come up here. It's like, dang, just let everybody express themselves. That's all. But
Okay, is it my turn
before you,
yet?
before you go, motivation, yeah, we do gotta let Myra go. I'm trying to get all my new people in, and then you can start it off motivation after that. But Amira, right? Amira or Amara? I got
Yes,
him.
a mirror.
Amira, okay, Amira. All right, Amira, and then Greg, and then y'all got 2 minutes, and then we can go back to. Oh no, then motivation can start off open panel.
Okay. So what they are saying that is so dangerous is a lot of times we don't realize just how problematic and destructive our rhetoric is, and these two individuals would be a representation of that. Now for me, I'm going to cater my response specifically through the black lens. As black people, listening to Candace Owens as well as Charlie Kirk, what I have essentially gathered from their talking points is a complete erasure of black people's struggles and issues. In my opinion, that is in no way productive to our communities as well as our lives and our stories. I think they normalize extremist rhetoric. A lot of people that are conservative are not as extreme as they both are. Um, I think that it's a way to balance out your political beliefs in a way that's not wildly harmful towards other people. And from what I've seen is a weaponization of respectability politics, purity culture. It's so many different lenses that you can approach the problematic nature of their sentiments. But I digress. And
Y'all need to
also
stop
just
calling
want
people
to
dangerous and
I
then in
just
one breath
also
saying that
want
you're
to
not saying they
say,
deserve it.
I also want to say for the rhetoric, I mean for the record, no one deserves to die for their beliefs. But if you listen to some of the things that Charlie would say, it almost seems like if he were to be alive and if a black figure were to unalive similarly to how he unalived, he would justify it.
Nah, I think if it was anybody else that was speaking the same thing, and it was another, it would be just going through the same exact thing. But I think Greg, and
So,
then motivation gonna start the open panel off.
Yes, thanks for having me.
So
So, real quickly about Charlie Kirk and some of the racist and offensive statements that he made. The one I find rather instructive is the statement about the black pilots and the DEI. Right now, it's well known that DEI, even affirmative action, a lot of these anti-black statements, which were designed to help black people, that the largest beneficiary of these programs are white women. I mean, overwhelmingly, the numbers of black people that get helped by these programs pale in comparison to the number of white women who get helped by the program. And it's so well known that nobody in politics is unaware of this, including Charlie Kirk. So when Charlie Kirk reached for the black pilot example, do you think he was unaware of the impact that rhetoric would have? Do you think he was unaware that the idea of a black person holding a professional position and that the majority of Americans, even black people, would believe that they are underqualified, that this thing, which is born of racism, is running through their mind? You think he wasn't aware of that when he chose that rhetoric? Because if he really wanted to talk about the harm that DEI was doing, as he claims, it would make sense to reach for the largest population of DEI recipients, right? He did not. He did not reach for the women that were in his home, that were his mom, his sisters. Did not reach for the women that most of his base looked like and were and comprised half of his base. He reached for people that they couldn't relate to, didn't want to relate to, people they hold to be inferior to them, inferior in wisdom, in knowledge, just inferior in every single sense, because that lent power to the example. And that was the point. He knew it. He knowingly did it. The man's a racist. It's harder to defend that he's not. And I don't know why you guys are willing to twist yourselves into knots to say that the man was not a racist. The man used this to propel his point forward. People who aren't racist don't go around using racist tropes. And they definitely don't use it they don't take benefit from it. The man did both. And I welcome any arguments to the contrary.
Did you listen to the whole clip? You
I
did not.
want you to go walk. You
Before we
want to
do
walk
that,
through the
yeah, I
whole
think I
clip?
wanted a motivation to start that thing. Start it off though, real quick, and then go to open panel.
I would
Yeah.
love to walk with anyone through the whole clip to further hammer home the point that he was a racist.
Mr. Greg, motivation is gonna speak,
Motivation.
and then
Yes.
Krista, you came a little bit after, so we'll speak. We'll give you a chance to speak independently after open panel, but you can also participate in open panel. Go ahead, motivation.
So I noticed something Magnum said talking about being about fair. So you sound educated. I'm not going to assume you're not. Again, context is everything, understanding the history of things. So if you look at the creation of this country, why would you even use the word fair? If the Civil Rights Act of 1964 wasn't created till 1964, and if I'm suggesting and assuming you can do basic math, that's 60 years. Fair, really? So when we suggest fair, that there's infrastructure that was designed by certain people to create certain results, and we see because they were playing chess and we were playing checkers, they accomplished exactly what they wanted to because we fell into exactly what they wanted us to do. We started having self-destructive behaviors based off of what was initiated by somebody that did not look like us. Now that is on us. That's our responsibility. There were certain laws created. Hold on. Certain laws created, certain things put in place to create a certain scenario and certain outcomes. Now, many of you can maybe deny that if you want to. Say, no, that never happened. Then you aren't looking at real true history. Then you are following along with the history book they're trying to change, and trying to change facts and circumstances that took place to lighten the image of what took place instead of true, accurate history. I'm simply saying when you use the word fair, you're not even thinking on a logical aspect saying, oh yeah, everything's so fair. Really? Now, I'm not suggesting any way, shape, or form. There are a lot of individuals of my skin tone are highly intelligent, hardworking, that they can be extremely successful in this country. I don't think anyone can stop us from being successful. But from a psychological aspect, we know that everyone is not mentally strong enough to go through certain environments and make the best choices. That many of them will fold to the weaker nature and make horrible decisions. I.e., we were talking about women, correct? Okay, so we want to talk about fatherless homes. So, and I already said this before. I said for men, it means protecting your seed. Now, we already know there's a
Bro, how
lot of...
many different things you gonna talk about? First, you start off with
So, all
fairness.
right,
Now
you
you
got to go
talking
ahead and
about
speak
single
on
mother
it,
homes.
Magnum. Go ahead and speak on it, Magnum, because you're the one that brought up the fairness statement, sir. So
Okay,
from an intellectual
no.
perspective, that wasn't even smart. Thank you.
Okay, that's your opinion. You can have your opinion, just like everybody say. Everybody got an asshole. You can you. But so I'm getting muted. I don't understand.
Wait, what's going on? Who's
Wait, is
muted?
he getting muted?
Somebody's muting him.
My whole screen is.
I don't know who's muting you.
My screen was. I couldn't even see the name.
Okay, try it again, please. I don't know if
Okay,
there's a mod muting, but please stop.
yeah, it was a moderator. So when I used the word fairness, it would have been intelligent to acquire about what did you mean when you used the word fairness, but you was delusional in your ways and you reacted just like a delusional person would. You assumed, and then you formed a whole narrative and had a whole
So, hey,
conversation by yourself.
hold on, real quick,
Okay?
y'all. Hold up. So this is what we about to do. But on both ends, right? Can y'all not throw insults to prove a point, man?
He already threw insults at me already. He already
It's
threw insults.
right.
So why
So
stop
okay,
me when I start throwing
yeah,
insults?
you got it too, right? You got yours out though, but now we from
No,
this
I ain't. You cut me off when I was getting it out just now.
nigga. Oh my gosh.
Moving
So my
forward.
thing
How you
is,
gonna say I got it out, but as soon as I get it out, you
all
cut
right.
me
All I'm
off?
saying, because I'm noticing what's going on, and I didn't,
Well, I'm just wondering why nobody ain't
that,
noticing when Mr.
that's
Skittlehead
that's
over here
cool.
started
That's
throwing
both.
insults.
That
He
goes for
just
both of y'all. I don't
posted.
get why you acting like a little kid now. It's for both of y'all. and everybody else from this point. All I'm saying is just we ain't got to do that. We can have a regular conversation without cut each other down. And the next person that do it, then since we saying that, they can go ahead and see what the comments talking about. So I'm just saying it seems like it's just getting worse and worse from this point. I don't know why we getting this so passionate and acting like everybody came. We're just trying to have a conversation. That's all. So
Okay, but I don't have to insult anyone's intelligence, especially based off the fact that they use the word that I feel like shouldn't be used, right? So, like I said, you should have acquired about what I meant by fairness, right? So you had a whole conversation by yourself, formed a whole narrative about something I was not even talking about. And that's the problem with society. And that's the problem with these delusional people on these apps and that come up and say that people deserve to be unalived based off of their opinion when they didn't even understand what the person was saying. That's the same thing we're talking about with the Charlie Kirkman situation, right? They didn't even know what the person was talking about, but they got so much passion when they failed to even understand. So when I meant when I talked about fairness, I meant that they're entering debates with him, and even though they cannot mentally, right, understand the conversation to the point where they can debunk him, they want to say, well, hey, he's dangerous, right? They feel like the individual is dangerous because they can't debunk what he's saying or they don't have anything smart to say. That's what I meant by that, sir. I didn't mean anything about civil rights or anything like that, so you could keep that opinion.
Yeah, and I wanted to speak to Brother Greg really quick. Greg,
I'm here.
okay, all right. It was nice listening to you speak. I think you put together why you think what you think very eloquently with those two different aspects of manifested racism that you're like, hey, if you're seeing these two things at the same time, then it's perfectly reasonable to categorize this person as a racist. All right, but I disagree that your standard for this is a good standard to use. And the reason why is because I don't think it qualifies somebody as a racist to have conversations about race if they're white and if they're critical of Black culture. So I believe that if you have enough conversations about Black culture, what is happening in America, if you are a white person and you are critical of it, that there will be things that you say that people are going to qualify you as racist, even if you're not racist, even if you're making a completely rational, coherent assessment of what you think you see in front of you without any negative bias. And everybody does have their bias. I'm not saying that this man is without that. I know that I have my bias, right? So I'm just saying that that was one thing I don't agree with using your standard, even though I think you articulated it very well. And then in addition to that, you had one of those standards was based on the idea of what you think his argument should have been. Because if you knew that women were the greatest beneficiary, then you would obviously do this. And because you're not arguing it the way that I would argue it, you're arguing it the wrong way. And because of that, this is proof that you are racist. So those ideas, like I said, I understood what you said, and I get why you draw the conclusion that you draw. I just don't think that you really met the burden of proof with that, especially if you can measure it against the other aspects of his life and things that he's done that have specifically benefited Black people and Black people that he's worked with. Like,
Okay.
I don't believe in, I personally don't believe that if somebody does something that makes you, an individual person, qualify him as a racist, that means that everything they've done that isn't racist, that was out of love or out of the goodness of their heart or whatever, instantly turns into a manipulation. I think that you can say things that maybe you shouldn't have said the way that you wanted to say them because you were having really difficult conversations and you're taking an oppositional opinion. I think you can do all of that, not be a racist, still love Black people and all of that. So
Okay. So
that's why I can't cross the bridge you've crossed.
all right. So let me respond to that. Harry Truman was undoubtedly a racist, and he desegregated the U.S. military. L.B. Johnson was undoubtedly a racist, and he pushed through the Civil Rights Act. So it's not incompatible to be a racist and to still do something actually do the right thing by black people, because it's not something nice. They're just simply they're simply balancing the scales. And so, yeah, it's not incompatible to do something for black people, to balance the scales for black people while still being a racist. Because neither one of these two men, if they were alive, would ever tell you that they are in the black camp, if you could call that. So, and here's the other thing too. Like I said, if you go through Charlie Kirk's own words, which is all we have, his body of work, even his own work condemns him. He says his statement about the civil rights movement, right, I think was very telling. The first Civil Rights Act was in 1866. Yes, we had one before. I know a lot of people don't know that. 1866, almost 100 years later, a man named Martin Luther King had to come along and fight for the damn same thing that was already written in law to actually be in practice. And what did he say about the Civil Rights Act?
Yeah, but do you know what it was he was
No, no.
talking
What
about?
did
That
he
was a
say about the Civil
mistake.
Rights Act?
He said that it was something. He said that it something about it not happening or it shouldn't have been done. But
Yeah,
do
it
you
shouldn't have been
understand?
done because
I know, but Greg, just really quick, brother. Do you think what you're describing is the point he was making? Because I am telling you 100% that if you listen to that in the full context of itself, that is not the point he was making.
the point he
He
was
says,
making. Uh-huh.
hold on. Do you honestly believe that you watched and understood that statement inside of the context that it was made well enough to say that this is what was in his heart, as opposed to understanding the point he was describing?
Okay.
Do you know the point he was actually describing when he said that?
I think I know the point that he was trying to
Okay,
get
tell
at.
me what it is.
However,
What's the point he was making? Because the point he was making isn't I'm a racist and I hate black people. He was talking about an idea. So what is the idea that point was inscribed in?
listen, there are some things that even there's some things no matter how you turn them can just
Okay,
never be
so
true.
that's
Let me
okay. So
finish. Let me
Greg, that's what
finish.
the issue is. So
Let me
Greg, that's what
finish.
our
Let me.
no
You cannot
Greg.
hear my arguments if you don't let me finish.
No, you know what? You're right. You're right, Greg. And I'm sorry. I'm listening. Go ahead.
There's just no way to turn some things into a positive. If if the Civil Rights Act had not come along, right, the one of 1964, where would black people have been? Would we have been in a better place? I mean, considering that we already had one that was almost 100 years old, and we were not in a good place. So would we have been in a better place? Not at all. So it's not something you can mess with and think somehow that it would that somehow.
Okay, so
Hold on,
you
and
feel,
there's another point I need to make. Right, the other point is every
but you
black
didn't
professional.
understand what he was
Hold
talking
on,
about. You
hold on.
developed an opinion about him based on
Let
something
me
that he wasn't
finish my point
describing.
so that you can understand where it comes from. Every black
So you're
professional.
about to make up where it comes from, but you don't know what he was talking about.
If you let me finish, we might actually get there.
Okay. All
Every
right.
black professional, you ask every black professional what they, how they feel. What? Sorry, was I muted? All right. Every black professional, you ask them how they feel they have to perform in order to to succeed in corporate America. Do they think that they can do the same amount as their white counterpart, or do they have to do twice as much? Okay, so when he talked about excellence in his example of the black pilot, it should have crossed his mind that the black pilot was by far the more excellent candidate. But that's not how the example was used. It was
That's a
used to
false
say that this
narrative.
is an inferior candidate.
All right,
Because
but
what?
he doesn't hold but he doesn't hold the position, brother Greg,
Just let him
that
finish.
black people have to do twice as much work to get ahead. So him using that in the point that he should have made, which is the point you think he should have made, which is what you did with the other argument. And this is kind of what I'm saying is you've got something you're creating your own standard for this stuff. And frankly, with all due respect,
Or I'm trying to
it
match
is
it with
hold on.
reality.
Hold on. I understand it. I understand what you're saying. Okay. I'm just telling you that with all due respect, it's obvious you don't know what he was actually saying when he made the comment. You don't know what idea he was describing because it was part of a broader conversation where he was making a point. And you don't know what that point is. You are perfectly comfortable with the fact that because he said a sentence that you don't like, you don't need to understand anything more of it, and you are willing to call
Or
him a
I'm
racist.
matching it
And
with
one
reality.
second,
That's
Greg,
simply
one
it.
second, Greg, 1 second. And there are people who function like that. And I don't think that's a wise way to function, because I think it opens
You're
you up to
talking in
being
hypothetical,
one
and I'm
second,
talking in reality.
1 second, Greg. I'm just saying. I understand that's how you function.
Like in the
Okay.
real world?
No, that's how you're functioning here for the purposes of this conversation. Your ideas are based off of something you clearly don't understand what he was
Or
saying.
something I observe in the real world?
It doesn't matter if you observed it in the real world. If what you observed was outside of context, then you don't understand it. So and it's fine that you don't understand it, okay? Because
All
there
right,
are
go ahead,
people.
prove it. Prove that prove that I don't understand it, and prove that my lack of
I'm
understanding somehow changes
what,
the argument. Go
all
ahead.
right, what was he talking about when he said it?
I don't know. Tell me what it is, and show me how my lack of
That's my
understanding.
proof.
Let
No,
me
okay, so
finish.
great.
Listen,
Okay, Greg,
show
that's
me
my
that my
proof.
lack of understanding
No, Greg, that's my
somehow
proof.
changes the argument.
His proof
Greg,
is that you don't know.
yeah,
Greg,
And now
that's
show
my.
me how my lack of understanding changes the argument.
I
Do
heard
you
you.
want me to
I
play
heard you. So I'm
the
not.
do you
Yeah,
want me to play the DEI conversation or
he say, how does his lack of understanding change the
yeah,
argument?
and the point you said prove that my lack of understanding has changed the argument.
Yeah, show
And
me how I don't understand it, and
I
then prove how my lack
He's
of
about to show you.
understanding
He's about to
changes
show
the
you.
argument.
so Greg, listen to me. Listen, the proof is that you don't understand it. So I'm showing you by asking you the question, which is the fact that you don't know what you're talking about. With all due
What's the
respect.
question?
No, the question was, what was the point he was making when he said that?
The
Which
point
one?
he
Are we
was,
talking
oh
about the
my
black
God,
pilot?
y'all are asking.
About the Civil
The
Rights
black
Act.
pilot, the example he was trying to
No,
make.
I didn't ask about the
Okay.
black pilot. Please listen to me, sir. I said the Civil Rights Act. That's what we were talking about. And then you jumped to black pilots. I'm keeping up with what you're saying. You started with the Civil Rights Act, and he wanted to undo it. And you are stuck on that, but you're not listening to it in context, because there's more that he said. He said there should be a Bill of Rights and it should be a single bill that has to do specifically with race. Okay, but what his problem was that the way that the language was written for the Civil Rights Act was allowing them to put boys and girls sports and all of this weirdo LGBTQIA stuff that's happening. And so he wanted to remake the way that was written so that it didn't include them, that it protects black people and people of color, but it's not extended into what type of sex you like. That was the point of his argument, but you don't know that. You have
Okay.
a single sentence. Stop.
Now
You have
show
a
me how it
single.
don't. Show me how it impacts my understanding.
Stop. I am showing. Stop. You don't know that because you didn't listen to the whole thing. You
can I
can show.
play it real quick?
What you said?
Can I just play the Civil Rights Act?
Yeah, absolutely. Please go ahead and play it so he can hear it.
All right, thank you. Okay. All right.
Agenda. You said the Civil Rights Act was a mistake. What do you mean by that? Yeah, so the parts of the Civil Rights Act were great, but the way it's now being implemented to force men in female bathrooms to push forward of the trans agenda, the intent of the Civil Rights Act is way beyond what it was originally authored for. But the intent specifically originally was to... Well, that's interesting. So the intent and the law are two different things. So the intent was noble, which was to say that no American can be not allowed into a place of business based on the color of their skin or their ethnic heritage. Totally agreement with that. That's not what the law only did. It created a massive anti-racist DEI army that then gave us affirmative action. For example, recently Merrick Garland sued using the Civil Rights Act, saying that we cannot have voter ID in certain states because it's a violation of the Civil Rights Act. So basically what the Civil Rights Act did is that it went beyond disparate impact and then went to disparate effect. In the sense where if black Americans are not doing as well as white Americans in a certain category, you can now use the Civil Rights Act and say that's a violation of the Civil Rights Act, even though there might be other contributing factors. Does that make sense? Yeah. So it's too broad, too wide, and it's now doing a lot of damage to the country. It's being used well beyond its original intent. You said that.
Yeah, that didn't just say, he didn't touch on the LGBT part in that clip. Played.
Okay, so now let me respond.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. The idea that we even need a Civil Rights Act to begin with, especially a second Civil Rights Act to begin with, is a tacit acceptance of our racism inside of our country. Do
Okay.
you understand that?
Wait.
Bro,
Did
even after hearing the clip, you
Do
serious?
you understand that?
No,
wait?
hold on. So yes, I concede that point, Greg. Yes,
Okay.
go ahead. And so,
And
what is your next
and
point after
and
that?
so now he wants to what? Address the root cause, why we even need something like that?
No,
Or does he want to limit the impact of such a law to
but
some? Go
he's
ahead.
saying that the way Greg, he's saying the way that it's being worded is being used for something other than what its original purpose was, and so it
Mhm.
needs to be reworded. That is his point. It's not that we need to get rid of civil rights so that we can put black people back in chains. That is obvious now, and you can hold on to this idea as much as you want. It is your choice. But I'm just saying to you that a lot of the ideas that we as people are having that are coming from the internet are being torn out, wrenched from context on purpose so that you can be manipulated. And a lot of the way that people are learning to view the world is based off of stuff that isn't true. And if you check into it, you'll find out that it isn't what you think it is. So we're just trying to encourage you to do
Mhm.
that for yourself because
Okay, so
obviously you were wrong in this
Can
point.
I
so
chime in
let me
here?
say this.
You're
Let me
not
say
being
this. The
able to
fact
admit
that
that you're
these
wrong is
laws,
crazy.
these anti-discrimination laws,
I got you.
he
Whatever,
just
man.
proved that they were necessary then and are necessary now. That's what he did.
Okay,
Okay,
but
we
he
got it.
never said that we didn't need laws. Like he didn't say to get rid of the Civil Rights Act. Do you understand?
So his complaint about
We
affirmative
make
action,
amendments to things.
DEI,
We
You
make
his
just don't
complaint,
admit.
amendments. We make amendments to things all the time, don't we?
Yes, definitely regarding the Constitution.
Okay, so
his
that
complaint about DEI, affirmative
all
action,
right. So
which by
all
the way
right, it
is
sounds
his
like
truth.
Greg does not.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna
But
go
Greg,
ahead
you
and
don't
move
know
on
what
to
you're
Can I
talking
just
Krista.
say
about.
this real quick? I'm gonna be
You can
quick,
speak
but
to
No,
it.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry because Chris has been waiting, and yeah, we're gonna close out the open panel real quick. And I do see you, Vortex. So okay, so I'm gonna let Krista. Okay, I see you too, Zoe. Okay, so I'm gonna let Krista go ahead and get 2 minutes to speak on the topic, and then it's gonna be not like you, and then I'm gonna have Magnum, Vortex, and then Zoe. Is that good? And then y'all can go back to open panel. All right.
Okay, agree.
All right. Go ahead, Krista.
Vortex.
Yeah,
I think you
it's
need to put Vortex too deep in the roster there because he's
I'm
been.
sorry. Yeah, no. Okay, so there's two new people on the panel. So I'm
Yeah.
allowing the two new people to go. Oh, okay. So Vortex can go after the two new people, is what you're saying?
Yeah,
Okay.
and then run into the rest.
Excuse me. I'm about to drop real quick. Somebody about to come pull up on me. Can I just say something real quick? I understand y'all got your order going on, but I just want to say
Okay,
something real
quickly.
quick. I
You
feel
got
like it's
1 minute.
important. I'm gonna make it as quick as possible. So we just played the video just now, and the video clearly said that his complaint was that they're using the Civil Rights Act and movement to now fund and create movements about LGBT and putting LGBT people in same sex bathrooms and stuff like that, right? So that was his problem, is that they're not using it for his original cause, which was to help the black people. They're now using it for other causes that have nothing to do with black people. And he feels like they're wrong, they're doing wrong to the black people because the black people deserve their own civil rights movement. They shouldn't have to share it. That's the purpose of the video. That's what you should have been hearing from that clip just now. Y'all have a good day.
All right, appreciate you. Thank you for coming through. Take care. All right. So it's Krista, not like you, Vortex, and then Zoe. Go ahead, Krista. You got 2 minutes.
yes, it's Chris. Yeah. So yeah, I'm one of the people who think that Charlie Kirk was a racist grifter. Okay. Basically, his rhetoric was based in so-called white supremacy, and white supremacy is rooted in fear. Okay. They have a colossal fear of white genetic annihilation. And presently, we are facing a huge white grievance movement. Currently, more whites are being unalived than are being born, and that's globally, right? They have low birth rates, high mortality rates, and therefore you have white race baiters such as Elon Musk, Tucker Carlson, and the late Charlie Kirk. They profit off of pushing this victim mentality to white men by advancing this thesis that the so-called woke movement is trying to take away their country, culture, children, and livelihood. Conservative pundits claim that white men are actually the most discriminated against demographic in America, straight white men. And they push this replacement theory, which is problematic. And as a result, many white men actually wallow in victimhood. A lot of these bigots, they play victim. They blame their failures on reverse racism, affirmative action, DEI, immigration, critical race theory, BLM. They blame their lack of success on blacks, immigrants, etc. Right? Charlie Kirk, he's on record stating that Martin Luther King Jr. was a bad man. Maybe perhaps you guys can explain what the whole context was. He also said that he should not have a national holiday in his honor. He said that Juneteenth is anti-American and should not be a national holiday. Kirk mocked George Floyd's death, and he lobbied for the release of the cop who unalived George Floyd. Basically questioned, as was mentioned, the credentials of black pilots, and he implied that it was his implication that most black pilots are DEI hires. What he actually meant in the full context, it was the implication that's dangerous. I'm about to land right here. He always spoke on so-called black-on-black crime while ignoring white-on-white crime. He denied the existence of systemic racism. He pushed the racist black fatigue concept.
That was your time. All right. And I gave you a little extra time too.
I do want to ask him this before we go to this next person, though.
You guys know he's reading, right? You guys know he's reading from something, right?
I don't know.
What's the matter if he is reading?
But real quick, I want to ask Chris this, bro, because just to see if I.
No, I'm not reading. I'm making points. And what's the difference? Go ahead.
GPT in the building. Go ahead.
All right. So, Chris, you said that Charlie Kirk said that Martin Luther King was a bad man. Do you know why did he say that?
I said perhaps you can explain the context.
Oh, again,
I don't understand.
I love that you did what you just did. That's what I'm saying. You're proving my point, and all these same triggered people is proving my point. That's what this whole room is about, right? Mm-hmm. Is that you don't know why. You just said he said it, but you don't know why. Then you want everybody else to look for the context but yourself. Like, why? What make you any better than anybody else to not look for the context yourself? You're triggered. Why you don't look it up?
I looked it up and I couldn't find the full context of what he said. It looked very difficult. I watched. I'm not just talking about his Q&A session with these teens in at the schools.
I just wanted to say that real quick. You just
on his podcast. He did not fully explain it.
I thought it was my turn.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. We're moving on.
Did you not hear me? That's crazy. You talking about I thought it was my turn.
You know what you said, Kevin. He don't know he doesn't know what he's referring to.
Yeah, so I said that particular issue. I said in speaking, I said that particular issue. Perhaps you guys can explain the full context. I didn't find it. I didn't find the full context.
Did you just want to finish talking to him and then we'll
move
on to not like you?
We are done now. I just wanted to say that real quick.
You.
So who was next, babe?
Not like you.
Okay.
At the end of this is my point. I don't think they were saying what they were saying was dangerous. And it was dangerous. I'm about to say, and it was dangerous to the black community, and it was dangerous to institutions like colleges and a bunch of other liberal individuals. At the end of the day, everything they said was truthful. He had his discourse when it comes to George Floyd because you guys made a statue for an individual that poked a pregnant woman on 2 different occasions. It was also a deadbeat father and a DRUG seller, but you guys forgot to mention that information. He mentioned that discourse on Martin Luther King Jr. Because he misappropriated funds. He didn't listen to the people very often as well. There's reasons for everything. And I think they say things that are triggering to make you think, but you resort back to your victimhood to make you feel comfortable. And that's just the fact of the matter. I don't need to use the rest of the time other than grow up, stop crying about everything. And somebody earlier had mentioned how white people blame black people for their failures and things like that. I think you got the races mixed up there. Love black people. I'm a black person myself, but we are the biggest crybabies in American history. We cry more than the indigenous people do. And I digress.
Yeah, I was laughing when I heard that one. I was like, what the heck? We just did a reverse Uno card? Not a white team.
Yeah, I'm the one who said that.
Who was next, though? Yeah,
Um,
I'm not shocked.
so it's supposed to be Vortex. Jai, I know you came up, but we already did have an order before you came up. But we'll allow you to open up the open panel after Vortex. I believe it was Vortex and then Zoe. Okay.
All
Okay,
right.
thank you. I'll try to make it real quick. So, and this is specifically to Greg. I see you're on Teacup. If you're still here, please just, but to Greg, Chris. So, just for context, what people bring up the black pilot part, the black pilot thing all the time, without the context. He did not say he doesn't want, or he never wants to see a black pilot. He said, I do not agree with United Airlines' particular policy that says from this point forward, we are going to hire this percentage, this quota black pilots. And if the applicants are not black, then we only want this quota of black pilots. And if the quota of black pilots is not met, we agree to lower the standards to get the quota met. That is what he said he disagreed with. That is the only thing that he disagreed with. He said, I never had to think about who my pilot was before until an airline announced that they are going to lower the standards to meet a quota. That is a safety concern. That has nothing to do with him not liking white, black, brown, whatever. That is simply, if a industry says I'm going to lower the scores for black people, that is a safety concern. That's all that was. Now, that goes across the board on DEI. Yes, white women benefit from it the most, but why are we acting as if we don't understand when they lower the scores to get quota for black participation, that does not help black people? Why can we not educate to the same level so that we pass the same test, not get a lower score? My brother is a pilot. He has been for over 20 years. He's not in the category of I got the job because they lowered the score. That's all he was talking about. So to call him racist for saying, I don't like the fact that you are telling everybody I'm going to lower the score to meet a quota, that's not racist. That goes across the board on everything that we've been talking about. There's a reason why they took away libraries with physical books, why you're seeing less and less use of the library, and you're seeing everything on your phone, because they can edit the dictionary on your phone. They can't go back and edit those books in the libraries. We are living on an urban dictionary now. People are changing the meaning of words. They don't understand. They don't comprehend.
Real quick, Kev, were you the one that put a timer on him? Because I
I
didn't even
did.
know.
Yeah, I did put a timer
Oh,
on.
okay, all right. So that's your time.
Yeah,
Sorry
that was
for
a
text.
All right, so dang, y'all got me want to say something every time. So I'm looking at this
Yeah.
these comments too, right?
Yeah.
So what is, and this for everybody, right? Y'all don't have to answer it though, but I noticed that it's like y'all, it's people fighting for and I want this for the open panel whenever y'all get to it though. It's a lot of y'all fight for this DEI thing or whatever, right? Like why do it seem like y'all going out y'all? This not how it works and all this other stuff. It's like, do we really need DEI to be treated fairly today? And if that's the case, right? If that's the case, then why can't we just like anything else? Because it seems like we need a program to get treated fair. Like, I don't know if y'all really thought about that. Like, then we got to have a whole program to be treated fairly, rather than fight for it. You know, we rather just say, hey, we're gonna have a program, because I believe DEI is a reason, right? It got to be a reason. It got to be whatever. We need a program for whatever specific reason for us to be treated fairly. That it just, I don't know if y'all thought about that, because it just does not make sense. We're gonna get a program to get y'all to make. I don't know, whatever. But who was next?
Zoe.
Me, yes.
And it was a 2-minute timer that you put, or
2 minutes, yeah.
Oh, okay. All
He
right.
was gonna say something stupid like he did.
I'm sorry. What? Oh, okay. He tried to sneak in. Go ahead, Zoe.
Yeah, just to be clear, I want to say this in the forefront. Everyone that listens to Charlie Kirk,
doesn't reach the conclusion that he's racist by simply nitpicking what he's saying or half listening to what he's saying. I've listened to everything that he's said that we've discussed in full, and I'm still at the conclusion that he is racist. He's also a perpetual liar. I already kind of talked about why he's a liar earlier on, but I'll get to it when we get an open discussion. I think that a lot of people in this conversation have a fundamental misunderstanding of what DEI is, or even just a bastardized understanding. DEI doesn't say that you're going to choose a person simply because they're black, even if they're underqualified, because you want to raise representation. That's not how DEI applies. Also, racial quotas are illegal. If companies, organizations, or anything like that were to establish racial quotas, they could literally be sued. So he's lying when he's talking about these racial quotas. They're quite literally not a thing. This next thing that I wanted to say was that Charlie Kirk, he hinged a lot of his ideologies on half truths, lies, and misrepresentations of communities. This is why these things are racist. What is the purpose of you lying about Michelle Obama being an affirmative action admin? Where are you getting that information from? She never said she was an affirmative action admin. You're saying she's an affirmative action admin because she's a black woman. So you want people to believe these things that are lies, specifically about black people, that you have a trend of doing, lying about black pilots, specifically having undercut qualifications or cutting through qualifications or speeding up processes for black pilots. None of these things are founded. There's no evidence for it to suggest that black pilots are less qualified or underqualified in comparison to other pilots of different races, because a lot of the things that he's saying are not empirical, they're not founded, they're absolutely lies. And he says as if they are fact, and I can prove that these things are lies, like I've done prior in the conversation.
All right.
One point.
Hey, Jay or Dynamic.
Yes.
Hey, thanks for coming up. You have 2 minutes. Well, actually, yeah, just go ahead and open up the open panel.
Zoe, what you said was absolutely stupid. First of all, the government gives
Wait, so I can't
organizations.
go? I can't reply?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was open panel.
No, it's no. So because Jai did not get to have a 2 minutes to speak on the topic, he's gonna start
Oh,
off the
I'm
open
sorry.
panel.
I was eating that shit. Okay, I got you. Go ahead.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, so I'm gonna address a few things. I heard I can't remember who said it, but something about a George Floyd statue and saying that, oh well, he poked a pregnant woman. We have George Washington statues, we have Abraham Lincoln statues, and Abraham Lincoln was gonna make slavery permanent. And we can talk about all the other things that George Washington and Abraham Lincoln did. So if we want to talk about statues of people who are quote unquote bad people, we should consider those as well. But another point I want to address is someone said black people cry the most. The people who were oppressed in this country from the beginning were black people. White people have never been oppressed in this country. So to sit here and be like, oh, black people just complain. No, we actually acknowledge things. And then because we acknowledge systemic issues, people who think like y'all, which is not founded on facts, but on talking points from parties, you just say that, oh, they're victims for pointing out factual systemic inequalities. Also, I like how I think it was Zoe who explained DEI, because he's right, and most people don't actually know what DEI is, and they go based on the distorted version that Charlie Kirk and all the Republicans push about what DEI is, but that's not factual. So if you just did one thing of research, you would know what he was saying was incorrect. And white T women are the primary benefit factors. So if he was concerned about getting on a plane, his main concern would be white T women, because there was more white T women who benefited from it. And like I said, the post said we need programs to get fair treatment. That's sad. Yeah, that is sad, and that says more about the country, not about the people who are saying things, acknowledging the fact that there needs to be programs to be treated equally in this country. I don't know why you're trying to like use it as a gotcha for the people who are acknowledging the systemic issues rather than the country itself who's employing these systemic issues. Now, to reply to
No,
the
it's getting
post,
baby though.
We're going on 5 minutes, but go ahead.
it wasn't even 5 minutes, but you obviously can't count.
I'll
But
just finish
anyways,
that. Y'all can go in. It's open panel. Go ahead.
Okay, so
Yeah,
I want
can I jump in real quickly?
No, but
Because
No,
no,
you
but
I'm
can't go
driving down
after
real.
I had it first.
yeah, not like us. You did get first.
I had it first.
I
Just give
do
me
want to
10
ask.
seconds.
I want to ask John.
Let me just give me 10 seconds. What
Got you.
Zoe said
I
was
got you in a minute.
what?
In a second. All right, so I'm saying I'm gonna ask Dynamic real quick. Just a quick question. Is that because we act like things don't evolve into something different. Do you believe that the body positivity, you think it's the same way now as it started?
I'm not sure. I don't keep up with that.
Right. So I mean, and I'm gonna think of another one. Do you believe feminism? Has that the same way as it started?
There's radicals, so it changed. Yeah, it changed
Right.
depending on who you
Okay.
ask.
Right. So
There's
why do
radicals,
we
yeah.
why when it comes to the DEI thing, why we don't believe that can evolve to something else?
No, I think it was misused. The same way feminism has been scapegoated and misused and and
Okay,
distorted.
and that's all that Charlie Kirk was saying. From
No, it
from
wasn't.
right
No, it
now,
wasn't.
it is getting misused.
No,
That's
that's
why
not what he said. It's not what he said.
he literally
He
said the reason why.
he specifically targeted black people. He did not acknowledge the fact that white T women are the primary benefactors. And
It's
I don't
because
know.
another thing,
white
So
T
how
women
do
are
I
minorities,
feel like
duh.
the DEI
Facts.
no, they're
thing,
not
whatever?
minorities. They're
Anyway,
marginalized.
we got you. Well, you
Yeah.
said was two things.
Go ahead, not like
When it comes to your point that you made earlier, I think was really dumb. That's why, first of all, I want to give a quick history lesson, then I shut up. The only reason why you have DEI is at first you had to have equal employment, right? So we saw businesses and organizations weren't hiring black people, so the government came in and said, "Hey, we'll give you a WOTC tax credit if you hire minorities." And then they started hiring minorities, but they weren't treating them fair. That's when you get DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. So there is a reason for this whole thing, and it goes about race. The only difference is before it was necessary. Now they're handouts. We're equal now. That's the difference.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah, we're
True,
equal.
brother. That's not
That
true.
we're equal now. That explains the crimes, the exonerations. Correct. I agree. Right.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
No,
And
that's
I just
true.
want to say this real quick because I'm going to drop down. But yeah, Charlie Kirk basically, it was the irony. He was pew-pewed and unalived by another white man while spewing racist propaganda about gang violence at the same time. And that's highly ironic. He basically consistently ignored the stats about white on white crime. In fact, he rarely even mentioned it. Now, here are some facts. Let's examine some of the white on white crime stats. And when I mention this on other panels that are predominantly white panels, I'm called racist, right? Per the Bureau of Justice Statistics, between 2017 and 2022, the number of white on white homicides increased by 22%. And that's a fact. In the last 35 years, according to the same BGS study, right? In the last 35 years, a whopping 465,000 white Americans have been unalived by other white Americans. 89% of whites unalived annually are unalived by other whites. But he never mentioned that. He constantly spoke about what was going on in the black community. He constantly spoke about the so-called black culture, but he never spoke about the white culture. Per the FBI, white men represent just 29% of the population, but they comprise a whopping 91% of familicides.
so
And if you're
did
not familiar with those
is that
familicides, the
why you
FBI,
didn't mention that there's 70% of black
I'm about to
households
say
that
if
would have a
that's the
black father?
no,
well,
I'm
one
about to say
second, one
if
second, one
that's the
second.
case, Chris, if
Well,
that's
one
the case,
second.
then why did a YT person come up there and tell him about his issue? Because all he did was debate for the most
Well,
part.
we're
So
not talking
everybody
about his debates. I'm talking about his podcast. He had a
that
podcast also. Why didn't he mention the problems, the numerous problems going on in the white
He
community?
didn't
why
care
did
about white
Why
on
didn't
white
he mention
crime.
that?
That's why. He didn't
what
care
will
about white on white crime and the issues that are plaguing their communities. He didn't care about. He
cared
didn't.
about
Hold
black
on,
issues?
brother.
That
Because
was
He
that's
never.
white
as
He
simple
people
never.
as
are
He
black
He
never
did
people.
talked
not
about.
care about
Hold
black
on.
issues.
One
He
second.
used
as
black
simple
issues
as
to
okay.
disparage
Why did
black
he make a
people.
once again? Why did he make a black program to help black people? Then, if that's the case,
Could
if
you
he did not
explain
care,
how? Could you explain how
He,
black
he
can
didn't
help black
care.
people? Could you
He
explain?
wanted.
Hold on. What are the material
why did he?
outcomes?
Why would he spend all this? And he could have made
No,
a
I'm asking
YT
you a
program and
question.
say we got to do
Right.
better or something like that. He
So
No,
if
feel
I
like
make, so
I'm
if I
asking
make
you
a,
just
a
if
like
I
question.
make a,
What
dang, can
premise
y'all?
was?
Dang, my gosh! All I'm saying is that like we talk about the same issues. He come out his mouth with he just white. We say the exact same thing on this app about man issues and woman issues and how the LGB is taking over and getting into our cartoons and all this stuff. It's no different from what
He
he been saying.
so,
He just a white guy saying it.
so he had an
Yeah, sure.
organization.
I don't
pushing
He
know
had
what
an
racial
everyone
But
says.
but
bias
organization
and
check
that
this
was.
everything.
out.
But that's
But
exactly
check
No,
what
this
Chris
out.
wasn't
said.
One
everything,
second.
but is it not true?
How
Sure,
is
but
D,
it's not
how
Chris,
is
that
true.
same
DEI
thing
how
goes
is
for
DEI a
Chris.
black issue? Explain how
Chris,
DEI is a
why
black
didn't you
issue.
not mention the fact that there's 70% of black households without a father?
We
You're
already
also
we acknowledged
because
that.
That's
We
that's
acknowledged
nobody
that.
false
wants to
right
talk about
there.
the
But
flaws
what
of
you're
their own
saying is
We
community.
false.
acknowledged that earlier on, brother. We
What
already
are
Okay,
you
so
acknowledged
saying
that.
is
not
It's
false?
that,
not.
but
If
the
How do you
point is, you
prove
70%
don't
that
of
want to
black
wrong?
want to
Then
households have
blame.
no father,
just
Hold
like just
on,
like
no.
just
let me
like
give you the
We're gonna
stereotypes.
stats.
defend white people. Black people
Look,
gonna
look, look.
defend black
Just like
people.
stereotypes, right? All we have to do is prove that it's wrong off our living, but otherwise, these arguments we have, these lifestyles we got, if we look in our family, it's been proven all the time. We're gonna see fatherless homes. So I don't know, y'all keep talking about what a number ain't right, but then if you look around and look at your daddy or somebody else that your daddy ain't in your life, or some of y'all uncles ain't in y'all people's life, so it's like until we can prove that wrong, that there's a lot of families that got two-parent households.
Well,
Maybe he is wrong.
my parents have been
Sure,
married
but
for 40
the point
years,
is
so
that
I
you
don't
have
know
to
Can I
what
mention the
provide the stats
parameters.
on that though?
The
According
is that
They
the
literally
parameters
living with
factor, and
fatherless
that's the
homes and then
point.
say it's wrong. That
That's
don't make
not the
sense.
point.
it be the people that were actually fatherless that want to make it seem like all of us are fatherless. I don't need
Well,
that
first of all, no
projection
one
shit.
said that, but let's not be
That's really
disingenuous.
what it
That's
is.
the
I can
Y'all
show you
implication
with
the
of what
y'all
the
baby
host is
statistics right
mamas.
now.
saying.
None of y'all with
You're
y'all baby
being
mamas.
obtuse. You're
That's
being
what the
incredibly
host is
obtuse.
saying. No, you're being obtuse. That's what the
No,
host was
you're
just
being
saying.
obtuse.
Like
can you
I
prove
don't
that
I don't
Okay.
70%
we're
of black
around.
households have no
Hey,
dads?
one second. One
Can
second,
you prove
Zoe.
that?
Hold on 1 second. So,
It
Zoe, I
wasn't
just
that black households don't have any dads. He said they're not actively living
He said
in the
that they're
home.
fatherless. He said
No,
That
that.
all right.
they are
Hold
no,
on,
not.
Zoe.
that is false
No,
though.
that is not
Stop. Hold.
true.
One,
That's not
so I got a
true.
question. Hold on. We're arguing this point. We've got Chris and Zoe. So Chris and Zoe, just so we can make sure we understand, you're saying that in your worldview, the black community doesn't have a problem with fatherlessness.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Oh my.
Okay. All right. So there is a problem. Hold on. So there is a problem with
Yes,
fatherlessness in our
fatherlessness
community.
absolutely in America is a
Okay,
problem.
all right.
Yes.
So hold on. So what if he had the number exactly right to the umpteenth to the 50th percent? Would he be able to mention it then?
Yeah, I think that would give him more credibility.
Okay,
Absolutely.
all right.
But you
And
never
hold on,
asked me
hold
to
on, hold
prove
on,
it.
brother,
Can I
brother,
ask you a
brother.
question?
What if
Hold on, wait
hold
one
on.
second, one
What if
second.
he was
Hold
off
on.
one
Hold
second,
on.
Zoe? I'm asking you these
Oh my
questions
God.
in
You gotta but you have to
order,
let me
not to
explain my
open up the
answers at full.
conversation
You
to
can't
you.
ask me a question and then not
No,
take the
Zoe,
full answer.
But you already
yeah, Zoe,
answered, and
Yeah,
now
I
yeah,
answered
Zoe,
it
you
all,
already
not
answered the
finished.
yes,
No,
question.
he didn't say elaborate. You answered it, and so
what do you
he
mean he
wants
didn't
us
say
to
Okay.
move
elaborate?
on.
What
It was
was
a
a
yes
yes?
or no,
How you
yes or
gonna
no
answer a
That's
question
question.
without
fine. Like this
Yes
is
or
context?
no?
Why you
Yo,
not
all
gonna
right.
let him give him
Y'all saying
context?
somebody's
So,
a
so
slave? What do you mean
hold
yes or
on, hold
no?
on 1 second. Hold on one
no.
second. Just hold on one moment. Listen,
So he can't
listen.
provide
So,
context for what he just asked
No,
you.
they
yeah,
the same people
that's
that
fine.
said that we don't
For
like
what?
context
He
don't
don't
Right,
want me
have
to
right,
his
provide
right.
reason for his
context.
But we
Hey,
need
reason.
con.
this is unnecessary. Hold on, Zoe. This
It
is
is unnecessary.
unnecessary.
I agree.
Well, no. This is what I'm saying is unnecessary. I'm not going to engage in down the line of questioning I was just doing with you. Okay, because I don't think you're being genuine in your responses, and I don't want to argue about that. So I'm done with it.
Okay, brother.
The point I'm making is, hold on. The point I'm making is that whether his number was 100% spot on accurate for the black community's percentage of fatherless homes, or whether it was off by 5% or 10%, he's not misrepresenting the fact that we have a problem with fatherlessness in our community, and it's not racist to describe reality. Okay. So I understand how you're saying, well, you know what, if you're going to focus on issues within a culture of people, focus on issues in the culture of white people. You're a white guy.
I said that.
Focus on them. I understand. I understand that point. I do. But if people are engaging him in an open conversation and these things are coming up, and then also he's addressing things that he says because he needs to make sure he establishes his position on his show because there's snip and clip content that's floating around every which way. I personally don't think that qualifies him as a racist, but I understand it does for you, and I accept that.
So
All right,
okay.
that's it.
So let me just be clear about my position, right? My position isn't that a white man can't talk about fatherlessness if that is something that he absolutely cares about. My problem is the hyper focus he has specifically on black people while excusing white fatherlessness. 1 in 5 white children are fatherless. My point is that I don't know what invested interest what white man has that has a white family and talking about black family dynamics or households. That to me is strange, and it comes across as a pathology, specifically when he's mischaracterizing the single parent households as fatherless children. We talked about how those two things are not synonymous earlier
So
on.
look, let me.
So
I
hold
don't
on,
think that
hold hold on. Let me
You
finish, brother.
gotta always go 2 hours just to say we get
You
it.
just
All right.
hold on. You just let wisdom monologue.
No, I
This is
get
what
you
I'm
though.
saying.
I
You
was about to
picking and
address
choosing.
another. I was just about to
All
address
right, go
another
ahead and
point.
address what you was
I
want to
just want to
address.
address the point. You be adding so many points.
Brother,
That's
you're
all.
picking and choosing though. You let
It's
certain
not no
issues.
picking and choosing. I want to
That's
talk
literally
about
what
the
it
part.
is.
I just want to talk about the one part
Go
because
ahead,
brother,
brother.
you
Didn't
just
add multiple points. Just say 1 point at a time.
How are
Wisdom
y'all?
that's
said
How
one
are y'all
You're
going
a
to
because
tell?
one-sided
he said
How are
shit.
y'all going to
Y'all
tell me?
one-sided.
Listen,
no,
y'all
because
didn't do
he
the
said
same thing.
1 point
Just be
at a time.
consistent.
You
Because
say a point and then you continue on to the next point. Wisdom just said 1 point
that's not
and
Write
true.
it
then moved
down.
He didn't.
You
on.
can't
He
keep up.
didn't.
Write it down. That's what I did.
no. I'm not. Nobody
All right.
about to tell me
Yo,
how to
Can,
write my
no.
book.
can
Y'all
can
are
anybody
consistent,
address the
man.
white on white crime
Because I
stats that I
literally,
brought up?
it's not about y'all though. That's the thing. It's about everybody else. So we want to address what I want to address. That's what I'm saying because it's for a reason.
You can
So
still. I'm not as long winded as wisdom. So for you to make it seem
it's
like I
cool.
was,
I'm gonna let you
yeah.
go back. I just gotta ask you a question.
Go ahead, brother. I
Damn.
said ask the question. I'm not tripping off of you asking the
Hey,
question.
okay, new rule following through. I don't care how long you take, but make 1 point.
Oh, brother.
Just make 1 point and move on.
Yeah, if it
Right. Or
doesn't fit
matter of fact,
the narrative, just one
no. The
point.
better rule is that you can make multiple points, but whenever I want to cut in, I'm gonna cut in so I can run the live the way I want to run it. That's all. And there's a reason why I do so. I don't know what the heck is going on.
I
We gotta
know.
ask
Stop
me the
questioning the
question.
host for real. Like, what
It
the
make no
hell? The host,
sense. Make
what?
no sense.
The
I'm
host
not
can
against you.
interject anytime he wants to.
I don't know. I ain't think I would show respect to his stuff because I know it's a reason why he want to run his stuff a certain way. That's all it is, though. And my stuff not even off hatred. I'm just trying to get a lot of us out this mindset. But I think you said, man, I knew I was gonna forget it too, though. Basically, what you say? You said, you saying, man, I know I done did all that talking. I knew I was going to
Yeah, I
forget.
think I know what you was getting at. You was
I think
about to
he.
say if a problem is a problem, then what's a bigger problem, 1 in 5 or 3 in 5?
Yeah. Oh no. Look. Oh, this is what I was about to say. I was just gonna jump in and just say, that I will be on. Like I could understand you, right? I will understand you about why you going after black people and all this other stuff, right? Even though I believe in other things that I see the other things that's presenting him to talk about that, right? And then I also see other things like it's a popular, not a popular thing. It's just one of the biggest issues. That's I just like we say we're one of the people that have the biggest issues right now because a lot of us believe that we're the worst of the worst. So of course he's going to attack the worst of the not attack the worst, but he's going to address it and just say what can we do about these things. But I was going to say that I would be like, okay, he's trying to push his peoples up and all this other stuff, and because he's talking down on us. But what don't make sense is like the reason why I can't believe that because he's actually going out his way, which you keep skipping over. I done said it 100 times, is that he invested his money to help black people out with these issues by
Yes.
talking to him and mentoring them all this other stuff. So I can, if he was really just trying to uplift his people or just talk down all day, he would not give solutions and he wouldn't also contribute to the solutions. That makes no sense. Like,
That is
what would I? It's like
nonsense.
me talking down on a white T guy all day and all that stuff, and then as soon as they ask for help, and then I don't say nothing. No, it's just that. It's
But
just
it,
that. But he
That's
don't say
bad
it's just
logic.
that.
Hold on one
that's
No,
because
second.
That's
they don't
bad
want
logic.
So he
no,
was
solutions.
look, I'm
talking.
on.
He was
Oh my
talking to
god.
me. Can I respond, or are
Right,
you
I'm
I
done?
talking
thought
to him. Right.
the host was done. Were you done,
No,
Ken?
I was not
My
done. That's
fault,
all.
brother. Go ahead and finish.
Yes, and I'll get it. We're probably going in one ear and not the other, but I'm gonna give it to somebody that's listening because I know y'all just trying to push out whatever. But the thing is that I would take it that, but if the fact that he wasn't helping out black people and actually setting a program out for them and putting his own money, because I'm pretty sure he probably put millions into that, probably taking out his own family pockets just to help black people out. If you look up the program that I'm talking about, the BLMS is something that's straight up for black people. You know what I'm saying? Except for he almost like the DEI, except for he's trying to get them to be able to realize that they can do it for themselves. Except for DEI, like, no, well, I'm just gonna give it to you because it's just not fair. No, he's just trying to give these people the mentality to say that you can do it, which he always been saying that though. So that I would take it as he's
What's the
bashing
name of that
BLK people.
program?
So
I
hold on.
will take it BLMS, something like that. BLM, something like that. You got, yeah. I'm gonna look it up for you so I can know exactly what I'm talking about with that one. But yes, he has it. The fact that he had that, that's why I would say that he's not saying these things just to bash BLK people. What's
But
BLS?
it,
That's what it's about.
Okay, so 1 second. Okay, because he's responding to me. So, brother, it did not go. I heard everything you said and understood it. I am in disagreement. The reason that I disagree is that one, right? This organization that you keep talking about, concerning black people. I first I thought you were talking about Blexit, but now you're saying BLS, which is Black Leadership Summit, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Yep.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, my my problem with this is that what are the material outcomes surrounding black people that you're looking at when you're referencing this organization? We understand that a lot of people have organizations, quote unquote, for black people, and a lot of them don't really do anything. And I'm only saying this that because Blexit, for example, which is something that's under Turning Point USA, it was by Candace Owens and there's another black guy, I forgot his name, but it's under Turning Point USA, which is Charlie Kirk's organization. um, Brexit didn't necessarily help black people. In fact, I think it was just a neutral organization to shift political ideology because it says that they wanted to get black people to leave the Democratic Party. I'm not saying that's going to help or hurt, but to position that like that's helping black people materially, that to me is disingenuous. A lot of his rhetoric was to politically orient the minds of young black people, young white people, and young people in America to more conservative values. I don't have a problem with that, but don't make it seem like that's quote unquote helping black people specifically. That to me is very, very disingenuous. When I'm talking about things that are helping black people, there are organizations, nonprofits that are raising the rates at which black students are graduating college or high school. There are organizations that are actually giving money to black scholarship funds and these types of things. That's material empirical help, as opposed to somebody having a different or shifting
Oh my
political
gosh.
ideology. Brother, I just oh my god, y'all are riddling babies and
Keep
stuff.
going,
Go
Zoe.
ahead,
Keep going,
bro.
Zoe.
Go
Let
ahead.
him heat
Go
the
ahead.
I'm,
facts.
I'm done.
Okay,
That was
I'm just wondering,
literally it.
I could have sworn at first you said that he was a supremacist and he believed in critical race theory.
No, that's
The,
Oh, the white
what was the
displacement
question?
theory.
Oh yeah, white displacement theory, and yet he's trying to like keep BLK people closer to him,
huh?
like
That's
and
not
like
what they want, Rachel.
and like
Because
a go ahead.
go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm just confused. It's like either like I don't know too many white supremacists that are actually
Well,
trying to
he
include.
That was my point. And
Right.
the thing is, though, hold on, because you went for a long time, though. At the end of the day, y'all don't give a shit. Y'all don't give two craps about the struggles that black people are having, as long as you get the sympathy from white people. And so at the end of the day, even when Candace Owens says the exact same thing Charlie Kirk says, you guys don't listen to her either. So it's not that she's a
right.
white guy talking, it's that there's somebody talking about the issues that you need to address, but you'd rather live in Lulu land and victimhood land and project your insecurities upon other people. Everything you're saying is an excuse,
But
and
it's
you
funny
just
that
keep
you
Right.
just said
excusing
that.
it over and over
Right.
again.
It's funny what you just said because you just made a point, right? You said it's not about who's saying it. It's not. It's about the message that's being given. So the fact that it's Candace Owens or it's Charlie Kirk or it was an Asian person or a Japanese person, it doesn't matter who's saying it. It matters that they're spreading a false rhetoric. The
A
rhetoric he
false
was
rhetoric.
spewing was false, and
What's false?
he skewed multiple things that he said. The DEI thing, black people were better off before civil rights, and all these things he was saying were racially motivated.
And
That's
they're
the primary
statistically
issue.
true.
It
And
doesn't
look,
matter
but
if Charlie
once
Kirk
again,
was black. If
what
Charlie Kirk was
once
black,
again,
we still have an issue with his rhetoric.
let me say
It's the
this though.
same way
Once
Candace Owens is still spreading in
I got you,
anti-black
got you, got
rhetoric.
you, we
It
got you,
doesn't
we
matter
got
what
you.
color you are.
We got you. So once again, this
Does
what
one
I'm
plus
gonna get
one
y'all with
equal
every
two
time.
still apply?
Man, my job must be low or something. But no, I was about to say once again, all these people that's saying all this stuff against him, we're not to prove that he's doing stuff for black people. He done did more stuff than any of y'all done did in here. I don't get it. So I don't get what y'all even got a mouth to open up, but y'all want to sit here and critique everything that he's saying out his mouth, but you're not even doing nowhere half or close
So
to
how
what
is that a valid argument?
that make no. But
You don't
crying
know
on
that
him.
either, though. Why are you
But
saying
saying
that?
how bad we are, you're not saying nothing else. You're not even coming out here saying, okay, I'm gonna help these black people. No, the majority of the time, y'all probably don't like a lot of your own people. That's why y'all got ops and all this other stuff or whatever. So
You're projecting.
Bro, this is a
I
real
got ops.
projection.
You just said I
projecting
got
because I'm
ops.
doing what he doing too. I'm
You just said
actually
I got.
speaking
You
out.
just said I got ops. Is
So
that
Yes,
I was gonna,
100%
racially
do.
motivated?
Whatever it is, you got problems with your baby mama probably. So whatever.
Yes, you
My thing
do. And
is, you
they're
still
mad because it's true.
my thing, like I
Okay, so
said, the
you're
thing
also
is
a white
that y'all
supremacist,
y'all's
obviously.
like on y'all got so much critique to not do. Y'all got me talking critique, right? Y'all got so much critique and didn't do not a piece of nothing for black people. And I'm
what are you
naming the
talking
stuff that he's
about?
doing for black people, and y'all got something to say about that.
But these are the same people
Okay,
that
so
drive
hold on
past the
one
man
second.
with a
hold on. Y'all are the same people when there's a homeless man asking for a couple of change, and y'all walk right past him. Y'all are. It's giving dog whistle to the black
Yeah,
community.
so
It's giving
I actually
excuses.
Dog
treat
whistle.
I actually
Okay.
treat homeless populations, but this is the problem with people generalizing and projecting. Again, you all in this conversation, host you and not like I can't see your full name, but I'm just saying not. Y'all have a real problem with projecting whatever y'all have going on onto other people. Why would you sit here? You don't know what anybody has going on outside of this walkie-talkie app, but you'll sit here and make a statement like he's doing more than what any of y'all are doing. You don't know if people have their own
What
nonprofits that
program you
are.
got for black people?
Yeah, I specifically have a scholarship fund for black students, and that's coming out of
With what
that's
money?
coming
Oh
that's
yeah,
coming
let's
that's
see that then. Why you not
yeah
promoting
yeah
that?
absolutely. I can pull it up right now, and I can give you my LinkedIn
Yeah,
as
what's
well.
the
But the
Put your
yeah
link. Put your
yeah
link in there.
yeah I put my LinkedIn in the chat, but
Zoe, they got
what
white supremacist
He
mindset.
should
but
How do you
also
feel?
always
hold
lead
on.
with that. He
Hold
should
on,
always lead
but
with that.
the point is the assumption should not be that y'all are not doing anything. I didn't say that about
Yeah,
y'all.
majority of
So
y'all running y'all mouth is
hold
not
on, brother,
doing nowhere near as close as what
brother.
he's doing.
It's a
That was
difference
my
So, host,
point.
what
between
are you doing?
you're having a conversation.
I'm
This,
actually out
oh
here
my
speaking.
god,
No, actually, I'm saying the same.
Oh,
What the?
ironic.
I didn't even say nothing. What the heck?
You just said you're on here speaking. Ironic.
can I finish what I was saying?
Oh,
Yes, sir.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, ironic. Yes, of course. That's why I talk to him so much because I do the exact same thing he do, except he more bolder than I am. That's the difference.
Right. Makes sense.
So
All right, Zoe, what was you saying?
Yeah, so the assumption should not be that y'all are not doing anything. Y'all probably don't care. Y'all drive past homeless people. I'm literally in middle school. We literally do a homeless clinic that I dedicate community service hours to all the time per week for medicine. Bro, like what are y'all talking about?
Yeah,
you
okay,
think
it
that's
doesn't count.
matching?
If
My
it's in
point
court
was, is
ordered,
that matching? Is
Hold
that
on,
if it's
matching
in
what
court
he
ordered,
doing?
it don't count.
hold on. Further.
No, ain't no. It's not a hold on. I'm saying
I'm
is that
not done.
matching. My point was that you're not doing as close to as much as what he has been
What?
doing.
Okay,
Nah,
so
you
hold
said we
on.
wasn't doing anything.
Hold on. Yeah, you
Yeah,
did say
well,
you wasn't
some of
doing
y'all
nothing.
not doing anything. Yes,
But
I said both. I said
okay,
y'all not probably doing a piece of what
we
he's
got
doing.
that out of the way. We got now
Oh,
materially
wait, no,
outside. Hold on,
chat.
outside of him trying to change young black people's minds to a different political orientation. What specifically is he doing for black people and black students or anything like that? Specific materially, outside of trying to make them have more conservative values.
Okay, but it doesn't really matter because you're going to
And
continue.
now it doesn't matter. This is
Now
No,
it
but
doesn't
hold on, it
matter.
does matter.
No,
this
but
is what
you're
I'm
I just
talking about.
answered the
dismissing.
This is
question.
the type of disingenuous
Wait,
shit
but you're
you're talking about.
dismissing the. Well, first of all, I'm still looking into all the stuff, right? Y'all just talking and blah 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 blah. Anyways, you're dismissing the effectiveness of building up someone's like mindset and building up their leadership skills so that they can one day be doing great things in their own communities and building foundations. Like that is imperative.
So
Like
if someone does something great for
Once
the
you get a
Wait,
bag,
community,
so
does
dude,
that
let's
you
take?
let's
out of
ask
camp.
this. Since you saying
Let me
words,
finish this. Let me
you
ask
said
this
word.
question real quick.
You said no,
So are you claiming?
no.
Is your claim that doing?
Yeah, I don't know who he thought he was. I'm gonna say this though, real quick. Is that what? So let's talk about Martin Luther King then. If you're saying that words ain't meaning nothing and he's not contributing, so what about Martin Luther King? What make him any different from that?
Yeah,
I believe, and I'm gonna stand on this. I believe he did more than what Martin Luther King did.
huh?
Because MLK was a coon.
Okay.
Not even that. Not even that though. I'm just saying he has done more. I believe he done more than what he did because like he spoke just as much as MLK, and that's what MLK is kind of known for, right? He
No.
do. He been
You're far
MLK been in a
gone.
lot of church. He been in a lot of
You're,
church. So you talking about physical things, right? You said physical things, which I said he invested a lot of his money into these businesses or whatever. Which that take a big old sacrifice. It wasn't just talking. But I'm just saying, like, to help beat these mindsets, didn't MLK do the exact same thing? He did a lot of talking. It wasn't like he had
No.
to.
So MLK did a lot of political organizing, right? He actually put boots on the ground with people. So we're talking about the bus
You don't
boycott.
think he did?
So no, not in that way. No, absolutely not.
he
So
got a bunch of
hold
young
on one
people
second.
voting.
Hold on 1 second, Rachel. When we're talking about the bus boycott, right? That is a strategic, politically organized movement and boycott to directly impact the local economy and to throw it off to get a favorable outcome. He doesn't have anything of that magnitude. No, he does not. He also doesn't have anything that is the
It's
magnitude
literally
of
that.
leading the civil rights movement, meeting specifically with legislators, the president, and other people to get things passed specifically for Black people and other people that were being oppressed in the country as well. He does not have anything on his track record like that. So to make it seem like this man is a fraction of what, or done a fraction of the work that MLK did, that's a spit in the face. I'm not even gonna lie. This is crazy.
Are you being facetious, host, when you said that? Do you really think he compares to MLK?
No, I said that's what I believe. That's why I said that's what I
You
believe.
honestly believe that?
Yeah, because the fact that he's trying to discredit
Wait.
people that have a voice.
You honestly believe that? I just want to hear you say it.
Hey, nigga, can you hear me? You talking at the same exact time. What the heck? All I'm saying is I said yes. That was my belief. Yes, I honestly believe that because I mean, then I'm going based
Have
off
a good
of,
night.
and I'm going based. That's cool. Have a nice day. All right. So Zoe, what he said is that because all Charlie Kirk do is talk and speak. You said you like that's not basically it's like that's not effective or something like that. They ain't really doing nothing or something. I'm like, hey, MLK was doing the exact same thing.
No, I just told you no. Right?
I had a dream and all that. He was mostly speaking.
So MLK was an orator. Dr. Martin Luther King, he was absolutely an orator. I'm not saying that he was not. That is not all his work was. He was also an active activist, right? Not an activist that was just collecting
So what
money.
make you think Charlie Kirk was it?
Well, I'm telling you, right? Where is the boycott that Charlie Kirk led that disrupted a local economy? Where is that?
Wow,
Because he didn't do it, right? Where specifically is the legislation that presidents and legislators talked about that MLK helped them framework this and helped them craft this legislation and campaigned for it that got passed to expand rights to that people that was being marginalized and oppressed? He does not have that. So he does not have the track record. They did not do the same work.
Oh, he got you on that one.
So I want to address what
We
said to the White House.
Like we actually don't.
They ain't getting nothing. I'm just done talking.
I want to acknowledge. I want to
don't
bring.
know what his company did. Like nobody has researched anything about his accolades and what he
You
has.
haven't researched anything. You're
Yeah, I know.
projecting.
That's what I'm doing. I'm literally actively.
But you're sitting here. You're defending a man you don't even know anything about.
It's not about defend. I literally, whatever the point is, I research it.
Y'all mad at the man that y'all don't know about.
I research it
MLK
and I
wasn't
put
in
it
grad
up.
school all the time either.
So
But the thing is, right? When it comes to you made a point saying he's teaching people to do well on their own or whatever. Something that's alluding to that, Rachel.
No, I was saying you're discounting the major effects that it can have for building somebody up mentally from the helping somebody learn skills to build them up. Like you're discounting that he has organizations to help people learn how to be leaders.
All right, that's great and all, but the problem with that, right, is that even if you build someone up and you sit there and you quote unquote strengthen their mindset or whatever it happens to be, that does not change the fact that there's systemic issues. Now, if I raise my child to ignore that there's any type of systemic issues, they might face them without knowing it because they are unaware of the systemic issue that they are facing, and they might succeed. But just because they succeed does not change the fact that there's still systemic issues. The same with there's black millionaires. Now, because there's black millionaires, does that discount the fact that there's still systemic inequalities? No, it does not. And even because a black person succeeded, that tells you that black person had to go through way more than what a white T person had to do to succeed the same amount of success because of systemic issues. And for instance, you want to talk about just racial bias. Someone might think the same way this host just proved the point, saying, "Oh, you probably have baby mamas and you probably have ops," which is a racial narrative and a racial stereotype that he just
because I'm living it. That don't make no sense. I'm a black person that's witnessing, so that don't make sense. So now I'm racist now. What the heck?
No. The point is right. You made
talk about it all the time.
The thing is right. That's a generalization. Just because you live that does not mean everyone else.
Hey, look.
That.
Let me show me your family. If everybody is, if nobody is baby mamas over there, show me that. Then let me see, because that'd be a rare scenario. You show me that.
So just
do you have your father in your life?
Oh no, he wasn't the most active. No.
No, okay, I thought so. So
I never even met my
with
daddy.
that being said, you didn't say the point is you said that I might have a baby. I might be a baby father and I have a baby mama.
Might, yes, right.
And then you also stated you stated that I might have ops, implying that I'm a gang member.
Whatever, yeah, you probably do.
So
I said Mike.
A black person, I think a gang member automatically.
Yes,
So you're
if that's what you got, then that's what it is. Okay, cool.
No, I'm asking you. Can you answer the question?
I don't know you. I don't even know you, so that don't make no sense.
You don't know me, so you can't answer my question.
That's why I said probably. Why would I answer? Why would I give you an answer that you and say that you do have it?
You
So
did
you
say
can
we had
attribute
baby
racial
mamas, bro. That
stereotypes
was
to me without
actually
knowing
weird,
me, but
bro.
if I ask you
You
a
said,
question,
what
you
I
can't
say
answer
so?
without knowing me.
Baby mamas when he was talking to us.
You said y'all do have it?
Brother, when you was talking to us, you said we had baby mamas earlier
And
on.
ops.
Yes. I said you probably do. How would I know that I don't know y'all?
Well,
So
why would
why
you
would
just
you assume?
again? Why would you just ask?
Oh my gosh, I think a lot of stuff over here. I guess I'd be too deep for a lot of
Waiting.
people. That's crazy.
Okay.
But
Nah, you're not
You're
being deep.
not deep at
Wait. 1
all.
second. I'm still waiting for the website. Can you please put it on the in the thing in the chat zone?
Oh, my lingo? Yeah.
Yeah. You should always promote that.
Yeah,
Like
I'm gonna send it to you actually.
you're
I'm gonna send it
no
to
no
you
no
in
no
the
no. Put it in
messages.
the chat. Why would
No,
you
no,
say
no, no. I don't know all that. I'll send it to you
what do you mean?
specifically.
It's what?
What do you
It's
mean what?
a program that you are like to help people in the community, and you just want to privately send it to me.
Yeah, but because people dox people and all this other type of stuff, I got stuff to
But
do.
it's a program.
Ma'am, I just if you don't
that don't
want
make
if
sense
you don't
at
want me,
all.
I'll send it to you or the
Yeah,
host.
that don't make no sense.
Private
What
No,
does
you
program.
not
don't
make
gotta send
sense?
it
What
to.
the hell?
That's like that. You will promote your program. That don't make sense. Like, what you worry
Okay,
about
well,
being
hold on,
doxxed
Well,
hold
I
for?
on.
never heard Charlie Kirk promote his
No, I
program to
told you he
anybody.
just got caught up in
Real
his
quick.
manipulative things again. He
I
I
can't
called
never
get
them
heard
out.
Charlie
Of,
Kirk
The
promote his
co-founder of
program.
fucking BLM just got locked up.
Hey,
You say,
real quick,
I got
real
a
quick.
thing. I'm helping special people, but I can't tell you. Let you know. I'm gonna let you
Charlie
know.
Kirk
no,
never said
I said I
anything
would
about
send
it.
it to
That
her.
sound like
If she
some.
wants to see it,
Why
I
would
could
you
send
send it to me specifically? It's to
because
help
you
the
asked for
black
it. What the
community. You are helping the black
Bro,
community.
just who
okay.
cares,
That
bro?
is so silly.
Let's stick
Okay.
on to the conversation at hand.
Yeah, she's
Hey,
being
so real
disingenuous.
quick. Now, this has been proven. It's a fact. We know who did it. Point blank. Period.
Nah.
One of those alphabet agencies got
Yep.
a group of people together. Okay, they put 18 people in the room. They put a square on the screen, and then they went down the line asking them what you saw. 17 people said triangle, although there was a square on the screen. When they got to the last person saw the square and said triangle. The last person did not realize that the other 17 people in the room were in on it. They were paid actors. They knew before they got in that room, regardless of what's on the screen, we're going to say triangle. Every single time, the last person said triangle, even though there was a square on the screen. The point of it is, regardless of what you know to be true, you are going to agree with the popular opinion.
The
Your
same thing.
opinion,
That was not
your
an
thoughts.
LGBTQ study, so that was incorrect.
That was not about that. It was about, can you
That's all he
manipulate
heard. This
by
is
making it
how he
popular?
interprets stuff. That's
Can you
funny.
manipulate? Can you
He said
manipulate
something
people?
false. That's the
I did
point.
not say
Out of
anything
all the
false.
stuff
You
you
said
said,
the alphabet people. It was
and
not
look,
alphabet people.
I did not say alphabet people.
and he
I
proved it
said
our
one of
point.
the.
That's the reason why he listened to Charlie Kirk the exact same way. He
I
only
used to be
listened to
MAGA.
stuff that
I'm just not dumb anymore.
Could you listen to what I am saying?
why
I
he
did
said
not say
all that stuff,
alphabet
and you only just
community.
repeated that back. Oh, that's not
Because
true. Like,
because if there's an inconsistency in what he's saying, you have to point out the
There is
inconsistency,
zero
right?
none of this stuff.
inconsistency.
Oh my gosh! All right, cool.
Okay, y'all, both of y'all, hold on, just 1 second. 1 second. I did not say alphabet community. I said one of the alphabet agencies, 3-letter agencies.
What's the agency?
That's
Let me
what
look
I.
this up. Because I heard
CIA,
this study before,
FBI.
but I didn't hear anything about alphabet.
CIA. The CIA did a study, and they brought people in one
Oh, that's
by
what you were
one,
trying to say. My bad.
and
Continue.
they never knew that they were participant in a study. They thought all 18 people in the room were a participant. They did not realize they were the only participant. And then they said, let's make it less and less and less. So instead of having 17 people say the wrong answer, let's see if we can still get the same result with 10 people saying the wrong answer. Let's see if we can get the same result with 5 people saying the wrong answer. The point of the matter is, they have bought your opinion. In order to work in the industry, you have to agree with their opinion. Every celebrity that is out there making statements, they have to agree with the opinion. They cannot speak against it or they will get fired. They will lose their money.
Yeah, I don't disagree
Your
with that.
opinion is based on what celebrities have said. Celebrities, how is it that someone goes from leading an intelligence agency to being a news anchor? Does that not seem like upside down career?
I mean,
How do
I
you
don't.
go from a
For
high
sure.
level intelligence agency to being a news anchor?
I
You
don't
have
trust
been
any
programmed.
celebrities, so I don't.
You have been programmed.
Yo, the man,
The
the man had a
popular
movement and they
opinion,
popped him.
the popular opinion on social media is what you repeat. Everybody said he's a racist, so he must be a racist.
No, I just have my own.
There is zero
I have my own
context.
faculties.
You are
and I
looking
can
at a
listen.
square and you're calling it a triangle because LeBron and the popular everybody else said triangle. So
And the
you're going to say
triangle,
triangle.
the
That's a good way to
triangle,
deflect it.
look, triangle confirms confirmation biases. I mean, that's just how that works, and also
That's a good
attached
way
to
to
people's
deflect.
feelings. So that's why they can't see the square because
That's a good way to deflect.
they rather confirm that it's a triangle because they already had the belief that it was a triangle. So they like,
That's a
nah.
good way to. So if I attribute that same thing back to you, I can say the same thing to you. You see how it doesn't act? It's not an
Yeah,
actual
because
argument.
it can't be the
I
same
do
thing because
research.
I'm thinking the
I do
opposite of what the
research.
majority is thinking.
I heard that same study before already.
When somebody tells me something, I go back and I look at the whole thing.
Right. So
When
did
somebody
I used to watch
when
Charlie
somebody
Kirk all
tells
the
me
time.
a sentence, I watch the entire hour before and the entire hour after.
Right.
I will
right.
go 2 hours to understand one sentence.
So
You
you're
look at the
implying.
one sentence and then you say, no. It must be.
So you're
He said
implying I
it.
didn't watch all the context. Is that what you're
Confirmation
implying?
bias.
Because I
I'm
used to
telling
watch
you that
Charlie
we
Kirk all the
prove.
time. I watched that entire debate with him and Naima from, the entire Jubilee debate, I should say. I watched all of
Yes.
that, and the time I watched that debate, I was actually Republican MAGA. Now I don't believe in any government because they're all against the people. So with that being said, I did watch the entire video, but you're just basing it on, well, if you believe something opposite than what I believe, then it also automatically means you just follow whatever the popular opinion is. No, it's called I actually did research. I learned about the history of the country. I learned how white supremacy works, and if you actually learn, then you can acknowledge when there's things that are in place that are affecting people. And just because they don't say it directly anymore, they say things covertly, and I can understand what's going on. But because you're ignorant and you might follow a party of Donald Trump or Democrat, Republican, and that's the way that you go around your life, then you're going to have a confirmation that whatever someone else that believes opposite from you must be a part of an opposing political party. And both parties are cults. So if you're associating yourself with a party, you're part of a cult.
For sure.
So if you actually believe that, then you've
Want to
missed his
substantiate it?
entire
I can
point.
substantiate it for you if you
Because
want.
his entire point was not about the party.
So
His
you vote
entire
for the
point was
people
not
that
following a particular party.
You want me to
His
substantiate
entire
why he's
point and what
racist?
he said to men, not to black men, not to white men, what he said to men in general was about his personal Christian beliefs.
Right.
Now,
Very Christian.
for us to turn around and say, "Oh, no, now that relationship, that religion is white supremacy."
So
Okay.
he's Christian, but he doesn't
What?
believe that all kids should eat food.
You're fucking
He doesn't believe in free lunches for school for kids. That's not very Christian, is it?
That's not what he said.
So what did he say? Since you know more context than everybody else, so what did he say then?
You give me okay.
Matter
So
of
give me
fact,
the
dynamic.
context.
Why did he say that? You watched the video. Why did he say it?
Something up. I can go pull it up again.
You can't afford to
I
feed your
thought you was
kids, don't
gonna
have
need to
kids.
pull it up because that's the only part you're gonna take. Just like the rest of y'all.
No, I can pull up the whole. I
Rest
can
of
pull
y'all
up the
that
I
whole.
don't
remember
look at
all he
context,
said was.
that's what y'all keep doing.
I remember what he said
He
to
said
men.
he don't
His
like
message
big
to
people.
men.
Well, he don't like big people because of why. Y'all that's what be tearing y'all up is when somebody asks
No, it
why.
was about school
Then that's when y'all
lunches,
get
so I can.
confused. Like, well, I don't know. I mean, you pull it up. You pull it up.
Host, can I
Like,
ask
Let's
you?
hear it right here. Let's
Can
hear it
I
right
ask
here.
you a question, host?
There should be free school lunch for all children. No. Why? Of course not. Because parents should feed their kids, not the government. What if they can't?
Exactly.
Go get a job.
Exactly.
go to the rest.
Parents should go get the job. Yeah. This is important. I don't believe they have jobs and they
Hey,
can't
you don't even
support
have to play the rest no more. You got your answer in a matter of seconds. That's all you have to do is
Exactly.
play
Yeah,
the
that's not
video.
very Christian-like, though.
First of all,
How is
What
that
do you mean
not?
Christian? It's not about Christian, man.
So
It's
you
giving
don't
okay.
believe.
Hold
Nah,
on.
it's
Let
not
me
very
show you how.
Christian-like.
Y'all
Let me
don't
show
even
you
know
how.
what Christians
Let me show you
is.
how.
So I
So
don't
is
even know why
Jesus
y'all
not?
Not very
Is Jesus
Christian,
not a
man.
socialist?
Let me show you how Christian it is. Does the Bible say he who doesn't work doesn't eat? Should it eat?
right.
So how
Actually,
what did
play the
Jesus
rest of
do?
the video.
You
No,
said play the
he
rest.
actually got his answer in a matter of seconds. Like he
No,
literally
see,
the next
this is the
sentence
funny part
over.
about it.
The
This is the funny
next
thing
sentence
about it.
over.
When,
He
this
said
is the
the
funny thing
next
about
sentence.
it. When you
The
heard what
next.
you wanted to hear, you said, "I don't need to hear the
No,
rest of the video." So you talk about
no.
you talk
You
about
got your
context, but now
answer.
I'm trying
I
to
asked
play the
you
whole
why.
context.
You
You don't want
said
to
you
hear it.
didn't know. You did not know why, and then in a matter of seconds, right after, if you would have continued playing it, which you just did, he said because that Dang, I'm gonna get it. But basically, he said
Parents
that the
should get a
parents he
job.
got the money that basically. Dang, man, I just been messed
They
up.
need to
But
work.
basically,
Yeah.
Is that what Jesus would have done?
Man,
Yes,
Yes.
actually, that's
Yes. It's
biblical.
yes. What
biblical.
the
It's
heck?
Okay.
biblical.
Did
Right.
Jesus
Why
not
y'all
put his
don't know what
disciples?
Jesus
That's
did to those
not biblical
people?
at all. That's not biblical at all.
Did
People don't know.
Jesus
It
not tell
actually
I
No,
doubt
he
they
is.
ever
didn't.
Yes, it
read the
to
That's
is.
Bible.
go
actually
and
And that
fish
doesn't
that's
so
work
they
actually
have
because
wicked. That's
food?
actually
it's
wickedness.
literally biblical.
Didn't he tell his disciples to go and sell so they had money?
Didn't he
He
say
told
that
his
whoever
disciples
is
to
kind to the
work.
poor leads to the Lord, and that they'll be rewarded for what they've done?
Now, hang on a second. Let me
Didn't he
see.
also
No,
say
answer his
that?
Hang
question.
on.
Answer his
Hang
question.
on. Hang on. Let me. No. Let's put this in context. What he was saying there wasn't because, and that's why I was saying play more of that video because what he was saying was he was tired of people just living off of the government
Kids are living off of the government.
and
Right.
not getting up. If you listen to other things he has said
Todd, are kids living off of the government,
in other
Todd?
of his posts,
Todd, are kids living off of the
in
government?
other if you listen to what he was saying in other of his debates and stuff like that, he was tired of people who were just living off of the government and not getting up and trying.
Are
And
kids
that's what he was talking
You
So
don't
about.
think slaves were
dynamic.
tired
So
of being?
dynamic,
You don't
real
think
quick.
slaves were tired?
Todd, are kids
that
living
is a
off of the
problem.
government?
So dynamic. I want you to play it over again. Play the rest of the video. Let's go ahead. We're gonna get the full thing though. But
You want to listen to the whole video? Or you're gonna, or when it
you
finishes the
can.
narrative, you're gonna tell me to stop?
The whole you just heard him say the whole video.
No, because last time I was trying to play
You
the full
just heard
video.
him, so move on.
I'm
Todd,
talking
are
to
kids
him.
living off of the
Are
government?
you trying not to play the whole video now?
Are kids living off of
Are
the
you
Right,
government?
trying
right.
I'm
He
not
just
saying
to?
you have
So
to
play
listen
the
to
video. Play the
listen
video.
to other Charlie Kirk
I used to watch
debates.
him. I don't need to
Hold
listen
up,
to
Todd.
anything
Hold up.
else.
I want
Play
him to
the
play that
full
video.
video,
Play the
please.
video, dynamic.
Yeah, go ahead. Play the video.
Right. Let me go back now so we can listen and people
And
don't
get out
talk
your
or
feelings.
tell me.
Get your panties out the
Yeah.
nuts.
Right.
I just want him to answer the question.
Preschool lunch for all children? No. Why? Of course not. Because parents should feed their kids, not the government. What if they can't? Go get a job. A child? You know, the parents should go get the job. Yeah. This is important. I don't believe they have jobs and they can't support their children there because the minimum wage is so low. No, you are a dumb dude. Don't give me this stuff. First of all, this is really. I want children to eat. Of course I do. Show me a single child in America going hungry. Doesn't exist. Number two, we have churches, we have food shelters, we have billions, and it does not exist. We have a child obesity problem, not a child starvation problem in this country. That 50% of our kids are obese or overweight. There's not a single kid in America that has died of starvation in the last 10 years. Show me that kid. Show me they're not. This is a propaganda thing from the Democrat Party. Our kids are so overweight they have type 2 diabetes by the age of 8. So the number one problem for kids right now is that they're not moving enough and they're eating too much, not that there's child starvation. Instead, let's get back to a time where we say, hey, parents feed your kids, churches feed your kids, communities feed your kids, not big daddy government coming in and doing what the families do. With that, I say thank you guys so much and have a great day. Thank you.
Exactly.
What do you mean exactly?
Man.
One of the problems, hold on one second. One of the, can you, hello?
My baby daddy.
Okay, so one of the
Exactly.
one of
That's
the
why I said listen to the whole thing.
So,
You
okay,
right, you right, Todd. I give it
so
to you.
Todd,
You right.
he said, show you a child that has recently unalive from starvation. The thing that directly correlated to reducing starvation or kids that are hungry in this country is free and reduced lunch. That's literally what was the program that actually eradicated that. So the idea, the idea that there's no starving kids would also suggest that him being a proponent or should be a proponent for free and reduced lunch, because that's the thing, to his point, that ended child hunger and starvation in America.
Actually, that's not true.
It's not true.
How about to
So
say
the
from
thing-
It's not.
Food stamps.
No, yes, the food stamps as well. Yeah, I would agree.
The problem, Charlie's right. It's not that stopped the starvation. That stopped it. What's going on is because people are just surviving off of welfare and food stamps, they're buying a lot of carbohydrates for their children, right?
Brother.
Like macaroni and cheese and whatever they can afford. So that's why you have childhood obesity the way it is right now.
I understand that childhood obesity is a problem, which is why Michelle Obama actually during what she was pushing for healthier lunches in school when Obama was in office. So I understand that is absolutely I understand that
Well,
that absolutely is a
Thank you.
problem.
no, the truth.
My point is that if you don't want kids to have free and reduced lunch, you absolutely are for kids being more hungry because they became less hungry, they became less starved with the implementation of free and reduced lunch. That's a fact. That is not anything that you can debate.
And then
I
with
don't
that
think
being
poor people
said,
can
Hey,
before
fuck.
I talk about
y'all
the
just proving that we just literally got it. We can't be nothing without the
What
government.
do you mean
That's
nothing? Hold on. What do you think all
it's
this
That's
like
true.
it's
shit?
like
No,
you
that's
just
Hold on.
so
true.
Wait.
No
dependent. You
bullshit.
just
That,
so
that, that man's
dependent
fault
on.
system.
Who the fuck is dependent on the government?
That's the
Shit, are you
point. That's the
serious
reason
right
why
now?
you. That's why you answering it
That's
that way.
why.
If you don't
Look,
understand, if you
wait,
No.
don't.
hold on. No, you
Hold
absolutely
on.
should
Say
be
something.
dependent on the government. No, no,
Oh
you
my
should
God.
be
Yeah.
dependent on the
You
government
pay
because
I
we
didn't
taxes.
ask
put
Why
you
you
them
because
in
pay?
I was
power.
talking. Hold on.
Wait. We
Hold
put
on.
them in power.
All right,
All right.
y'all,
I said if I
please.
gotta talk over one more person, bro, that's gonna be crazy,
Jeremy
dog.
still didn't even get to talk. Like Jeremy
Who
didn't
that?
get to talk.
Jeremy. Okay. For sure.
I'm
Jeremy
chilling.
be West
I'm
Coast.
listening to y'all. But I mean, a
So
lot of it's all bullshit, man. They just try to separate all of us. But listen, the
yeah,
man just had a message. He had a movement. He got popped for bringing up debates that people don't really want to talk about.
He
Yo, the
got
hood
popped
fucked up,
because he
man.
was hateful.
No bullshit.
Zoe,
There's
Zoe, you do that
what?
one more time, bro. Like,
Yeah,
come on. You be asking people not to interrupt, and they try their best, and you literally interrupt every 5 seconds.
I
Please,
did.
no, Zoe. Go ahead,
Like,
Jeremy.
I'm from in town, man, and there is a problem, bro. No bullshit. Like, there's a lot of like YNs, like it's fucking havoc, bro. And you got people out here having babies, like no bullshit. I don't think poor people can fuck. If you got a bad credit score, you should have no babies.
eugenics,
I'm dead ass. Like the shit getting weird out here, man.
eugenics.
And everybody's fighting over dumbass shit when the real shit is all like you got two races in this world, rich and poor. So you get all the poor people, you divide us. Now we fighting each other, talking about white this, white that, like shit. It ain't about that. Fucking get man. Y'all keep talking. I'm listening because I'm a little.
I
Black
feel you,
Jeremy,
brother. I feel it.
Jeremy, hold on, brother. Are you black? I'm just curious.
Nah, I'm white, but I was raised black. Put it that
Okay,
way.
hold on. So you said
You ain't got
YN. I'm
nothing to
saying,
prove
hold
on
on.
that. That's
Hold on,
your
wait, no,
issue.
no, no, hold on, hold
That's
on.
the issue. Like
I
I
was
said,
I
Oh,
was
it is an
asking
issue.
because he
It
used
is
the
a fucking
term
issue,
look,
bro.
Zoe is proving the point of
Y'all
right.
better
Hey,
stop
lab,
hating on
lab,
Tommy.
lab. Let me. I
No,
don't.
ain't
No,
no
but
let
hold on.
me.
People were supposed to speak. Like, damn, you didn't see other people come up on the panel, and they
Y'all.
didn't get a chance. They didn't get a chance to speak. You don't want to give them a chance. Okay, so we have West Coast. I know Jay can, and then Todd. He spoke during open panel, but he didn't get a chance to speak on the topic. So he can speak after, and then y'all could go back at it. But dang, there's other people here. Okay.
Just healthy
What?
conversation.
Yeah, West Coast. How you doing?
I'm good. Thank you for leaving me up. How's everybody doing?
Yeah, doing good. Thank you.
But I was
So
gonna,
so you got 2 minutes to speak on the topic.
I was gonna say, what they were talking about, and what he said on his video that we should depend on, or that we, Big Daddy government, who knows what. But it's like, he's saying the community should be feeding their own and this and that, but they don't allow us to plant, orange trees, apple trees amongst the community. Or even if my neighbor saw me unalive a goat to feed my community or family, they'll charge me with animal cruelties and arrest me and all kinds of shit, right? But it's all good if I go to Walmart and I buy a government approved pre unalived animal or whatever and pay for it. You know what I mean? So they don't want you to just feed your community. That's a straight up lie. That's bullshit. That's why you need a license to fish, a license to hunt. You know what I mean? You can't just be planting all these trees around us, amongst our communities. Those are all male trees. That's why we got allergies. They're spitting out nothing but pollen. You don't see female trees whatsoever that bear fruit unless they're in the agricultural, controlled land or whatever. You know what I mean? Government approved. It's so easy. Yeah, we could just plant and grow what we need to eat and this and that, and nobody would go without, but they won't allow us to, right? But then they talking shit. Oh, you stop depending on Big Daddy government and this and that, right? But Big Daddy government don't even want to. They don't even like leave us alone. Always all up in our business and shit. Trying to make sure fucking that we pay all kinds of taxes and fucking go buy their pre-slaughtered animals and all that shit and pay to fish and hunt to make sure my community is fed though, right? That shit don't make no damn sense to me whatsoever. What else am I supposed to do? If somebody could barely pay rent their car breaks down, their catalytic converter, you know what I mean, God forbid, goes out or gets stolen. That costs like 2,000 just to buy the part, not even including like the repair. Like, damn, what the fuck? Hell no, we ain't all balling like that. And I'm hungry too. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna do what I gotta do. And mind your damn business though, right? But they can't mind their own damn business.
All right, all right, all right. Who was that? Who was next?
Jay can.
They can. All right. My brother 1K in the building. Got to squeeze him in too. J Can, what you got for me, man? Welcome back.
You all
Camming up this time, muted up and everything. You didn't turn the cam on. Forgot about the mute.
Yeah, I had to do that. I'm outside, so I'm trying to be respectful to other people and keep the noise to a minimum.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, so I was first saying thanks for having me up again, man. Another good prompt. Every time I come
Sure.
on, you got some good subjects directing the conversation. So to answer the first one, what are they saying that's so dangerous? I personally don't think they're necessarily saying anything dangerous. I'm a person who supports the First Amendment and freedom of speech. I think we are a little too sensitive these days. I can't call any specific thing that they said is dangerous, whether I disagree with them or not. They have the right to voice their opinion. Now, some people obviously have more influence than others, and whether or not those people need to be held accountable is another conversation. But I don't think it's necessarily dangerous. I think Charlie got some things right. I think he says a lot of things that I've heard about race that aren't necessarily wrong, but just inconsiderate of the larger picture. But let's see. And then what makes a message true or not true? In general, what makes a message true or not true is going to be whether or not it's factually sound. And then if those facts are in agreement with the whole picture, the big picture. Is it objective, or is it a fact that's just to you or just to your demographic or just pertinent to your perspective? Or is it a fact that pertains to the larger picture, the grander scheme of things? So I wish old boy would have stayed. I know he said his wife and kids were waiting. What was his name? For Tex.
Yeah.
He was dropping some gems, man. He was picking up stuff from a lot of sociological studies that really clarify how we behave as people. In my degrees in sociology, and I think it's important first to understand people because we are humans. You can't really understand who you are and how you feel without first understanding what you are and what you are as a human. And we have all sorts of predispositions. We have all sorts of psychological modes of operation that kind of predetermine what we do. And so he was dropping some gems.
Hey, okay. Ty, you said Ty, right? Ty, and then
Yeah, and then Siemens.
Yeah. All right.
Hey, what's up? What's up?
What's up, man? What's your take though on the actual? You can try to see if you can answer as many within 2 minutes if you like my man.
All right, let's do it. What they're saying is what they're saying that's so dangerous. Only to those who hate, only to those who hate the truth, and don't like to hear the truth. And unfortunately, that's a lot of people. What makes a message true or not? You know what? We don't really know the truth unless you dive into it and you do your own research. That's the only way you're going to know what's true or not. Is protecting the feelings, is protecting others' feelings always a safe thing to do? No, because as you're seeing, one of the things, especially when it comes to the government and the black race, there's a lot of black people that hated what Charlie Kirk was saying when there was a lot of truth to what he was saying. Right, but the thing is that if you actually listen to what he was saying, it would actually help our people. Can you really love if you don't like interracial marriage? No, that's not true. I mean, it's on your belief system. If you don't believe that we as black people should be mixing, then that's on you. If you don't believe that any colors should be mixing, that's on you. But it doesn't mean you don't know how to love people.
No, that's say love. Can you love? Because there's many different forms of love. Like it can be black love, interracial love, mixed, whatever it is. So do you really
I
love
see what
love?
you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, so then you don't understand love fully if you cannot understand interracial love.
Mm-hmm. Basically.
That's it. I have time. Anybody want to chime in?
All
Nah,
right.
nah.
All right, you got it.
A 14 second back and forth. That'd be funny.
Yo, real quick, Kill.
I mean,
Hey team.
What
whose
up,
turn is it
y'all?
to speak? My
Let's
bad.
go.
I'm
Hold
gonna get
on.
off,
Yeah,
Kill.
it's
We got two
team.
Okay.
more people, though. We got two
Yeah,
more.
Can you put
I'm,
me in the queue after
I'm about to
these
get
two
off in a
people?
minute, y'all.
All right, one
You
Q.
heard me?
Yep.
I may have to come back, but I can if you can give me 30 seconds.
All right,
Yeah. Here. Yeah, you got me?
there you
Yeah,
go.
we good. We got you.
1 minute, that'll work. For everybody that's listening that's opposed to them, I challenge everybody to look at what they say in context. Do they always put things in a pretty package? No. Has Charlie misspoken on a couple things, or could have said a couple things better, or didn't have a fact or two lined up? Yes. And I guarantee nobody y'all know or nobody that y'all hold to has said everything factual. As a matter of fact, if you pull the layers off the media and a lot of politicians that y'all hold to, y'all will see that just because they're poised and just because they know how to speak and sound like they're polished doesn't mean that they're telling truth. And I think a lot of y'all getting pimped, just like these. Just and I'm in the church and all of that, but just like a lot of preachers and a lot of these activists and social media outlets are pimping people with smooth words and smooth talk and flattery, y'all getting pimped right out y'all brain and right out y'all mind. That's all I want to say. And I'll be back later.
All right, all right.
I'll be back later, bro.
All right, for sure, because I'm going to be off at like 9 o'clock, though, so y'all.
Okay. Go ahead and got me.
Sorry, I just had.
Karen, you the last one that came in here, then we on back to open panel. Karen, you got to unmute.
You're muted.
Hi, sorry. I kind of came in last minute, so I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Oh, hold on, I got you. I got you. Hold on, right there. Give you some time to figure it out while you're in the comments. All right, y'all. Let's open panel.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about this at length. I just think there's certain
Well,
people,
man.
there's certain people amongst us that's committed to anti-black rhetoric in a way that even if it maligns the truth, even if it is misrepresentative of our actual community material reality, you would much rather believe that than actually have a discussion or be enlightened about what actually is going on. And if that is your stance, then I respect it, but it's absolutely destructive. And until we can, I think, go to reach a consensus about that, we'll keep highlighting racist, white supremacist people like Charlie Kirk and his type of rhetoric. And Candace Owens is also just very anti-black as well.
Nah, yeah, hey, bro, that fool, he was
And,
full of ish, y'all. This dude, he would go around. Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to cut you off. You weren't done.
Nah, I'm almost done, brother. That's 10 more seconds. And
But
so just to address
go
that
ahead,
part,
go ahead.
like early on, oh, if it was a black person, if he was black, then y'all wouldn't be. That's not true at all. I've been watching both of these two people for a while now, and I've been critiquing both of them in similar ways. So I don't really know what that was supposed to mean when people were raising that point early on.
We believe you.
That's okay, brother.
Well, I've been watching him for a while too, and the thing is, I find people like you, Zoe. You
Oh, brother,
tend
my name
not
isn't
to
Joey.
you tend not to listen to the full thing. You take sound bites that are about 5 to 30 seconds long, and then you draw a conclusion from it, and that's pure ignorance.
What have I said that gives you that inclination that I've only listened to parts of what he
The
said?
fact the fact that you would say that he's anti-black
That's
and somebody like Candace Owens is
supremacy.
anti-black, that says to me that you actually haven't been listening to a lot of what they've been saying fully. Now, the guy that was down there earlier, as he was saying, like sometimes people come off and they say things harsh. They say things harsh. Yes. Are they always going to be perfect in the way they say things?
Jeremy,
Not.
I'm going to switch you out real quick, Jeremy.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Todd. I was just telling Jeremy I'm going to switch him over.
Oh, sorry. So they're not going to say everything perfect, but once you stop and actually listen, and not just listen to one thing, but actually follow what this person is saying and go through what he was trying to what he was trying to say, you would see that he was not putting down the black race. He was actually saying that we were a strong people before we let welfare get a grip on our people and take the dads out of the homes. And he's right.
He's not right, but
Can I say something?
yeah, go ahead, Wesco.
But I was gonna say this, like, oh, Todd, I don't know you, or whatever, but like, I've heard and I've followed like Mr. Kirkland's signature for a while, right? But there's some things I agree with him, some things that I don't. But you can tell when a person only wants to cherry pick certain facts, but leave out other facts in the at the same time about the conversation, like about like say immigrants or say that certain people shouldn't be able to marry each other and this and that if it doesn't fit his religious or his people's agenda, then it's a no, right? But then he doesn't. He talks about himself as a American. I'm an American patriot, this and that. But then he leaves out the fact that he is a descendant of European immigrants, right? And then he wants to call and label everybody else an immigrant. Why doesn't he fully explain and tell the people that the biggest immigrants are the ones from Europea, and the most
So
violent ones are the people from Europea,
I can answer
and
that.
everybody here does not go and invade Europe. They just want to be left alone, but they won't leave them alone, right?
That that's a fair question. Like, uh, the Europeans are immigrants to this continent, but they did found this country. So it's a weird kind of dynamic you have to separate between
No,
them.
no, no,
That's
no.
it's there's no that's a fact. Like
Nah,
you can
there
have an
was already
opinion on it.
people here.
Yes, but the
They didn't
country,
find nothing.
you're correct. I didn't say they did. Listen to what I'm saying. They came here, they did do mass genocide, they killed a lot of people, but the founding of this country, not the continent of America, the country of America was founded by Europeans. So they can't be immigrants to the country while they are immigrants
Okay,
to the continent.
No,
I
they
see what you're
are
saying,
actually. No, he's
but what
West
but
Coast is right.
but
The
my point
largest.
is that he's leaving those facts out. He's not speaking the full truth about what they have done,
But the
right?
largest wave of white immigrants came after the country was founded anyway. So the
True.
point would still stand that most white people in America actually family has only been here for about three
Few
generations.
generations, correct.
Yeah, so the point would still stand. His family would still be descended like Trump
Yeah,
family.
but you're not gonna really
Trump
point out the
family on both
difference.
sides are descendants of immigrants. He's got
True.
directly.
Yeah, but
So,
I
so
think he's
the point
talking
would still
though.
stand.
Oh, sorry,
Be-
Zoe.
my name
Go
is
ahead.
Zoe, brother, like Joe or like Mo. It's not Zoe.
Oh, anyways, Zoe.
No, it's not anyways, brother. That's just my name. But what I
All
was
right.
saying, Jay, what I was
Okay, I got it. I got it. Relax.
I was just letting you know, brother. But
I hear you.
what I was saying, Jay, is that well, actually, I was done with that point. I don't want to.
It was a good point. I kind of misspoke. So yeah, the key distinction is again the continent versus the country. And while you're right, the majority of YT people in this country now are immigrants as well. We had large waves of Irish, of other Europeans that came in. Um, the problem in the luxury of being YT is that it's harder to discern where you're from. And so if it's only phenotypically that we're speaking of, or that you identify race just on how someone looks, they have the luxury of looking like all the Europeans. So it's like you wouldn't need to make that distinction. That's why they have the privilege of not being asked like, yo, where are you from? You know what I'm saying? Like they are
So
assumed to be American, whether it's right or wrong, just because Europeans look European.
So J Can, with that being said, bro, would you not agree that they are all immigrants, and who gives them the benefit, you know what I mean, or the privilege of not being questioned where they are from? Is it because people have been indoctrinated by them not to question where they are from and to question themselves and other people that are of color, brown or black, that they are the immigrants and not these people that are
Partially.
So
from
here's the
Europe?
thing, then. But I think Charlie Kirk is talking about illegal immigrants. It's different, right? You have a lot of people coming into the country illegally and staying in the country illegally and living off of the government. One, two, there's a lot of crime that's being caused by them. And so that's what he's talking about. He's not talking about the people who come in here and they came in here the right way. He's talking about the people who used, say, like problems in their country to just run into here, or they just
Right.
run into here illegally.
Right.
Okay,
And
but with that being said, also who are they to say and do what they have done, and everybody forget about it, don't speak about it, but then now claim and label everybody else as illegally entering like this country when they illegally did all kinds of mass genocide and this and that, right?
Well,
Who
that's a
like if
different
I if
point.
I
What you
if
talking about? I
That's a
don't.
there
different point entirely,
there
though.
Yeah,
there is no
that's not
honor,
the.
there is no honor amongst thieves, right?
I don't
So
have
why would you honor their law if they're a bunch of thieves?
me personally. I don't necessarily. I don't press people for their ideas about illegal immigration in that way, unless they are just lying about illegal immigration. If they feel like that, they would like the immigration, illegal immigration, regulated a lot more in the way that there's not people illegally into their country. I don't have honestly don't have any issues with that specifically. I have issues with certain lies that's exacerbated by illegal immigrants because I think that leads to a pathology of illegal immigrants that's just not true. But I think many people, native people, and I'm not saying native like Native Americans, but people that are national natives in the country would like their country heavily regulated in a way that it bars most of illegal immigrants from coming into their country. That's not just an
Facts.
American thing.
Yeah,
That's like a global
that's a
thing.
smart country thing. Like the definition of country, I don't remember the exact, but it's like an ideology, a binding ideology, a constitution, and borders essentially. And if you're not
Yeah,
protecting your borders, you can't protect your ideology. You can't protect anything at that point. And that's what
and
we're seeing now.
Well, and also
my bad.
look at Canada for instance, right? Canada has let in so many illegals that now their own people cannot get jobs. They are giving more money to the illegals than their own citizens, where their own citizens have to actually use the food banks more, cannot afford housing, and are on the streets more because they let in all these people and are giving preference to these people. Even when it comes to jobs, the government is paying, say, if you're an illegal and you want to work, they're paying companies to hire these illegals, paying half their wage. So that's all who these companies, like lower end companies, now are hiring.
Yeah, but
Okay,
there's
but
not
when
there's
go
not that
ahead,
many
Joe.
illegal undocumented immigrants in Canada in comparison to somewhere like the United States, even based off of the proportions
They got a good amount.
of the no, I'm not saying that they don't have any, but their amount is even incredibly lower. Then obviously it's way harder for an undocumented immigrant to get into Canada because they don't share the southern border with us. So
No,
the
that's not true. That's not true.
but
Yes,
it,
you guys,
that
yes,
literally
there's
is true. The primary point of entry is the southern border into America.
into America, right? Because I lived in both America and
How many
Canada. So
undocumented immigrants does Canada have?
we have a lot.
How many?
I don't know. Go count.
You have never looked it up?
It's hard to document illegal, undocumented
Yeah, you go
people. It's hard to
count.
document.
You
You
bringing
never
up
looked.
this stuff like it's fact, like you know it for a fact.
Well, there's estimates though. That's what I'm saying.
Go
It's
count.
estimates.
I
You're
mean,
just guessing. Like,
But
I like the
but
thing is this. I've lived in Canada. I live in
you
Canada,
can tell you're Canadian by how you
but I've
talk,
also
brother.
lived in hang on, but I've also lived in the States, so I could talk to both, right? And I could tell you that I am here, living here, and I could tell you that we are overtaken by them. That
Okay,
everybody
so it's
who's a
just a believe me,
citizen here
bro.
is
Okay,
complaining about it.
it's just a believe me, bro statistic. Like for instance, right? There's estimates on the amount of illegal immigrants in America. It's like around 14 million. Canada the estimates are somewhere around 300 to 600,000. So you do
No,
the
there's more than that,
okay, but you actually have never looked into it, so you
but
don't know.
again, the
Oh,
difference is
Todd, me and you are not coming from the
when
same
I
band
looked it up, it says over 8 million.
in Canada.
Yeah,
Where are you
immigrants
looking
made
at,
up.
Rachel?
That's what
If
I'm
you don't
saying.
mind me asking.
I'm still looking.
Okay, well here it says that the highest report suggests that there's 600,000, and the lower report suggests that there's 20,000. And the reason why Canada has a way lower immigration incidence than America is because they don't share the southern border with the United States. That's the primary point of entry for illegal immigration in North American continent, on the whole
but
North American
even
continent.
I hear you, Zoe. But even still, okay, let's say you're right. The difference is this, though, right? Your government isn't treating them as open armed as Canada is. So Canada is being more overrun than the States because our jobs are gone, right? They now are trying to run for government, and because there's so many of them in certain places, they're winning,
Okay, bro.
right? So the citizens are being pushed out, right? And so that's why there's a lot of this talk, especially people like Charlie Kirk and Donald Trump, about illegal immigrants because they know what could happen and what's going on. I believe it was Texas that put a ban on Sharia law because they see how bad it's getting.
Yeah.
A
Especially
ban
in
on
London.
Sharia law.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what Sharia law is?
Of course, it's a religious legal system.
That's what? Sorry, I didn't hear
It's
you.
a religious legal system practiced by
Islam, Muslims.
by practicing certain Islamic states. Yes, I know what Sharia law is.
It's pretty bad. So the thing is, so they put a ban on it because they see what's going on.
Well, yeah, it's getting more and more steam here in the States, partially because of the politics, and they want to increase the amount of people that depend on the government, especially if you're liberal, right? Conservatives are for smaller government, liberals are for bigger government. It grants them more authority. And so if you have more people who are coming across who are then going to have kids, who are then going to rely on the system, they're also more left leaning because they're more lenient with things like immigration. So if you come from another country and you have family from another country, you want it easier for them to come. So it's a slippery slope where it kind of snowball effects. The more illegal immigrants you have, the larger the government ends up becoming. And then it usually ends up leaning and skewing left, where the liberals have much more power and gain more power, which is why they always pass laws that increase the influx of immigration and then are lax on restricting illegal immigration.
So I'm not a proponent of just making sure or trying to get more illegal immigrants into the country. I think that we have obviously an immigration issue here. I do think that the pathway into immigration should be easier. It takes a really long time for people to immigrate here if they're going the legal route. So I do think that we can put more resources into that to make that easier. But I also obviously we have to protect the American workforce as well. I do think that's a valid issue that people do raise.
So would you be for or against a complete halt on immigration for a period of time while we get under control the illegal immigration? Would you be for or against that?
I would have to just look more into it, how that would work.
It's hypothetical. I'm just asking, like, based off of what you have now, what you think. I'm not trying to get you
But
or
when you
nothing
say,
or
but
be rude.
it makes no sense to halt legal immigration if you're trying to deal with illegal immigration. It doesn't make any sense. That's why I'm saying I would have to look more into it because illegal immigration and legal immigration are not the same thing.
Yeah, but a lot of illegal immigration comes from overstayed visas. It comes from
the largest percentage of it doesn't come from that.
And I didn't say the largest.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
saying
actually
a lot.
my
That's
new
it.
percentage.
Yeah, of course. We don't even know how many illegals come. We can't even track that. But I'm just saying, in general, if while we focus on that, would you be for or against a complete halt on all immigration and a focusing?
I just told you I'm kind of agnostic to it. Like,
okay, I got you. Fair enough.
I really have to think about it a little bit more and how that would technically play out. I'm not saying that I'm against it. If there was a framework in which you could show that there's a net positive from this,
right.
Then I would most likely be for it. But if there's a framework where there's a net negative, then I would be against it. So that's what I'm just saying. I'm just agnostic right now. I don't.
No, that's fair because I'd rather hear that from you than you giving some bullshit answer that you're not studied up. And no, that's good. That's a good answer.
Respect it, 100%.
Yeah, it is respect. Yeah, respect.
On this soundboard, tough right now. Somebody take that soundboard.
Right. But Charlie Kirk is still racist though, yo. Like we got.
I disagree.
Look, okay, this real quick.
He got his mind made up, so there ain't no telling.
But either way, so let's say
he 4 hours with him and he's not turning that on.
But hold on, so let's say he is racist. Yeah. I don't necessarily see that as a bad thing. Like I know black people, we have our own preferences. We look at ourselves as better. We just lack the power to be biased and prejudiced amongst people, but we still prefer to marry our own, to see our kids look like us. So I'm not upset at somebody for preferring people who look like them. That's part of human nature. I'm not upset at somebody for giving advantages to people who look like them, or even nepotism. So I don't hold that as such a terrible thing. So even if he is racist, I'll grant that he probably is. I don't see that as being a huge issue. Now, he says some things that are just factually inconsiderate, I would say. He doesn't really say a lot of false things, but he'll just ignore conveniently certain facts, especially when he talks about minorities. But to me, I don't think it's not a bold statement, or it's not even controversial to be like he's racist. When somebody says that, I say, who cares?
So do we even know the definition of what racist is, though?
Yeah, we do.
There are many definitions.
There's racist and there's prejudice.
Yeah, so of course, according to that mean that since we were saying that he's racist, that mean he went out his way to treat black people unfairly.
No, that's prejudice. That's prejudice.
When same old. It's the same thing.
No, they're different.
Racist is a prejudice against a race.
Racist is a belief of favoritism or of preference towards one or the other. It has nothing to do with action. It's just a belief.
No. I'm literally reading it right now. Oh.
Yeah,
there are different definitions.
There are different definitions.
Yeah, so the definition I'm looking at, well, I guess we all right then.
Both of y'all are, yeah, that's what I was going to say. Both of y'all.
One of the races just mean to be prejudiced against a race. That's all that means. And then prejudice, what that means, to basically be treated unfairness or favoritism against this certain whatever race it is, right? Or situation, right?
That's not what
prejudice means. Like classism and we got ageism, all that other stuff, right? Or biases, different biases, yes, yeah. So the thing is, I guess what I was trying to get to is that even that, like, you can't be sitting there supporting something that you're supposed to have a hatred for. Hatred for, if the whole point of being racist is to either do them bad or whatever it is. That wouldn't be what a racist do. That just don't make no sense.
Well, so he was for restricting, taking away things that had helped to progress the black.
That don't mean racist though.
But that's not why I'm saying that he's racist. But I'm talking about how it materializes. My point around saying he's racist is that he just wasn't making inconvenient, unfactual statements. He was making strategic misrepresentations of a community that formed itself as a racial aggression towards this community, like these preconceived and prejudiced statements. So when he says that Michelle Obama is an affirmative action admin, that's not just by mistake. He's deliberately trying to be deceptive. Michelle Obama wasn't an affirmative action admin. She actually spoke out against having to feel like that she only had got into a particular space or college because of affirmative action, and she carried that weight with her. So when he pulls up these lies and he says, oh, things like this, black people are allowed to have only black dorms at white colleges, is that not segregation? When he lies like that, black only dorms are not a thing, right? There are absolutely groups in which black people self-segregate, or other groups of people are amongst themselves that are not exclusionary to anybody else. They just happen that black people have congregated in one area. So when he describes that type of phenomenon as a black-only dorm, he is lying, and he's trying to portray particular black communities and demographics in a way for people to have racial antagonism or aggressions towards them. That's racism. He knows he's lying about that.
So you're saying then that at the colleges, there's no black only anything then?
No, there's no black only anything at these colleges that he was referencing at all. Again, there are affinity groups, there are affinity things, in which affinity means is that it kind of draws people that self-identify towards those things. So you have like you have
Black
LGBT,
Student Union.
Black, exactly.
I went to
Union,
school.
Hispanic Student Union, those types of things like that.
Yeah, but I went to school in the States, and here's the thing, right? There are groups, and it's not just black
What's the name
people.
of it?
Hang on, let me finish. There are set groups that are segregated on these campuses.
What groups?
I mean, and hang on. So, I mean, I can't give you specific names, but I could tell you straight out that if a white person, say it's black, if a white person wanted to get in, it is made very difficult for them. If there's other ones, there's other alamadas, or however you say it, sorry, that that if it's white, it's really hard for a black person to get into those,
No,
right? In fact, they will do everything they can so that a black person cannot get into them, right? So
so
he's definitely not wrong with that. It's just, again, people don't want to hear that.
no, he's
The
lying.
other
He's
the other
okay.
side of it too is that a lot of what he said, if you really stopped and listened, he was not putting down the black race. A lot of the time, he was saying, "Listen, you guys are stronger than the way our government has made you,"
Right.
and
Okay, you
that's
said
what he
that
was.
earlier on. You already said that. You keep saying the same thing. I'm talking about
No,
him.
but I'm telling you because I'm tired of you trying to make this guy into something that he's not.
So hold on. So okay. So he cited specific universities. He cited Western Washington University. He cited Yale. He cited American University, NYU. There's a couple of more that he cited. When you go specifically look into if these places have black only dorms, they quite literally do not. So for him to say that, it's a lie. We got to stop making or pretending like it's anything but that. It's literally a lie. There are no dorms that which only black people can apply and are admitted into. None. At none of these universities that he mentioned in reference. That's a lie.
Okay,
Interesting.
so there's one lie I just want to correct that you said though. Because you said that he said that Michelle Obama was in a
He named 4 women. He
yeah,
said
that they were DEI.
he said she were affirmative action admin. That's Michelle Obama, one of the 4. He said 4 of them. Michelle Obama was one of the 4 that he said.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna play the.
You really have to
Hold on.
wonder. In fact, if we would have said 3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist.
Okay. So did you hear the part where he said if we would have said?
Yeah, but can you continue the clip though?
Yeah.
Okay.
But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us.
Okay. So he said,
He
but
said now they're coming out and saying.
But they're coming out and saying it for us.
Did Michelle Obama
He
say
did
that?
not say no, but your statement
Okay, there we
was
go.
that he said that they are.
Okay, I understand how that. Yeah, so
Okay, so
I
that was
understand.
incorrect.
So yeah, I would agree with you that I
Okay.
didn't say verbatim what he said. So excuse me on that, right? But he said that they're.
Oh, you lied.
No.
Like he wanted Kirk did.
No, I didn't. No.
Just straight out. And it's been multiple times.
No, I didn't lie actually.
But that's what you've been doing this whole
Hold
time,
on,
and this
Todd.
is what I'm trying to get at.
So hold on, Todd, really quick. So when I said that he said Michelle Obama was affirmative action admin, right? That was just me trying to reference it because I couldn't pull it directly from my mind. But in the point that he was making, saying that they said that, they did not say that. He's lying. Michelle Obama never said that she was an affirmative action admin, so he's still lying.
Oh, that's fine. But
Okay,
you lied. Like your initial statement was a lie.
So it's fine that he lied.
It was.
No,
it
it's
was
not
a-
about lying.
It was
So
to
hold
his
on,
point
hold
was
on.
accurate.
Because I
No,
misspoke,
right, and that's
because-
fine. That's fine that he's clearing his
Because I
point
misspoke
now.
on his lie,
That's
because I
fine
misspoke
that
on
he is clearing his point now.
Y'all are so disingenuous.
But you have to understand that you did lie.
And I want you to
I
know.
would say, go ahead, bro.
I want you to
Charlie
know,
Kirk Jr.?
Rachel, I want you to know early on when you pulled up that 8 million immigrants, that wasn't illegal immigrants specifically. I don't know if you know that.
I wasn't speaking to illegal immigrants.
Okay,
He
that's
said
what
there
we were
was an
talking
image-
about. And Todd was talking about illegal immigrants.
Yeah, but we also said you can. I mean, how are we going to document immigrants?
Yeah, illegal you can't.
He said there was a immigrant problem.
No, he said illegal immigrants.
Anthony ever go?
Yeah, and we can't. The numbers we can't document.
No.
That.
Oh, okay,
I
so-
pulled up how many immigrants. Like, if you can tell that they're like over 23% of their population is immigrants. Obviously, there are immigrants trying to go there.
That wasn't the
Yeah.
the point. The point was
I
we
was-
we were talking about illegal immigrants. We weren't talking about immigrants in general. Even in the framework of America, we weren't talking about legal immigrants. We're talking about undocumented or illegal immigrants.
Yeah, but I put it up because you were saying like you were making it seem like they are not having like an immigrant.
That's not. Oh, brother.
Okay, so hang on. Let me
I
jump.
just put up the numbers.
All
Okay,
right.
Let me jump in here. Let me
do
jump in
with
for a
it
second.
as you please.
Let me jump in for a second here. So you got to understand how Canada is
How does an
also.
immigrant? Like, what the hell?
Fuck. Listen
Get
to
from
me.
the point that you did tell a lie.
You're saying that Todd was saying there's a legal immigrant issue, and he's literally a descendant of immigrants.
No, I didn't. Oh my god, bro. I was
Manipulative.
just pulling I was just pulling up the numbers, okay, to show because you were saying that the point where most immigrants are coming in through the country was
The
what
southern
in the
borders.
south, right? The southern borders. And I was just saying that because you were making it seem like immigrants are not like trying to come to Canada.
Well,
And
I said,
they have a lot of immigrants going to Canada.
And not just that, but hang
Why are
on.
you
Let me.
put it in the
thinking
chat.
So
more
hang
than
on.
more
Hang
the
on.
Western Hemisphere?
Hang on. So here's the other thing too, Zoe. You got to understand is that they could come here illegally, but Canada will still treat them as if they're not illegal, and so they'll get counted. Our liberal government has been doing that.
Okay, do you
That's
have
why, but
anything?
that's why, hang on. So that's why when they come here,
Mhm.
they're given almost like $5,000 a month to
Mhm.
live off of, whilst we have our own citizens starving.
Do you have any Canadian federal documents that says that illegal or undocumented immigrants are tallied with the legal immigrants?
Do
Or
I
are you just
have
saying that?
anything saying that on me?
Yeah, that's not on you, brother, that you could reference.
Well, go.
No,
You have to,
no, hold
I'm
on.
not about to do that right now.
Oh, okay.
Todd, I have that answer for you.
Go ahead.
They don't track that information because they took
Thank
the
you.
leftist side of the United States. So they don't track it because they know that they will be able
We're
to
talking
get
about
votes.
Canada, Angel.
I know. I'm talking about Canada, sir.
You just said the United States.
You didn't listen to him.
Okay, maybe I misheard you. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Angel. Say that again.
Canada does not track the same way as we do as the United States of America.
Okay.
Canadians, they have a population problem that they need to fix.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to allow people in the same as what we have a problem in the United States with that the leftists are doing. So our leftists are doing it for voting. They're doing it for a population thing, but they're changing the entire culture that is going to affect us.
Well, Canada has a retention of keeping people in Canada problem.
There's a whole.
So let me explain. Let me explain
They
why.
have a whole providence.
Hold on, brother.
They have a whole
Angel, hold
providence
on.
that is
70,
nothing but French. They have a whole providence that's
70%.
nothing but
Province.
Yeah,
Muslims.
we're talking about Quebec. But Angel, what you're talking about is that the 70% of Canada is like inhabitable. You can't live there.
Have you been to Canada, sir? Have you traveled Canada?
So you don't
I
know,
have.
you don't know what you're talking about,
I've
buddy.
been 70% of Canadians live below what is actually Seattle in the United States. They live south of Seattle. 70% of
No,
Canadians.
we don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
I'm in Canada,
Oh,
buddy. You're
okay.
telling me. You're trying to tell me. That's the thing. That's funny.
No,
Is you
that's not how Canada works, bud. Canada has a hell of a population.
Okay, you're not understanding what I'm saying.
No, you're not.
No,
understanding
you
what
don't want to
Todd's saying.
understand what we're telling you, and you just want to believe that you're correct.
Okay,
And you'll
so
even argue with somebody who lives there just to be correct.
well, so hold on one second, Todd. My point of talking about it says it's right here, right? It says that 70%, 60 to 70% of Canadians live south of Seattle. I'm not saying that 60 to 70% of Canadians live in the United States, but they specifically, like geographically, live south of what is Seattle in the United States. That means Canadians are restricted to a particular geographic area in Canada, and the reason being is because a lot of Canada is uninhabitable because of how
Seattle is
cold
not
that
above us. What are you talking about?
because of how cold that it is. In the same way that in Alaska, right, which actually borders Canada, a lot of people don't live there. A lot of Americans don't live in Alaska, and they have a very low population.
But this is
So
the question I had.
majority-
Have you
hold
been?
on.
Have
Yes,
you been
I've
to
been- yes,
Canada
I've- yes,
or
I've been-
Alaska?
Yes, I've been to Canada. Yes.
No. We're not talking about you going across the border to go drink some beer and have a
Huh?
concert. No, I'm talking about have you actually toured
Okay, so I've been
the whole country of Canada?
So no, I
You
have
actually
not toured the
toured it.
whole country. Why would I? No, what the fuck?
So you're taking anecdotal information that our government gives. Canada has a lot of people in there, and there is a lot of people that
There's
side.
more people in California than Canada.
What?
It is.
I'm sorry,
Anyway,
Todd. I'm gonna give that to you,
Y'all
bud.
don't know. Y'all didn't know this.
Todd, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm not even gonna. That
Nah,
didn't.
they
You're
said
not
it,
gonna
boy.
entertain. You're not gonna
I'm
entertain.
not.
You're not
I'm
gonna
not going to
entertain them.
entertain that foolishness.
Hey, look, hold up. It look like Anthony.
You know
You
what? You know what's funny? It's like when I.
hold up.
It's like when I.
Hold up, Todd. Let me
Okay,
see.
go
I
ahead.
don't think Anthony
I'm,
said anything since
I'm
I've been
sorry.
on.
I'm sorry, brother. I misspoke. There's about more people in California than Canada.
So,
Excuse me.
Anthony, you there?
Mm-mm-mm. There's about 40 million. There's
Interesting.
about 40 million people in California. There's about 40 million people in Canada.
You're
No,
talking
he's
about.
still
You're
I'm not
talking
even
about the
gonna.
third. You're
still
talking
live.
about the third
That's the
largest
reality.
That's
country
crazy.
on the planet.
You said what?
You're talking about the third largest country on the planet.
The third largest country with a large uninhabitable landmass.
Do you know where that landmass is?
Yeah,
All right.
I do.
I'm not muting y'all for no reason. What the heck going on? Anthony, is you there?
Yeah, I'm here, cuz.
All
What's
right.
up?
What you got for me, bro? I ain't hearing you say nothing. I'm trying to make sure you
Man,
say
you
something.
missed Anthony the whole time.
Yeah, that's what I said. Right? He ain't, I
Sorry,
don't think he
Anthony.
said anything.
Yeah, I don't be wanting to cut nobody off, you know.
Yeah, I got you, brother.
I
Appreciate you.
be listening to what everybody talking about. But I was looking at the questions that you was asking on the prompt.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was just kind of way back in the way before the immigration conversation, we was kind of y'all was talking about that. So I wonder like the question where it say
You can go through.
why are what are they saying that's so dangerous? To me, I think anything that mischaracterizes a certain group in a negative light is dangerous,
Mm.
because when you do that on a mass scale, you foment resentment and all that amongst the general population because of these certain representations. I hear people saying like Buddy was trying to uplift the black. We're like, hey man, you guys are strong, man. You don't have to just, and it's like on the surface, you could be like, man, that sounds pretty noble. But I feel like you have to at the same time acknowledge the fact that like what he's really saying is forget everything that's been done to you. Forget all of the things that are still happening to you guys, man. You can still, just get used to overcoming all that shit. He had no time address none of the causes for all of the stuff that he was so vehement about saying that black people could do better at. He never talked about the causes of these things. So when it's like when you're talking about this stuff and then people be like, well, you listening out of context, it's like he's talking out of context. And that's dangerous, because then what happens is you have a lot of people walking around thinking that they know something that they don't know. And they start to build up feelings about that. They start to build up whatever they build up. And you can start the fire, but you can't control how it burns. So I think that that's dangerous.
Can I
So
rebuttal Anthony on his
hold
last
up,
statement real quick?
hold on, real quick. This we gonna do, like we've been doing that all day. That's the whole point of this, because we trying to get out this. We trying to actually start bringing context to certain things. I noticed you said that we talk that they just listen, or he talking out of context, right? So what
Yeah.
was one of the videos that you felt that was dangerous? You do one of them, and then we can look it up for you real quick.
I mean, you could pick any video you want.
I'm talking about, what's the one you feel was dangerous? I don't. You gotta give me one so I can look it up. The one that stood out to you.
The one that stood out to me about dude was, and I listened to him. I seen him a couple times around, but like when he was doing that Jubilee thing where it was him versus a lot of different people, and then you got like the fact checkers. That ain't nothing you can really play here. But it was like when you look up in the corner of the screen and you see like the context on the screen, if you really pay attention to that, then it's like, man, now you start to think like, well, what's the agenda here? You know what I mean?
I
So
think a lot of the times, if he did, I'm glad you mentioned Jubilee, Yes, a few times he did mention something and he was wrong about, and he actually said, "I stand corrected."
And
So
he
he
does,
can.
and he did correct
He's a
himself.
he's a debate he's a debater, and he can admit he don't know
Motivator.
everything, so he changed it up. He's not
Right, but
he's
then
no
that's
different when he talk about when everybody on here put their opinions out. Sometimes some people that just stand. The majority of the time it's pride. So no, a lot of people just like certain people that have been in this panel all day, they don't change their mindset. They just rather say I've been right all this time. But a lot of that's a few things I have seen or we seen, especially on Jubilee. Yes, he has mentioned that he stood corrected
I
and he
mean, but
changed.
it's like this. If you go somewhere and you
You
say
think
a
a
whole
I'm
bunch of
saying, do you
stuff,
think let me say this though? You think a person with an agenda will admit they're wrong?
Yes.
because this is the thing, bro.
I don't agree with
This
that.
this is the
I don't
thing.
think he would. Nobody,
If
either side.
I was
it's
literally talking to
easy.
Anthony.
This like it's easy when somebody stands in front of you and they can say, "Hey, bro, without a shadow of a doubt, bro, factually right here in front of your face, you was wrong." Oh, I stand corrected. That's easy.
But
The
that's
real
what
question is,
a Christian does, Anthony.
but the problem is, you have to find out, like, did he know it was wrong when he said it? These are all questions that we don't
Why
know
do
the
you
answers
want him to?
to.
Why do you want him
But
to? You just don't believe nothing he say or something for some odd reason.
what I think is, it's a lot of like playing on people's preconceived notion. Like, even like whatever you are, you got a preconceived notion to certain people. And I feel like he played on a lot of that, but like I said, he didn't come with the context of it though. So like he'll say something about fatherless kids
True.
in the black community, and then everybody be like, "Yeah, baby daddies, blah 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 blah," but then he'll leave out the part about how it's 1 in 5 white kids or whatever. You don't put it in the same kind of context. Like
Why he
why?
have to do
I would
that?
agree with you on
Okay,
that.
could I jump in
Why?
here for a second,
Why would
please?
hold on real quick? Why would he have to do that? That's the thing though. I think that'd be our issue. We always doing this comparison thing, and that's not going to help none of us. That's like
But
saying that.
no, 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 no. It's not about comparison.
Yeah, and I'm saying what
But
I'm
what it
saying is
does
you
is,
said.
listen, what
Let
it
me say this
does
real quick.
is,
You said your
oh,
point. I'm
my
just
bad.
saying.
Go ahead. Go
All I'm
ahead.
trying to do
My
is
bad.
that the point of why he didn't, now he's not going to mention it at that time. Is like just like I do on my platform. We can only address one problem at a time. So if we're talking about that's just like if a woman came up here complaining about men ain't itching all that stuff. I'm big on trying to hold them accountable. Like, what can you do different from running
But,
to these ain't itch men? You know what I'm saying? Just like a man, if you
so,
used to came on here and talk
so,
about I got child support and all that stuff. Well, what did you do? Like, why you can't choose right to choose a woman that so that's what it is. You can't say, well, you say talk about two different things when we're not addressing that right now. And that'd be the issue. We
no,
don't talk
no, because
about
it's real simple. This is what I'm saying. A person without an agenda, if they were talking about black people having issues with people in the home, it's not hard at that moment to say, "Hey, man, and it's shit. We got 1 in 5 on our side. This is
for
a
what?
all of us problem.
Okay,
This
so
is
hang
not
on a
just a
second.
you
All right,
problem. This is
let
a
me jump.
all of us problem."
Let me
For
jump in
what?
You
here
see
for a
what I'm
second,
saying?
Anthony.
Thank you, Anthony.
Hang on.
Thank
Let
you.
me hang on. Hang
For
on.
what? Ain't no
So,
no ain't no jump in.
Finally.
I'm talking. Let me talk now because y'all been talking all
hey,
this time. So for what, Anthony?
What do you mean?
Why would he have to do that for what? What's the point to make you feel good? Well, we do it too. Now let's go back to the issue again. What's the point of doing it?
Right, because then once you do it like that, then the optic is different.
So you're saying he had a different motive?
How the
You're trying to say his
What I'm
I'm gonna
motive
saying
let
is,
y'all rock,
what
man.
I'm
I
saying
don't
is,
even talk that much on here. I just
this
want
is
to get
what
a
I'm
one-on-one
saying.
real quick.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. I'm saying that part of me doesn't even think he was serious.
Okay, I'm glad you said. That's what I'm getting to, though. That's
You
what I'm
know,
trying to.
like part of me, I don't know. I'm trying to figure it all out. And I've been trying to, you know what I'm saying, figure this whole thing out. And I understand that there's been like a whole lot of money made after all over all of this. There's been a whole lot of just profiteering going on. And so I'm thinking to myself, like, well, if you say something crazy, the quickest way to get people to talk about you is to say something crazy. That's the
Yeah,
quickest way.
yeah, we know how that works. And I'm a speaker. I do that in my dango, so I realize that's how that works. That's why sometimes you may have to say something to get back to what you want to push out, right? And
Right.
if y'all want if y'all want to know his core, I'll
You
give you the
push it
core of
crazy.
what I what I.
You push it crazy so you can get to your principles.
So if, like I said, this is how this works, especially if you as a speaker or just using social media. I had to learn this myself. Yes, sometimes you have to say certain things to get people attention to go back to what your base is of what you want to, push out. Just like me, right? Sometimes I might have to start off like, hey, you know what? Because I know that it's popular to say something about women nowadays. So you be like, all right, single mothers, something, whatever. Say if I start off with that or something like that. Okay, now that I grab their attention, and then I'm be like, now, to prevent things like that, we got to get these no good men to get families together and all this other stuff. But they had first, you got to tie to the emotion because that's how a lot of y'all been. I mean, I'm not gonna say, well, a lot of majority of people that came up here, their emotions they can't detach from it. So the thing is to get to the base of it, because like the core of my stuff is like accountability and growing from it and stop blaming everybody else but ourselves type situation so we can make change because we can only change ourselves. The core, what I noticed is he pushed more of his religion out, right? His religion, a different mindsets that we were against, and trying to push and get rid of victim mentality and stuff. That's like what is the core of a lot of his videos if you really look at it. So that's what I'm saying. It's a core to different things. So if we saying an agenda, yes, everybody has some form of agenda if we're gonna get to it, but it's just do you understand the agenda?
And
You know
what
what
I'm
I'm saying?
saying is sometimes the agenda can prove to be unbeneficial to society as a whole.
Okay,
So
can I jump in here? Can I jump in for a second now?
Like sometimes certain stuff is like I don't know, bro. Like where do we start to like draw the line,
I
bro? And it's
just say
like
do more investigating though. I mean,
Okay, so
do more digging. Somebody put
like
digging in the
I feel
Yeah, I'm about to
like
say it sound like you're not all the way like I would say that it seemed like you want to know or you're guessing it. I would just say if you really want to, just keep on looking at look at a lot of the videos, or if you care less to, then you care less to. But see why he might have said these things. See what he majority of the time push out instead of because like the clips ain't gonna really tell none of us nothing. But if you
yeah,
keep looking at
can
a
I
lot
jump?
of you look at a lot. Todd, I know you in a rush, man. Dang, I know. Dang.
Sorry, man. I don't mean to.
All I'm saying, because I'm trying to say, I'm
Sorry.
just trying to help him out right now, because I'm not trying to fight and stuff. I just want to build understanding, because it seemed like Anthony seemed like he's willing to listen, but he's just fighting against, certain things that might have been said by this guy, by Kirk. I get it. I'm just saying, like,
the
if you want
problem
to
that
get
I
to it,
got, man, I'll be square with you because I'm just like you in a lot of respects, bro. I don't agree with a lot of the shit that's happening in our community that we inflict upon ourselves, bro. Like I hate that shit. I
yeah,
just go on the record and say that.
no,
You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I know the history.
true.
And because I know the history, bro, I gotta understand that, like, man, a lot of these people, bro, been fucked up and it ain't their fault. A lot of these people are symptomatic of certain things, bro. These were predicted outcomes. So it's like I can't on one hand be like, me and my people need to get our stuff together, but then on the other hand, be like cool with all of the obstacles that's thrown at our way all the time. Like I can't do both. So
So, can I ask you a question,
so
Anthony?
hold on, let me finish real quick.
All right.
So for me, I feel like, yeah, we need to get our shit together, but at the same time, we need to be fighting for our equality, bro, because we never truly got it.
That's what he was trying to do for you, brother.
Nah, he wasn't really trying to
I
do
would
that
say
because
no,
he was
but
trying to play
Anthony, the
both
reason why you
sides.
can't, Anthony, the reason why you can't say nah yet, because you have not looked at him long enough to know that he did it. You can't say that yet. I would say if you really want to stand firm on it, just go actually watch, maybe
Yeah.
watch a whole video that's a couple hours long. Do that,
Can I
but
can I give a
then come with.
suggestion to him, Toad?
Hang on, I've been trying to talk forever.
No,
I
I
know.
just want to give a suggestion. I'm not trying to debate.
Okay,
Wait.
please. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let Ty go. Then you do your. As a matter of fact, do your quick suggestion because you said it's quick. I hope it is. Then let Ty go because I know he been
Okay,
waiting. Then I
yeah.
gotta
So,
shut down soon.
Anthony, go to
And I
Rumble,
want to go after too.
download Rumble, and go look at his. Go
I'm
look at
bullshit. I heard a girl voice say, "Oh, that's my. That had to be my
go.
baby." I don't see no other girl. Go ahead. You say you want to go after. All right. Go ahead, Ty, Adriel. Then get my baby in. Then we about to shut it down.
So, couple of things. One, Anthony. First off, he doesn't address the white people stuff because usually when he's talking about black people stuff, the question was aimed at that. It was the person asking him the question wasn't like, "Well, what do you think about white people?" They were asking, "What do you think about black people?" ABC. The next thing I want to say is I'm tired of hearing the black people, like the black people, yeah, black people say stuff like, "Well, they don't know our past, what we've gone through, what we've gone through." No, because that is the problem. We always try to look at our past and use that as a crutch. Look at the
No,
Jews. Hang on. Look at the
no,
Jews. Look at what the Jews had to overcome, and
mm-mm.
now they own everything. Look at the Chinese. Look at what they had the Asians. Look at what they had to
Look
overcome.
how America
And now, hang
treated.
on, I
Look
listen
how
to
America
you. Now,
treated
listen
the
to me.
Jews.
Now look at how they overcame, and now they own
How were
everything.
Jews
The
treated by
problem is,
America?
hang on. The problem is this, though, right? When we, as a people, we cannot ever get together to do better for ourselves, and it's the truth. Because if you look at even our neighborhoods, right? We could easily get together and pull ourselves together to rebuild our neighborhoods, but we don't. What do? We destroy the ones who are trying to build stuff up in our neighborhoods, but yet we will support Jewish and Asian stores in our neighborhoods. But
No,
then, no,
No, no, Todd's correct.
because this is
That
this is
that is
this
a
is this is
Western thing.
what this is what I think about that. Well, the two things you said. First, you said uh, he didn't talk about the white stuff because the question was always directed about some black stuff. So
No,
then it's like,
he did
okay,
talk about white people issues. So
so
don't
so
minimize
then
that.
so okay, then my question would be, why was the question always directed like that?
it wasn't always directed. He spoke
And
to
then
white people
would
issues
you
too.
would you agree that a simple acknowledgement could have gone a long way?
He spoke. If you listen to what he was actually
But
saying,
I'm saying, this is what I'm saying. If you if
what the
you
host
if
was
you if
saying,
you
if
communicate
you
a certain
listen
way,
to
listen.
more than
If
just 5
if
to
you
30
if
minutes
you
second
listen,
clips,
if you're a good communicator, right? You know how to get people to engage with what you're communicating to them.
and that's what he did.
So the
And he
fact
did it.
that
And he did it for everybody.
he
Yeah, he did it
lost,
for
this is what I'm
everybody.
saying. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on, let me see what he's talking about.
Whether you think he was right or wrong, this is what I'm saying. He had a crowd that messed with him, and then he had a crowd that totally didn't mess with him.
He cared
So
about
what I'm
God
saying
and
is
family.
he could have bridged that gap
He
with
did.
just a certain
That's why
What
we're
he
all
acknowledgement
did, what
talking.
he
of,
So
hey,
did.
bro,
let
I'm
me
not coming down on nobody because we got our own issues too.
Yeah, let
And
me
some
say
of them
this
are the
real quick,
same.
Anthony, though, because I get you. That's something just to make us feel good. But it still don't take effect of a lot of that
But
stuff.
I'm saying
So
on a political talking to people
yeah,
level, you don't agree with that?
yeah, I was about to. No, I do feel that, but I don't believe in coddling everybody just to make them feel good. At the end
That
of the
ain't
day,
about coddling.
we gotta address.
Commonality is
We
not
have to.
coddling,
We just
bro.
have to address our issues regardless, anyways. Though, even if
wait.
it's just like.
We have to
Are
address
you
our
So
issues.
let me say this. Let me say this though,
are
real
you
quick. The
miss
thing.
are you miss? Can
Hold
I
on, real.
speak?
Hold on, real quick,
Can I
Andrew.
speak for a second when you're done?
Okay. All right. So I'm saying that basically, dang, what am I doing? I just say basically when I be forgetting stuff. I'm like basically. All right. So you said about no, I was gonna say that I tried my best to stall time to see if I was gonna think about it. Uh, man, that
I
was
don't
gonna.
think you fully understand what I'm
You
saying.
was just saying no. You was just saying about what the heck you was just literally saying. You was just literally saying about him speaking. Okay, basically with you saying why they don't speak on it, but you got to pay attention. Like a lot of times, because I got videos of him getting angry because people keep bringing race up into into what he be talking about. He even got, and it's mostly black people. They come up there and always bring it. It's always making it a race issue, and he like it don't have to. Why we have to talk about race? You know what I'm saying? And he said that's the biggest issue. That's why he
Right,
went
but then
to.
you don't get to have it both ways.
Wait,
You
what?
don't
He
get to
never had
talk.
it
You
both
don't
ways.
hold on. Listen what I'm saying. Listen what
You
I'm
don't.
saying.
Like I
Just
said,
listen
you.
what I'm saying. Just listen
No,
Host,
to
let
I'm
me
not
say,
listening. I don't
to
have
the
to hear what you're saying
concept. I'm
right
trying
now
to lay
because I
down.
watched them. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You
You
don't.
gotta listen because I watched them. I'm trying to say
host,
I'm
that.
listening to you, and I'm just telling you based on what you told me.
host.
You can't have it that way. You can't have it both
Anthony,
ways.
That's
You
not the
can't talk
do
point.
you
about
know?
race
Do
and
you
then
know
say
where
why
he
we
was
bringing
born and
race
He
raised?
into
was
it.
a debater. So whoever came up to
You
him talking about something, he only addressed. So he wasn't gonna talk about no white man to make you feel good. If it was a black man talking about black issues, he was gonna talk about black issues. If it was a white man talking about white issues, it was gonna be a white addressing. So it
okay?
wasn't
So
his fault. It's
the
not his
radio,
fault. It's not
the
his
clip,
fault that
the
this
clip,
black man didn't want to say, "Hey, what about white
the
issues?" I'm
clip.
pretty sure he would have
But
said something
he,
about that.
but
He don't
he, but he,
discriminate.
Well, no,
but
he
he
does.
did.
He
But he,
doesn't. No,
but
Anthony, hold on a second. Hold on a second, Anthony. I'm gonna
but
speak
he
for a
did
second. I'm gonna
podcast
speak
and
for a second.
radio
I'm gonna
too.
speak for a second. Do you know where he was born and raised?
Who? Charlie Kirk?
Yes,
Somewhere in Illinois.
he was born in Chicago. He saw the
He was
freaking that
born in
happened to white
Arlington
people.
Heights. That's
So
not
he
Chicago,
has in his environment. He was better suited as a white person to be able to communicate that with black people. If
bro.
you
Arlington Heights is not Chicago.
You okay? I live in St. Louis, and it is only like 2 freaking miles. Okay, so don't play with me,
What does
okay?
St. Louis got to do with Arlington Heights in Chicago?
Because Chicago is not. Chicago is a very
You,
dangerous
if you live
place.
in,
In
if you live in,
You
if
east,
you
see,
live
he's
in,
only
east,
proved that
west.
certain black people don't want to listen, they don't
but
want to
you,
learn, and they don't want to understand. They
No,
rather
no,
so
just
that's
he was.
not.
huddle
But you don't get
No,
to
let's
and
not.
say.
go and
Let's
stay in
not
their
attack
So
him.
like he's
ignorance.
trying to talk
Let's
about
not attack
Arlington
Hassan.
Heights, Illinois versus Chicago, Illinois.
All right.
He's trying to tell me that because he lived in Arlington Heights, Illinois,
So if I
that
told
he
you, if I
somehow
told,
has
so if I
a
told you I
firsthand
lived in Berry
knowledge
Farms. No, hold
of
on,
what
Anthony.
goes
Hold on,
on
hold
in the
on,
inner
hold
Yeah,
on.
city
I
of
was about to say y'all about to
Chicago.
start a whole new thing, and I'm shutting down though. So I'm gonna give everybody like 1 minute to have a closing or whatever.
Okay, Anthony.
We can
I
start this
lived in
thing.
Berry Farms in Washington, D.C. I'm the only white person that's there. And you're
Uh-huh.
telling me I don't understand the black community that was living there? I had to embrace myself into the black community, dude.
Yeah,
So
but you
he
never,
had to do he had to do the same thing.
but you get to, but listen,
He has a little bit more credit
you
to
being,
speak on that.
you being the only white person there means that you definitely live with a certain type of privilege in that area that them people probably don't know nothing about. You don't know what it's
There we
like when
go.
they get pulled over by police. You don't know what it's like when the police keep riding up on
Oh
them for
yeah,
no
tell
reason.
tell
You
tell the
don't know
white
all
boy
of
that
that. You
doesn't
never
understand
experienced it. So
police
you're the
pulling him
only
over.
white person there. So that puts you at an advantage in and of itself. You're
No,
almost
it
in a
didn't.
position where you need to be protected.
It put me at a disadvantage, dude.
They go, maybe socially, when you had to meet people and all of that, it probably put you at a disadvantage because you had
It put me in a
your own
political.
issues
It put me
about
in a
being in that
culture. It put
position.
me
But
It's not.
no, bro.
No, it's everything, dude. It's everything.
Everything like what? Give me an
All right,
example.
you use your last 1 minute, so your last one. Everybody, every time that y'all use your last minute, y'all down because this is closing. So what your closing gonna be?
My closing is,
I
hey
can argue
man,
it out or whatever with two people now.
everybody love everybody. That's my closing argument, man. Like at the end of the day, bro, like we need each other more than we need to be mad at each other, bro.
I agree.
You know what I'm
I agree,
saying?
amen.
And it don't matter where you come from or what color you is or what type of Christian you is or none of that, bro. At the end of the day, bro, we need each other. So I just hope that people can really just understand that part and come to some sort of resolution, man, because it's just too hot out here for me.
All right, Ty, you the last one now.
Man, I'm just gonna say that I agree with what Anthony had just said. When it comes to us loving each other, I'm also gonna add that you know what, to everybody out there, Jesus is real. That was Anthony's story that he was trying to get across, but Jesus is real. There is a God. Jesus did die on the cross for us. He loves us. And go to church, get into the Bible, really research it, and see that you're loved. By a higher power who wants you to be with him, and there is a hell, and some of you are going there because of lifestyle and beliefs. And let's all try to love each other and do good for each other. And if you see somebody hurting, put away your camera and go help that person.
That's not true. A lot of people might be going to hell for rejecting the Holy Ghost, Holy Spirit.
That's what I mean too. Yeah,
Otherwise, I don't think God is that like that to nobody. A lot of us be having wrong decisions we make in life. But all right, all right.
I was trying, man. That clock kind of messed me up, but
all right, man. How about this? This is the last one. So what you got for me, babe?
Oh my. I was just looking for a video. But you know what? The main thing is do your work, research, look things up. Don't just take whatever people have to say at face value. To be honest, it's just way too easy for things to be misinterpreted. And your job as a responsible citizen is to do the research. And so, um, I'm we're all God's children. Amen.
Amen. Amen. I ain't dropping my baby. She gonna sit right next to me and marinate while we both shut down. But all right, y'all.
Baby.
All right, so man, I'm kissing that profile right now. Y'all don't see it. All right, so I was gonna say this though. We'll be back because I'm not done. And like I said, I'm not done. I'm talking about this until it dry up. Until y'all tired of hearing me talk about this, man. Because like I said, the whole point of this thing is gonna be people got to realize contacts matter, and I'm gonna keep pushing this because, like I said, I'm a speaker myself, and people gonna try to do me the same way. I'm probably already got done the same way. Actually, I did get done the same way. They took the context of what my stuff is. It's people that put their feelings in the midst of it and will make you out to be something that you're not. It's because it made them feel uncomfortable because you go against their lifestyle. And people is really willing to destroy you because you talk about something against their lifestyle. You got to realize this is what the real war is. And this can happen to any of your children. This can happen to you. This can happen to any of us. So I'm big on this. This is the reason why I'm taking up for this so-called YT man. And I mean, I don't care. It could have been Candance Owens. She black, but they trying to discredit her because of her views and stuff. But a lot of the things that they view is like, just like I said, as long as it's getting rid of this victim mentality we've been having for years. I'm tired of the excuses we keep having. I keep running to everybody, or I get into it with people because they want to keep pushing this bit. Well, you don't know what happened to us and all that stuff. Like, if nobody don't know what happened to us now, I don't know what world they living in right now. But there's some people that took what happened to us and went forward with it instead of keep on saying this is why I'm making these decisions I'm making today. Why we don't make good decisions with things that happened in the past? This things that happened in the past that us black people did that was progressive. It was a lot of stuff. Why we don't mention those things? Why we got to keep talking about what has hurt us and put us back and we built this and stuff? Well, the fact that we got to build something that was already progression, just because it didn't work, that don't mean that they stopped. You know what I'm saying? So it's too many different things, and y'all gonna keep on hearing my mouth about this, and I'm gonna keep losing all these so-called fake supporters, and that's the whole goal. I want to see how much anger these people got inside of them so that they can't have a regular conversation and really try to see why people is actually supportive of certain things and against certain things. So if we can't take it as is, and y'all want to keep putting your feelings and everything, it is what it is. I'm not trying to connect with no feelings-based people anyways. I'm trying to connect with people that's moving in righteousness and what's trying to get us more connected with God. That's the reason why. It's another big reason why I support, because he's a Christian. Everybody I'm a Christian myself. I've been having a lot of biblical lives and also talk about biblical things on my page. So that's what's gonna burn people. Like I said, I'm not on hatred and all this other stuff. If I felt like he was hate speech, and I would that I wouldn't be talking about him. But I don't feel he been talking about hate speech. I think that anything can seem like hate speech when it comes to the truth, but people think I talking hate because I don't side with everything they do. I'm not gonna side with people's happiness. I'm gonna side with people's righteousness. It's a big difference. That's why I don't fight for happiness. I just don't. Anything make people happy nowadays. You know what I'm saying? But y'all gonna learn later down the line. So I will catch you guys later. I will be back. Later, y'all follow. I think it's too late to say that. I see why. I see how it happened too. I could have been
Right.
promoting my baby page all that time. I see you get so deep, you be forgetting. I have what are people in here. So I understand, babe. I get you though, man. Yeah, I gotta slap my own self in the back of the head. Yeah, but y'all, for the little bit people that's still in here, follow my baby Rachel, and she will be doing some lives this week. Oh, do you? Yeah, she's gonna be doing some lives. So we just alternate. You know, she do the first 4 days, and I do the last 4 days, or something like that. For the first 3 days, I do the last three. So that's how that happened, though. So I'll catch y'all later. Hope we learn something and keep on realizing my last message is context matters. Y'all gonna realize that context really do matter. It ain't just what's being said, it's why it's being said. So y'all gotta remember that.
Amen. Have a
Amen.
good night.
Go to your room.
Oh, all right. Go to your room.
You don't need to stand here.
Well,
Go to
okay.
your
Good night. Love you.
I love you too, babe.
Bye.
All right, I love y'all too. I love y'all too, but
Aww. Good
yeah,
night, baby.
I get that, babe.